By resume. I'd like to acknowledge the presence of the following senators physically present this evening. Mr. 100% Senator Ping Lacson, and Senator Francis Tolentino, and and those virtually present. This is not the order of their login yet. We will check later on. But we have Senators Pangilinan, Go, Montiveros, Zubiri, Marcos, Lapid, Villanueva, Villar, Cayetano, Rilon. We will update this later as soon as we get the list from the Secretariat. Today is the third day of this hearing, still on the three resolutions on the alleged rampant corruption, incompetence, and inefficiency in the Philippines, or the Philippine Health Insurance Corporation, or Philhealth, and particularly PS Resolution 361, introduced by Senator De Lima, PS Resolution 474, introduced by Senator Pangilinan, and PS Resolution 475, introduced by this representation and Senator Pampilo Lacson. Again, during the previous hearing, we have requested for several documents from Philhealth, and just to put on record, they have already submitted to this committee all the said relevant materials, except for some bidding documents that I was told will be physically handed to us, over to us today. So we expect it anytime. The pages, can please secure it from the resource persons. And also, by the way, the soft copy of these documents that were earlier submitted were already provided to the offices of the committee members. In other words, the Philippine senators. We also expect that you hand over today the copy of your statements and assets and statements of assets and liabilities and net worths, or the SALNs that we requested from the named personalities or officials of Philhealth. So at this juncture, may we again request the Secretary to acknowledge the presence of our invited resource persons for today's hearing. And afterwards, the Secretary is hereby directed to administer the oath to all our newly invited guests, both physically present and those who are virtually present.
The following officers have informed this committee of their attendance and participation in today's hearing. General Ricardo Morales, Executive Vice President Arnel De Jesus, General Augustus de Villa, Ms. Subita Aragona, Mr. Renato Demsiaco Jr., Mr. Dennis Esmas, Mr. Rodolfo B. Del Rosario Jr., Mr. Israel Francis Apargas, Ms. Nerissa R. Santiago, Mr. Alejandro Cabading, Mr. Itrobal Laborte, Attorney Torreson Montesquieu, Attorney Jonathan Mangawang, Dr. Susan Mercado, General Marlene Padua, Attorney Roberto Labe Jr., Mr. Oscar Abado Jr., Mr. Dennis Adre, Mr. William Chavez, Mr. Paulo Johan Perez, Attorney Valerie Ann Uliaro, Ms. Grace Pamunag, Mr. Michael Hobson Hernandez, Mr. Masiding Alonto Jr., Attorney Caliguson Cabato, Attorney Gilbert Tiago, on the part of the office board members, Secretary Francisco Doki III, Mr. Benjo Santos Benavides, Department of Labor, Ms. Jocelyn Iwan, SWD, Mr. PBM, Ms. Rosa Clemente, Philippine Government Electronic Procurement System, Ms. Sharon Almanza, Bureau of Treasury, from the COA, Mr. Michael Ronaldo, Ms. Clotilde Tuason, Attorney Abdul Nasif Faisal. From the GOCCs, Mr. Samuel Dagpin Jr., Mr. Jean Carl Tupas, Mr. Michael Pabalinas, Ms. Karin Chris Angco Pascasio, and from the Private Hospitals Association, Dr. Rostico Jimenez. May we request the following who have not yet taken their oath to please rise and raise your right hand. Mr. Oscar Abado Jr., Mr. Dennis Adre, Mr. William Chavez, Mr. Paulo Johan Perez, Attorney Valerie Ann Juliaro, Ms. Grace Pamunag, Mr. Michael Hobson Hernandez, Mr. Masiding Alonto Jr., Attorney Calicu Saman Macabato, Attorney Gilbert Galicpo, Secretary Francisco Doque, and Ms. Karin Chris Tangco Pascasio. Those named, including present, please raise your right. Do you swear to the whole in this legislation?
I read the records that the names said I agreed. Secretariat. So they are still expect all quorum needed. Please answer directly. We will son for an minority leader, and then statement from Department of Health Secretary. Okay. Senator.
Then, dalawang araw ng buong na ating sinasagawa buong maghapon na mga sinungaling kasama Grace po galing nanapaw. But I just colleague.
Mr. Chair, I'm having a bit of a, sorry, I'm having,
Junior,
Yes, me too, Mr. Chair. Like Grace.
holding tax
Baka
rate,
marinig.
Ako rin po.
Mr.
Mr. Chair.
Chair,
funds,
I'm having technical difficulties. I know I'm number one on the list,
such
but
and
I
other
think
health due them.
Di yata tayo naririnig.
At first, Mr. Lemishauco said, and I quote, "I'm sorry to say, ang IRM attempting to pass off that advance payments are not subject to withholding tax. When I countered that advance payments are indeed subject to withholding tax, he admitted that Philhealth had in fact remitted 156 million pesos to the BI August 3, and then claimed that he charged the amount to the corporate operational budget of Philhealth. Then he followed up with another lie, that he didn't know that it was an obligation under the law that he had to withhold taxes. That was on August 11, Tuesday. Well, I'm going to show you a memorandum signed by CEO Morales dated August 7, or 4 days before Mr. Limsiaco patently lied before this committee when he testified under oath that he was not aware of PhilHealth's obligation as a withholding tax agent. Base sa nasabing memorandum ni PCO Morales, nakapag-remita na ng 2% expanded withholding tax ang PhilHealth sa BIR Pasig RDO 043 noong ika-3 ng Agosto, at galing daw ang buwis na ito sa mga na-release na pondo ng IRM sa mga healthcare institutions hanggang July 31, 2020 na ang kabuuang halaga ay 156,738,887. Lumilitaw na bukod sa kulang-kulang na 15 bilyon na IRM releases, pinag-abono pa nila ang PhilHealth mula sa benefit claims ng kanilang Corporate Operational Budget o COB na kanilang ipinambayad ng buwis na dapat ay pinapataw na bago pa lamang i-release ang pondo ng IRM sa mga healthcare institution. PAMI ang tawag dito. At ito pa, Mr. President, sa nasabing memorandum, inatasan din ang mga regional vice presidents na mag-issue ng BIR Form 2307 o Certificate of Creditable Tax Withheld at Source sa mga HCIs kahit sa totoo lang ay hindi pa ito nababayaran ng mga ospital at subject pa rin sa liquidation. As a reminder, ang BIR Form 2307 ay ini-issue bilang katibayan na nakapagbayad na ng expanded withholding taxes ang isang ospital para sa kanilang IRM advance payment na tinanggap. Kung susundan natin ang argumento ni Senior Vice President Lim Xiaoco na wala pang buwis na nakokolekta sa mga ospital, hindi ba bukod sa pagsisinungaling, inuutosan pa nila ni General Morales ang mga regional vice presidents na mag-commit ng krimeng falsification of public documents? In our foregoing inquiry about PhilHealth's IRM, it may be a truism that when there's smoke, there's fire. One of the contentions of the policy is that the determination of IRM funds for HCI, consequent approval, and fund releases are very centralized. It follows that the preference and prioritization of which hospitals to receive the IRM funds remain at the discretion of the central office. Not surprisingly, we have observed the same pattern of preferential treatment or favoritism to certain HCIs in some regions. Of particular concerns are the implementation of IRM in regions 6 and 8, probably another smoking gun that will be revealed later in today's hearing. Isa pang harap-harapang pagsisinungaling at panluloko, during the Senate hearing last week, IT Chief Jovita Aragona and Mr. Calisto Gabuya kept insisting that the grossly overpriced network switch that they purchased amounting to 348,000 pesos each was the Cisco 2960XR24 port. Enough with the smoke and mirrors, Chief Aragona and Mr. Gabuya. No amount of technicalities will conceal the fact that you repeatedly lied to mislead not just this committee, but the Filipino people. Malinaw pa sa sikat ng araw, it was Cisco 9224 port and not the Cisco 2960XR24 port. Even Microgenesis Software Incorporated, the winning bidder, virtually admitted in their press release that Ms. Aragona and Mr. Gabuya, even corporate legal counsel Attorney Labe, lied and tried to fool us, Mr. President. Marami pang mga palusot ang narinig ng komiting ito at ng sambayanan tungkol sa malagintong presyo ng IT equipment na nabili na at plano pang bilhin ng PhilHealth. In the course of this inquiry, it seems that we had opened a can of worms when we stumbled upon the case of D. Brown Abitum Dialysis Center Incorporated, starting with the release of IRM funds amounting to 45.17 million to the firm's 5 record speed. Ngunit hindi dyan nagtatapos ang alamat ng D. Brown Abitum. Narinig na rin natin noong nakarang linggo ang misteryosong kaso ng 9.7 million pesos na pambayad sa claims ng D. Brown branch sa Region 2 na sa hindi may paliwanag na kadahilanan ay naideposito sa Balanga Rural Bank sa Bataan na nasa Region 3. And just last weekend, we got hold of a document showing the inconsistencies in the claims of 6 branches of, guess what, Mr. President, D. Brown Abitum again. The data set was called from PhilHealth's own tracking system called MIDAS, or Machine Learning Identification, Direction, and Analysis System, which suggested that the deviation in their regression models tells us the possible presence of ghost dialysis patients, if not ghost dialysis machines. For the period 2015 to 2018 alone, Mr. President, umabot na sa 811 million pesos ang nasingil ng D. Brown Abitum mula sa PhilHealth. But that is just half of the story. In 2018, ang isang Quezon City branch ng D. Brown Abitum ay umabot hanggang 133.78% ang sessions to capacity ratio ng kanilang 15 dialysis machines. Samantalang 90% lamang dapat ang threshold capacity o 72 sessions per month. Ayon na rin sa Philhealth. Ang ibig sabihin nito, may imposibleng sessions or dialysis sessions na umaabot sa 4,378. Now I dare ask, is this another case of well-made dialysis scam in the making? Balik po tayo sa usaping IRM, Mr. President. Kasalukuyang binibilang namin kung ilan lahat ang pribadong healthcare institutions na tulad ng Bibron Abitum na wala namang kinalaman sa fortuitous event na siya lamang otorisadong gastusan under the PhilHealth law as amended sa ilalim ng interim reimbursement mechanism. Ulitin ko lang po, mula sa pool na pinairal ng IRM noong pang taong 2013 para lamang sa, and I quote, displaced communities and communities in environmentally endangered areas. Ang saklaw nito sa ilalim ng umiiral na batas. You may ask, Mr. President, why are we accounting for the number of these cases? Ang sagot, para malaman natin kung ano ang bilang ng mga kaso na may rekomendang maisampa laban sa mga kinaukulan. Mr. Chairman and President of the Senate, I thought I should read a provision under and its subsequent amendments under Republic Act 10951. Article 217, Chapter 4, Book 2 of Act Number 3815, or the Revised Penal Code of the Philippines, provides malversation of public funds or property. Article 217, malversation of public funds or property, presumption of malversation. Any public officer who, by reason of his duties of the duties of his office, is accountable for public funds or property, shall appropriate the same, or shall take or misappropriate, or shall consent through abandonment or negligence, shall permit any other person to take such public funds or property wholly or partially, or shall otherwise be guilty of the misappropriation or malversation of such funds or property shall suffer. I will now quote from the latest amendment of Article 217 of the Penal Code, which is Section 40 of Republic Act 10951. It says, if the amount exceeds 8.8 million pesos, the penalty shall be reclusion perpetua. In all cases, persons guilty of malversation shall also suffer the penalty of perpetual special disqualification and a fine equal to the amount of the funds malversed or equal to the total value of the property embezzled. Mr. Lim Xiaoco and probably PCO Morales, I am sorry to say, being accountable officers of PhilHealth, bukod pa sa usapin ng pag-misappropriate ng kaban ng PhilHealth para bayaran ang withholding tax na maliwanag pa sa sikat ng araw ay kasong malversation of public funds or property under Article 217, Chapter 4, Book 2 of Act 3815 at iba pang kaso ng violations of the National Internal Revenue Code at Anti-Graft and Corrupt Practices Act or RA 3019, kapag isinama na rin pati ang mga binayaran ninyo na private dialysis centers, maternity care providers, and infirmaries na walang kinakain na siyang sakop ng IRM, malamang maliligo kayo sa kaso. Kapag binahagi na ni Senate President Tito Soto kay DOJ Secretary Maynard Guevara ang lahat ng records ng proceedings ng mga pagdinig na isinasagawa namin ngayon. Patid na po natin ng task force na pinangungunahan ni Secretary Guevara ay inatasan ng Pangulo na mag-imbestiga ng mga katiwalian sa PhilHealth upang sampahan ng mga kaukulang kaso ang mga sangkot sa karumal-dumal na gawaing pinag-uusapan natin ngayon at 10 ng ating mga kababayan ngayong panahon pa man din ng pandemya na hindi man lang ninyo pinatawad. Kaya huwag niyong asahan na papatawarin kayo ng sambayan ng Pilipino. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Lacson. The Minority Leader is recognized for his opening statement, Senator Frank Drilon.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Just very briefly, Mr. President, on August 16, 2020, you led 14 senators in filing proposed Senate Resolution 362. I did not sign this resolution, Mr. President, even if I am in the opposition, because I wanted to give Secretary Duque a chance I wanted to see him perform. Sadly, Mr. President, on the basis of what we have seen in our hearings for the last 3 days, the performance of Mr. Duque did not justify my non-signing, sad to say. The poor health management has resulted in the longest lockout in the world. And unfortunately, our Secretary of Justice has failed to manage this pandemic and its curve. To date, we have so far infected 164,000 of our people, killed over 2,600, made over 7 million of our workers jobless, or an unemployment rate of 17.7%, and caused over 5 millions of our families to go hungry. This is how serious we are. This is how the extent of the suffering of our people today. The do not panic approach of Mr. Duque, his lack of urgency, has led this country down a road paved with literal deaths of our citizens and Mr. President, that is not acceptable. The failure of the to manage the health system has resulted in a greater burden upon Philhealth. As Mr. John Neri has said, when the health secretary, lacking credibility even in administration circles, spends official time handing out washable face masks, acting like a candidate for office instead of the country's top health officials in the middle of a health emergency, then we really have a problem. So the question that I would like to ask later, and probably the good Secretary of Health can start thinking about, will the Secretary heed the call of 14 senators in PS Resolution 362? When asked to justify the unbelievable speed by which PhilHealth approved and downloaded the IRM or the reimbursement interim reimbursement mechanism, President and General uh, Manager General Ricardo Morales on August 11 hearing said, quote, as a background, in January 2020, we were in a state of anxiety because we knew that COVID was coming. We knew how it hit the other countries. And so we were in a state of panic. So we wanted to be preemptive, to take preemptive measures to be able to prepare our hospitals to respond to this pandemic, which we did not know at that time how soon, how hard, and how long it was going to hit us. Ang intention ho ng PhilHealth ay maunahan po yung COVID. Yan, yung tama ho ng pandemic. Yun po. Really, Mr. President? Because as far as I can remember, our own very own Health Secretary, Francisco Duque, who chairs the PhilHealth Board, did not share the same sense of panic expressed by President Ricardo Morales. By the end of January 2020, when we were already over 6,000 COVID-19 cases in China, the health secretary was still reluctant to recommend the ban of Chinese nationals from entering the country, citing, quote, serious political and diplomatic repercussions. Quote, if we do this, then the concerned country, China in this case, might question why we are not doing the same for other countries that have reported confirmed cases of the coronavirus. He said then casually, it is one of the possible options, but not at this moment. This was even after the local quarantine authorities stopped 5 Chinese tourists with fever level body temperatures within our borders in Cebu and Qualibo. No, Mr. President, we do not think that the chairman of the board, Secretary Duque, shared the same anxiety with Mr. Morales in January 2020 because as late as March 6, 2020, the Secretary of Health was still advising the general public not to wear face masks. To quote him, ulitin ko po, pagka walang namang may sakit, hindi kailangan mag-face mask. I do not think Mr. Duque was already in a state of anxiety on March 9 when he thumbed down a lockdown proposal to contain community transmission of the disease. He deemed it best, quote, to wait until there is evidence of sustained community transmission to trigger a community lockdown or a community quarantine. To quote the Philippine Star journalist, there is no need for undue panic. Duque assuaged us in his latest of this latest health scare. We wish, I made a statement because I want the Secretary of Health, for the first time attending this hearing, to explain to us all of these missteps and mismanagement that we are looking at today. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you, Minority Leader, Senator Drilon. Again, unsolicited advice to our resource persons. Perhaps we're not sure whether we will have one more hearing or this would be a wind up later on. This is your last chance. To those evading, lying, this is your last chance to clear yourself. Because as I mentioned before, the best thing about telling the truth is you don't have to remember what you said. Let us now begin with the discussions and give the floor to our guests for their presentations. There are two who will make presentations. Kindly limit your presentations to 5 minutes in order to maximize our time. Secretary Francisco Duque of the Department of Health. Oh, incidentally, in the fourth or fifth line of the Minority Leader, just to correct the journal, he was pertaining to the Secretary of Health, not the Secretary of Justice. Secretary Duque will present, and then thereafter, Mr. Dennis Adre, or Regional Vice President Adre, will make a presentation. Secretary Duque, you are recognized.
Senate Committee of the Whole, magandang umaga po. Your Honors, Philhealth is a program very close to my heart because its precursor, the Medicare, was the brainchild of my late father, former Secretary of Health, Francisco Kimson Duque. Consequently, my commitment to safeguarding the sustainability of the fund is very personal. And I would like to state for the record that I am for zero tolerance on fraud and corruption. In fact, in my first year as Philhealth PCEO in 2001, I instigated the Memorandum of Agreement with the NBI for the investigation of cases in aid of fraud prevention. As chairman of Philhealth in 2005 to 2009, the board created a task force, Kisap Mata, to scrutinize or verify claims on cataract-related cases and to conduct investigations where alarming trends on claims utilizations were noted. The board at that time also partnered with the Philippine Academy of Ophthalmology to help curb fraudulent cataract claims, and this led to the filing of at least 3,000 cases against erring providers. When I returned as chairman of the board in November 2017, I discovered that these cases were archived for failure to serve legal processes to the eye centers, so I directed management to exert every effort to reinstate those cases and pursue them vigorously. In my current stint as chairman of the Philhealth Board, we approved the recommendations of the Health Insurance Data Analytics Committee, or HIDAC, to resolve significant weaknesses in Philhealth's operations based on data-driven reports of outliers in the benefit payments that may have resulted in the abuse and undue depletion of the National Health Insurance Fund. This data analytics has resulted in what we refer today as the MIDAS report. MIDAS being Machine Learning Integrated Data Analytics System, which report has since been referred to the Office of the President, the DOJ, the Ombudsman, for appropriate investigation of potentially fraudulent claims and possible complicity of Philhealth personnel in such fraud. The board likewise approved additional manpower to render electronic adjudication and PNF evaluation and medical prepayment review using the Claim Form 4 as a fraud deterring tool, as well as the creation of plantilla lawyer positions in support of our anti-fraud measures. Now, please allow me to address the three resolutions before the Committee of the Whole. First, on resolution number 461 regarding the alleged failure of Philhealth to release benefit payments to its accredited hospitals that led to the closure, I would like to confer with the Honorable Senator De Lima on the so-called 300 hospitals on the verge of closure, because this is not the data that we have. Our data shows that benefit payments were regularly and systematically released to those with complete requirement is submitted. These hospitals, which Senator De Lima are referring to, are among those whose claims were long denied for their failure to submit the necessary requirements or submitted beyond the 60-day period provided for in the Philhealth Charter, the Public Act 7875 as amended. If the Senate will recall, a certain group of healthcare facilities came before this body last year with a claim that they have not been paid certain claims amounting to a total of 2.5 billion pesos. The board specifically instructed management to review those claims, and it was established that these denied claims lacked the necessary paperwork. We will coordinate with the Office of Senator De Lima so that we can validate further the matter. It is assured that all good claims will be paid. Our records show that Philhealth, based on payment dates of claims per year, has paid a total of 114.6 billion to its accredited hospitals in 2018 and 97.4 billion in 2019. This year, Philhealth has so far disbursed more than 43 billion, of which 24.5 billion or 56.8% were paid to private hospitals. Second, on resolution number 474, alleging widespread corruption as claimed by an anti-fraud officer, three issues were raised. The 154 billion over the years of various forms of fraud and 102 billion due to overpayment. I have clarified this before the Blue Ribbon Committee last year, but I will repeat it to set the record straight. There is no such thing as a 154 billion loss. In fact, I am presenting to you this June 10, 2020 letter from COA Chairman Aguinaldo confirming that there is no such finding in the published COA annual audit reports. On the matter of the IT budget, I would like to make it clear that there has been no release of any funding on this project since everything is still at the proposal stage. This is precisely because we need a more complete analysis on both hardware and software infrastructure needed by Philhealth. On January 30, 2020, while the board approved the 2020 corporate operating budget, it deferred action on the budget proposal of the IT sector with a directive to CIO SVP Jovita Aragona to submit a revised work plan within a week. In fact, the board directed management to work closely with the DOH health facilities and infrastructure team to ensure alignment of efforts, especially in enhancing the supply side IT capacity and other IT reforms in the realm of universal health care. The board also discussed hiring an external IT expert to assist the IT sector in the budget proposal and its projects. When I presided over the board last June 2, 2020, the concerns raised by the board member Kabading following discrepancies in the Internal Audit Group or IAG report and the IT 2020 budget proposal were discussed. I personally recommended a complete overhaul of the information system strategic plan and expressed my support for anything that will put Philhealth back on track with its IT roadmap. Likewise, as chairman, I supported the recommendation that the audit findings be investigated by a fact-finding committee. And this was echoed by other board members, and it was agreed that a fact-finding committee be created. To date, the board has yet to decide on how to implement this much-needed IT project because we need to assure that any release of government money for this will be scrutinized in detail. We await the investigation report from the fact-finding committee and recommendations from technology experts, including the DICT. Lastly, on resolution number 475, on alleged rampant corruption, incompetence, and inefficiency, 15 issues were raised here. Please allow me to respond to the major ones. On the release of the IRM, or Interim Reimbursement Mechanism, the IRM is a special privilege allocated to healthcare institutions in areas directly affected by fortuitous events and emergencies. As long as the HCIs have clear and apparent intent to continuously operate and or rebuild in order to provide continuous healthcare services to adversely affected Filipinos. It's like pre-positioning funds in target areas so that reimbursement of claims is easier for HCIs during the pandemic when funds from the national office can be difficult to access. I must clarify that IRM is not specific only to the COVID-19 pandemic, as it is based on the provisions of the National Health Insurance Act and the UHC Act that gives Philhealth the flexibility to implement financing mechanisms to ensure provisions of benefits for Filipinos. This scheme has been in place for many years and was relied upon during the Ondoy calamity, Yolanda, and even the Marawi siege. Calamity and the state of public health emergency due to COVID-19 pandemic compelled Philhealth to make the IRM available for all HCIs consistent with the Bayanihan to Heal as One Act. We are in a war against an invisible enemy, and COVID patients are not the only casualties in this war. IRM
Is the problem the signal of the secretary or with us?
Secretary,
Them.
no audio. No audio, no video.
Secretary Duque, if you can hear us, please check your connection. Well, his connection is lost. Uh, we'll suspend for 1 minute and then we'll see. Otherwise, we will continue with the other resource person. The meeting is suspended. All right, are you back? Unmute, please unmute your computer. Go, continue.
On the reverse, thank you, sir. On the reversal of final and executory judgments of the courts on the suspension orders imposed upon erring and fraudulent HCIs. First, before it made the decision to compromise on the manner by which the judgment are to be serviced. The said decisions were made upon the advice of our legal on the latest jurisprudence.
Secretary Duque, you have a very poor connection. Please wind up or wrap up.
Yes, sir. I must clarify, thank you, Mr. Senate President. I must clarify that IRM is not specific only to COVID-19 pandemic, as it is based on the provisions of the National Health Insurance Act and the UHC Act that gives Philhealth the flexibility to implement financing mechanisms to ensure provision of benefits for Filipinos. This scheme has been in place for many years and was relied upon during the Ondoy calamity, Yolanda, and even the Marawi siege. On January 30, 2020, the board allocated IRM for the immediate payment of 50% of all pending good claims in the province of Batangas in response to the Taal volcano eruption. Naturally, the national state of calamity and the state of public health emergency due to COVID-19 pandemic compelled Philhealth to make the IRM available for HCIs, consistent with the Bayanihan to Heal as One Act. We are in a war against an invisible enemy, and COVID patients are not the only casualties in this war. IRM funds are not exclusive to hospitals catering to COVID-19 patients. It is for all HCIs caring for all patients during this pandemic. It provides prepayment for hospitals to address the increased burden to them and cushion the impact of the pandemic to their capacity to ensure continuous provision of care for Filipinos. The scope of IRM releases cover all HCIs given the nationwide state of public health emergency brought by the pandemic. 17% or 711 out of the 4105 of HCIs received the IRM and 14.9 billion out of 27 billion was released. On the allegations of palakasan system in the release of the IRM, we assure you there is none. For Philhealth benefit packages for SARS-CoV-2 was conducted in March. The basis for Philhealth and at the time this package was introduced, there were only 6 laboratory testing facilities and 4 RT-PCR test kits. When revised, there were 34 laboratory testing facilities as of May 24 and 41 RT-PCR test kits approved by the FDA as of May 19, hence the need to recalibrate. We continue to conduct studies on the testing packages as we ramp up our testing capacity and widen the catchment areas of our laboratories nationwide so that Philhealth can leverage on these efficiencies in its costing. On the reversal of final and executory judgments of the courts on the suspension orders imposed upon erring and fraudulent HCIs. As reported to the Blue Ribbon Committee and Committee on Health and Demography last year, the board considered many factors before it made the decision to compromise on the manner by which the judgments are to be serviced. The said decisions were made upon the advice of our legal on the latest jurisprudence and applicable laws, including the exceptions on the execution of final and executory decisions to serve substantial justice and equity, such as providing immediate healthcare services by imposing the maximum penalty in lieu of suspending a hospital's operations. Upon my instructions, the corporate secretary reported to the appellate courts concerned on the board's decision on the best means to execute the judgment. Mr. Senate President, I respect the Senate Committee of the Whole's unflinching fight against corruption. In the same way, I remain unflinching in my battles, not only in the fight to protect my character as a public servant, but also in the fight to implement President Rodrigo Roa Duterte's noble vision for genuine universal access to health care for all Filipinos and ensure we come out of the pandemic healthy as a nation. I'm one with you in the endeavor to ensure accountability of public officers and uphold public office as a public trust. Thank you very much, Mr. Senate President. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you, Secretary Duque. I cannot resist by, I understand where you're coming from. But either you did not monitor what transpired with 2 hearings, or your staff who prepared the opening statement did not. Thank you. We will now recognize Regional Vice President Adre for his opening statement. Please limit it to 5 minutes, and please rise together with Mr. or VP Pamonag to be administered the oath. You have not taken the oath. You were not here during the opening. Yeah. That's it.
So muna, Mr. Adre, Mr. Chavez, Mr. Bagabato, please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, is the justification?
I do.
I do.
I do.
Thank
All
you.
right, thank you. So, Regional Vice President Adwe, you are recognized. Please limit it to.
Thank you, Senate President and honorable members of the Senate. During the 2019 Senate Blue Ribbon hearing, former board member Salvador named us and clearly stated that we are not accused of corruption. They are just influential. He said, we removed them. We did not remove the members of the board. The president removed them for cause. In the previous Senate hearings, board member Alejandro Cabading and attorney Keith categorically stated that the EXICOM is operating as a mafia. I support their allegations. Since 1998, our group, who all came from the Senate, our challenge was to clean up the Medicare mess and make a stronger, financially viable, and safe, self-sustaining, credible Philhealth. In the past weeks, we have witnessed the forensic justification and connivance of EXICOM to cover up the anomalies that we have uncovered. If we are to be called mafia for questioning flawed policies and illegal orders for exposing irregularities, then so be it. But we are the good mafia, and they are the real and bad mafia. We represent the interests of contributors, the interest of government, the interests of the people. Yes, through the years, we exposed the anomalies and the weak policies. And yes, we defied and we will continue to defy illegal orders to protect the interest of our members. In the course of our crusade for good governance, yes, we get rid of those who abuse or allowed abuses on Philhealth. That is our duty, and that is the duty of every public officer. Our issues are clear. Our documents will prove that in our reform group, we consistently submit our position papers in the hope that irregularities, bleeding Philhealth of billions, will be addressed once and for all. For a long time, we've kept our silence, hoping truth will come out naturally. But SVP Del Rosario has been consistently lying, boldly lying in both houses of Congress. And we are deeply bothered that we cannot anymore take the lies he made while under oath. SVP Del Rosario has been telling both houses that we are the mafia and we are the ones who had cases, and we had around 3,000 cases that were archived, and we are the culprits. For the record, to set the record straight, these are the truth. Not one of the cases filed against anyone in our group has anything to do with fraud nor graft. Regional offices had consistently complained about extreme delays in resolving cases in the legal department for the last 20 years. On the contrary, those 3,000 cases must be cases filed by regional offices to the legal department, which had been sitting there for more than 10 years. Records in the legal department prove that for 2 consecutive years, in 2017 and 2018, the legal department disposed 0 cases and also got 0 in performance rating. And that was the reason Philhealth employees failed to qualify for performance bonuses. It is not true that they started anti-fraud programs they refer to as the fraud analytic pool. This was what Honorable Secretary Duque was referring to earlier as the Midas. This program was first developed in Davao at no cost to Philhealth and was labeled Cadre by Dr. Page of Davao Regional Office. They renamed it Midas, tweaked it a little, then sold it to Philhealth for 9 million. During the budget hearings in November 2019, they proposed a bloated 2.1 billion budget for IT alone. This caught the attention of the board. This included, among others, another 130 million in the pipeline, allegedly to expand fraud analytics. The real bad mafia, or EXICOM, had consistently diverted issues to rotation and reassignment of officers. In my letter to PCO Morales, I pointed out that policy issues that we are raising consistently are all too important to be regarded as a mere issue of factionalism or plain dispute with any particular persons or groups of persons. It is true that we resisted rotation whenever it was used as a tool of harassment. Yes, as a tool of harassment. Del Rosario keeps repeating lies about resisting arranged reassignment. I've been reassigned 3 times already. It is not true that we have resisted reassignment all the time. Once in 2002 and twice already in 2019. He had himself reassigned in Davao to dig for possible additional cases against me, having found none after approving the accreditation of former President and CEO Roy Ferrer and ensuring that his claims were paid. He was rewarded by Dr. Ferrer. He also signed the contract for the building owned by Secretary Duque at a time when he was RVP of Davao. That building is located in Region 1. He was designated OIC of the legal sector, then promoted to SVP for legal sector over many other senior lawyers who had more than 10 years experience. Del Rosario was only 2 or 3 years a lawyer then when he was appointed SVP for legal. Throughout my 10 years in Philhealth, our issues were never about personalities. Our issues are all legitimate. It was about legal, IT, finance, and operational issues. Some of them of which are already submitted in the Senate. It's about financial bleeding caused by the all case rates, overpayments and fraud caused by weak policies, expensive but fragmented and unresponsive IT systems, and then lately, the IRM. The hearings in the Senate and Congress have shown it. The Execom was consistent. The Execom had close ranks in defending the overpricing, the IRM, and other lies. For questioning flawed policies and raising issues on irregularities, the members of the Execom have conspired to have us preventively suspended for baseless and non-graft cases in exchange for their promotions. And this is documented. It is part of the position paper that I have submitted to the Senate for their reference. For lack of material time to discuss all the position papers that I have submitted, to name a few, we have called consistently the attention of top management and even Secretary Duque on pressing issues affecting Philhealth. To name a few of the position papers we have submitted, position papers on the simplified reimbursement scheme in 2010. This is very much like the IRM of today. We resisted that and we submitted position papers. Position papers from RVPs on the all case rates, the system of payment that is bleeding us dry. Position paper from RVPs submitted to DOH Secretary Duque when he just recently got reappointed as DOH Secretary, and other position papers. The Honorable Secretary knows all that is happening in Philhealth. He has been with Philhealth for almost 20 years. After all, in 2004, Philhealth's major financial losses was caused by the Plan 5 million. It was the first time financial statements were window dressed in 2004, after Philhealth lost billions in unpaid claims for the indigents that were enrolled for the Plan 5 million. The first reassignments were made to punish those who questioned the Plan 5 million, and I was among those who questioned the Plan 5 million. I was instructed not to include then Mayor Rodrigo Duterte in the list of those who would be given the cards. So we decided to just give it after elections so that it would favor nobody and so that we would not be violating election laws. RVP Marilyn Giduspan of Iloilo was reassigned to Manila. She objected to the Plan 5 million. The late Linda Laureta was reassigned to Marawi City of all places. It was only after Mindanao RVP Kalik Makabatu interceded in her behalf that she was reassigned to illegal local health insurance office instead. Clearly, this was constructive dismissal because the head of an LHIO is just a salary grade 22 position, and the late Laureta was already a manager for corporate communications. In 1998, the appointments of regional offices were originally station-specific. In 2007 re-engineering, the regional offices were still station-specific. In 2010, Secretary Duque was appointed chairman of the Civil Service. In February 2010, an executive order was approved making civil service part of Philhealth. So in 2010, when PCEO Ray Aquino implemented the simplified reimbursement scheme or the advance payment for hospitals without the benefit of medical evaluation, many regional vice presidents resisted because it was illegal. It was very much like the IRM of today. It required all of us to pay hospitals in advance without the benefit of claims evaluation. On December 23, 2009, SVP for Operations Basa called us, threatening that if we continue to resist SRS, we will be reassigned. So on January 16, 2010, PCEO Ray Aquino issued an order to rotate regional offices. This order was declared illegal by the courts where we applied for TROs, and they were eventually granted permanent injunction. Sometime in 2013, President and CEO Alex Padilla launched the hastily approved all-case rates. The Mindanao RVPs and other RVPs actively opposed the rates and warned that it will open the floodgates to abuses. And in one of the presentations of Dr. Bernadette Lico, she admitted that Philhealth's biggest blunder was the all-case rates where we lost billions. It was during PCEO Alexander Padilla's time when the board came out with a resolution declaring the positions of senior vice president, regional vice presidents as non-station specific. Philhealth uses reassignment as leverage and for retribution. It was during his stint as CSC chair when Dr. Duque allegedly forced RVP Elvira Ver to enter into a contract with Philhealth despite objections from RVP Ver. So on March 2012, RVP Ver was reassigned to Cordillera Administrative Region. For refusing to cooperate, RVP Ver was transferred to Cordillera Administrative Region, after which the building of Dr. Duque was approved by the RVP who replaced RVP Ver. RVP Ver was transferred to another region and was subjected to more administrative cases until she retired. The reform group of officers who have been unjustly labeled as the mafia have taken up issues with all the PCEOs who assumed office from the time of Ray Aquino. But instead, during the terms of IPCEO De La Serna and Roy Ferrer, the Mindanao Black officers were subjected to harassment cases with immediate and successive preventive suspension of the maximum of 90 days to as much as 250 days for exaggerated, imaginary, and patently illegal cases. In fairness to PCEO Morales, he had already dismissed all the cases when he found out that these were baseless. We were met with the abusive might of the PCEO's authority, backed up by the board headed by Secretary Duque. Reassignment was used as leverage and reward. They unleashed successive administrative cases with maximum 90 days preventive suspension for grossly exaggerated cases against us anti-fraud crusaders. Records on corporate orders signed by PCEO De La Serna and Ferrer appointing and designating certain officials as OIC of different departments from April 2017 to July 2019 will prove it. And we have submitted it to the Senate for reference. Their designations and promotions will show that all these officers were the ones designated to handle ad hoc committees against the Mindanao Black and their allies, the advocates for reform. All these harassment cases had the blessings of the chairman of the board of Philhealth. All the charges had been approved by the board of Philhealth. For the record, all of our cases had nothing to do with corruption. In fact, all of the administrative cases had been dismissed. To this day, all our back wages remain unpaid as the SVP for Management Services, the legal, and the HRD managers are all stonewalling the return of our illegally denied salaries. Notably, one of the administrative cases had been ordered dismissed, and Philhealth ordered to cease all administrative hearings by the Court of Appeals for the case being declared as patently illegal. In fact, two fellow senior officers, namely Attorney Gelbert Galicto and Dr. Pamonad, were summarily dismissed from PhilHealth for strongly pushing for the removal of accreditation of a delinquent hospital in Region 12. Like Dr. Pamonad, the appeal of Attorney Galicto is pending in civil service for years now. In 2018, a board member of PhilHealth, Dr. Dineros, called and congratulated me as he disclosed to me that my preventive suspension in one of my administrative cases had been declared void by the civil service. He cautioned me, though, that the big three members of the board, referring to Doctors De La Serna, Ferrer, and Salvador, have assured the rest of the board that they are pushing for the appointment of a new CSC commissioner to ensure that all our appeals will be denied. Lately, I have been informed that the CSC has reversed itself and declared the preventive suspension that was declared void earlier as legal. For that purpose, Dr. Ferrer and Dr. Duque even rehired Attorney Angelito Grande, who already retired from PhilHealth, to ensure that all our appeal cases in the Civil Service Commission will be denied. Attorney Grande was with Civil Service Commission before joining PhilHealth. These unfortunate happenings in PhilHealth, the weak policies, the legal system, the weak legal system, the weak IT system, the chairman knows. All these harassment and oppression cases against officers who advocated reform had the blessings of the chairman of the board at PhilHealth. And I clearly remember that when I was reassigned to Region 12, I reported to the central office the failure of PhilHealth to execute a Supreme Court decision against two hospitals for ghost confinement, among others. To this day, the final decision of the Supreme Court has yet to be implemented. It has already lapsed because it was issued in 2005. Thank you, Your Honors, and that summarizes my statement.
Thank you, Regional VP Adre. I am almost speechless after your manifestation and the presentation. Please submit to us some of. I had an advance copy of your part of your statement, but please submit to us the documents and the details that you mentioned for the.
Mr. Senate President will comply
Thank you. All
with
right.
attachments as mentioned in my piece. Thank you, Mr. President.
All right. Thank you, Padre. I will allow my colleagues to raise questions to our resource persons for every round. The senator is given 10 minutes to ask questions. As for the order of questioning, this will be followed. Senator, those physically present will go first. Senator Tolentino, and then Senator Lacson, and then the officers, Subiri Recto Drilon or Subiri Drilon Recto. It depends on the majority leader. And then they will be followed by those who did not ask questions in the previous hearings. So that will be Senator Pangilinan. The others are not virtually present. So those virtually present, the lineup would be after Senator Pangilinan, Senators Go, Ontiveros, Marcos, Lapid, Villanueva, Villar, and Cayetano so far. But before I recognize Senator Tolentino, in fact, VP Adre has practically cut more than half of my proposed questions. I will just limit it to 4 issues that I think are begged to be asked, and the offshoot of the 2 other hearings that not only our colleagues but the public are asking. So let me start with Philhealth. General Morales, you are online. We are now in the Wala pa siya. Who can answer on behalf of Senator of General Morales? Anybody from Philhealth? As we are now in the middle of the pandemic, the government is exhausting all its resources to address the needs of our people. We have just come from the Senate, come from a bicameral conference committee of Bayanihan 2. And again, this is going to be addressed, especially the battling COVID. So, is it true that the treatment of COVID-19 patients admitted in a hospital can amount between 43,000 to 750,000 per case?
Mr. President,
Yes.
Dr. Pargas po. Yes, sir. Under our current COVID packages, we pay for the mild cases at 43,000, and for those admitted for critical, it's at 700 plus thousand. Yes, Mr.
All right. So, do you have measures in place to confirm that the claims are indeed COVID-19 cases and ito ay laganap kasi at pinag-uusapan ng mga ospital at ng mga pasyente na there is upcasing sa pneumonia. Pagka ganun, mauubusan talaga tayo ng pondo kung ganyan ang kalakaran. So are there measures in place so that you confirm that these are COVID-19 cases?
Mr. Chair, when we started developing the COVID packages po, again, as stated earlier, there were no enough facilities or capabilities to do the testing and all. And we are following the guidelines as presented by the Department of Health with regard to the suspect, the probable, and the confirmed. With regard to the claims admission po, what we require right now is the itemized billing charges of all the claims patient submitted by the patient so that we can check with regard to the management of the cases. As of now po, we are reviewing this policy and we have requested for an expert panel which was approved by the board such that we can discuss all the uh, changing guidelines and treatment protocols and to make sure that what we are paying actually for COVID are really for COVID cases. So we have instituted now, and in actually for this August 28, I think, we shall be meeting with the Quality Assurance Committee. These are the presidents of the societies in order to check that we have, and of course to review all these mechanisms. So right now po, and we are planning uh, to request now coming from the hospitals all the if it's possible the chart in order for us to check on the management and of course the results of the test.
Just as a advice or request. Later, perhaps we can ask Attorney Kit, Colonel Laborte, Regional Vice President Adre, the other, Attorney Kabading. The committee would like to ask you, and you can submit it later. What are the remedial measures that you think we should take in order to plug the corruption loopholes in Philhealth? Because as you well know, this is in aid of legislation. We indeed plan to amend the Philhealth law because of what has transpired in the last so many years. So give us your recommendations. You were there. You are bringing out the corruption issues. We will seek your proposal. Of course, listen to the other senators. Now, I received an information that May 14, 2020, Attorney Del Rosario, the Protest and Appeal Review Department, or PARD, under the legal sector headed by Attorney Del Rosario, presented to the Philhealth Board the appeal claims for 2011 to 2019 worth 3.9 billion for wholesale amnesty. the Philhealth Board approved the amnesty for the appealed claims with or only worth 668 million. Now, these are the questions. First, since the start of the operations of Philhealth, how many times has the board declared wholesale amnesty?
Mr. President, I'm not aware of, let me clarify, Mr. President, that the presentation of Attorney Mike Polintan, the board manager during that time, was he was trying to present the denial of the total amount of denial of claims made by the regions, and the problem is that substantial denials was about the late filing or late refiling of claims. And the legal basis cited by Attorney Polintan during the time is the ruling of the Supreme Court pertaining to the Chinese General Hospital that the Supreme Court ruled that in cases where the services were already rendered, the claims has to be paid by PhilHealth. And in this case, Your Honor, the estimated amount of 600 million pertains to the claims that were denied by the regions, but the reason for the denial was that the hospitals or the concerned providers submitted the claims late. So, but the processing of these claims will still be with the PhilHealth regional offices and not with the central office. And for the record, the SBP Legal exercises administrative supervision of the Protests and Appeals Review Department. The resolutions are approved by the part manager as stated in our implementing rules and regulations, Mr. President.
Perhaps Secretary Duque can answer the original question. How many times has the board acted on a wholesale amnesty? You were there for quite a long time, Secretary Duque, as head, as DOH Secretary. Would you know how many times you declared wholesale amnesty? You're on mute. Please unmute your computer.
Can you hear me?
Now we
Okay.
can hear you. Yes.
Okay. So as I've said, Mr. President, I do not have a recollection of how many times we, alleged that there was a wholesale grant of amnesty. But I will look into it, Mr. Senate President, rest assured.
So you're saying that this is the first time? You've been there since what, 2000, during the time of Senator, former President Macapagal Arroyo.
If I may, with your permission, Mr. Senate President, I'd like to direct that to the corporate secretary who holds the records, Attorney Mangawang, Jonathan Mangawang.
Attorney Mangawang, how many times have you declared the wholesale amnesty?
Good morning, Mr. President. I came in as corporate secretary only in 2017. So from 2017 onwards, Mr. President, I can attest that this is the first time that there was such a board decision. Although I remember being informed during several committee meetings that there was one instance or a proposal from the management that cases that have been pending for a certain number of years and the amounts of claim is 1,000 pesos or less can be dismissed by the board or by the corporation. But I will have to check on the specific action taken by the corporation.
Yes, and the basis,
Yes,
the
Mr.
basis of the
President.
board for this.
Yes, Mr.
Because
President.
from 2011 to 2019, yung mga kasong pinag-usapan nyo, apparently it seems that this is the first time. All right? Yeah, we will expect that. Now, just one more point, because the issue of the actuarial issue, our colleagues will be taking it up. Just for the hospitals and the doctors. There are individual claims of doctors for their PhilHealth shares. What is your backlog? There is a backlog in PhilHealth in paying the shares of the doctors for the professional fees. It has come to our attention from the doctors themselves. No? February pa, last naka-receive ng PhilHealth shares nila, and this is their shares for their professional fees from last October or August 2019. Sometimes delayed ng 6 months. Naghahanap buhay din po itong mga doktor na ito. Bakit ang laki ng backlog ninyo?
Mr. Chair, as we pay the claims to the hospitals, the claims the case rate includes the professional fees. So it is the hospitals who are to provide the professional fees to the doctors. As per policy po, once the hospitals have received the payment of their claims, they are given 1 month to provide it to the doctors already po. So that's why also, sir, in our system, we have a portal that they can actually reconcile if the claims that they were looking for are already paid or not. And the doctors can actually check on this po. So for the professional fees po, again, as the claims are paid, the case rate po includes the professional fees.
So you're saying that they should go after the hospitals?
Yes, Mr. Chair, because
Alright.
once the claims is paid, the claims are paid, the professional fees are included therein.
All right, thank you. My other questions can be well answered later. We now would like to recognize Senator Francis Tolentino. Senator Tolentino, you have 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to direct my questions to DOH Secretary Francisco Duque. And with the permission of this honorable committee, some of my questions will not be pointedly reflective of the 3 resolutions, but would be germane likewise to the functions of Secretary Duque. Secretary Duque, are you around?
I am. Can you hear me, sir?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, sir.
Secretary Duque, you've been around for almost 2 decades, as you mentioned. I need not repeat this, but for the record, you were from 2001 to 2005, you were the PhilHealth president, 2005 to 2009, DOH secretary. Therefore, you were the PhilHealth chairman, 2010 to 2015 as a chairman of the Civil Service Commission. You were likewise appointed as a PhilHealth board member. 2017 as GSI as president, you're a member of the PhilHealth board, and now 2017 to the present as the again, you are the PhilHealth chairman. Tama po ba yan? Ang haba na niyan, Secretary Duque.
Your Honor, yung sa GSIS po, I was appointed by President Duterte as chairman, but not as president and CEO. Thank you.
Member ka din ng PhilHealth board noon.
Yes, tama po.
Tama. So sa haba po ng karanasan ninyo, nakita ko dito nabanggit nyo rin po kanina, talagang kayo ang kumbaga sa isang sundalo, nabanggit nyo yung gera ngayon, ay kayo talaga yung battle scarred. 2001, 2003, panahon nyo, ito po yung panahon ng SARS-CoV, kayo na po yung in charge. 2006, ito po yung Salmonella scare, kayo rin yung in charge. 2009, nandun na kayo, ito na yung H1N1 virus. Tama po ba yan?
That is correct, Your Honor.
Tutuloy ko lang ito for the record, Mr. Chairman. 2012, MERS-CoV, kayo rin po yon. 2014, yung Ebola scare, kayo rin po yon. Tama po ba ako, Mr. Secretary?
Hindi na po ako yon. Si Secretary Ona na po yon.
Pero kayo, member kayo ng PhilHealth Board.
Tama po kaya.
Ngayon, 2016, ito yung, ano ba yung virus noong 2016? Meron na naman yan eh. I forgot. Zika? Is it correct? And then 2020, you have COVID-19. Kayo talaga yung pinakamaraming karanasan dito. Kaya siguro, pinagkakatiwalaan kayo na talagang hindi kayo magkakamali. At sa tingin ko po sa inyo, sa haba ng inyong karanasan, para po kayo yung Field Marshal. Para po kayo si General Douglas MacArthur na lumanding muli sa inyong bayan sa mahal na lalawigan sa Pangasinan. So sa haba ng inyong karanasan bilang Field Marshal ngayon, it appears that you are the second most powerful person in the country. You head the DOH as secretary, you supervise the Food and Drug Administration, tama po yun? And you chair the IATF. Am I correct, Secretary Duque?
Tama po kayo, Senator.
So talagang kayo po ang inaasahan ngayon sa digmaang ito. But let me ask the questions now. Konti lang po ito. At marami po ako mga colleagues na magtatanong mamaya ng mas related po sa Philhealth. Ito pong dumaang mga buwan, kayo po ay nag-issue ng isang memorandum circular 2020-0186, the department circular signed by Your Honor. At ito ay ng nagtatakda ng price freeze sa lahat ng mga gamot at essential emergency medicines and medical devices due to the coronavirus disease. Lagtabo niyo po ito, Secretary. At nagtataka po ako sa hinaba-haba po nito, ilang pages po ito, ang kapal ng pahina, hindi niyo po nabanggit dito yung mga test kits. Lahat po ng mga gamot ay nagtakda kayo ng presyo, ang hindi niyo nilagay dito yung test kits. Kaya ko po tinatanong ito, dito po tayo nagkawindang-windang initially hanggang ngayon, Mr. Secretary, dahil bakit walang presyo yung test kits? Yung AV90, yung rapid test kits, yung mga swabbing kits, walang presyo. Kaya iba't iba po yung naranasan ng ating mga kababayan, iba't iba yung singil. May mataas, may bababa, iba't iba po. Ano po yung dahilan, Secretary, kung bakit hindi sinama sa price freeze yung mga test kits?
Ang recollection ko po ay at that time, nung kasagsagan, puros lang kasi mga donation, ang mga natatanggap natin ng mga test kits, yung pricing at that time, ang RITM ho, ang kumikilala ng mga presyo, hindi po nadaan sa akin yan, pero I will have to look into the records of the RITM. Pasensya na po at hindi ko po talaga nakita yan.
Sa April 15, 2020, Department Circular Number 2020-0186 signed by Francisco Duque III, Secretary of Health. Nandito po lahat yung presyo ng mga gamot para sa coronavirus gagamitin. Ang hindi nyo lang sinama ay yung test kits. Kaya hindi po siguro totoo na pinaubayan nyo na lang po yun sa RITM. Dahil kayo nakalagda dito. At maaari naman kung pinaubaya sa RITM, ay under nyo pa rin po yung Research Institute sa Alabang, Muntinlupa, Mr. Secretary.
Tama po kayo, pero naalala ko din po na nung mga panahon iyon, meron kasing global supply chain shortage. So, hindi, parang ang recollection ko ay hindi malinaw yung pricing structure ng mga gamit o mga supplies na ito because at that time, halos talagang wala kang makuha. Puros lang kami donation eh.
Mr. Secretary, hanggang ngayon po ay wala pa kayong presyong test kits. Ang nilagay nyo lang ay yung mga presyo ng alcohol, yung mga presyo ng mask, yung mga presyo ng face shields, PPE, etc. Kailan po tayo maglalabas ng presyo?
We can do that kasi ang PSDBM ho, ang atin pong naging procuring arm, the procurement service of the DBM, mula nung, kung di ako nagkakamali, I think that was May or end of April. So kukunin ko po sa kanila kung ano po yung pricing structure nitong mga supplies na inyo pong nabanggit.
Salamat po, Mr. Secretary. Napakabilis ng oras. Ang sunod ko pong tanong ay yung ginawa nyo kahapon. Kahapon po ay laman ng periodiko, ng balita na nagsimula na po yung clinical trials ng Avigan. Kayo po ang
po sa Avigan clinical trial ay ang University of the Philippines, si Dr.
University of the Philippines, De La Salle University, and St. Luke's Testing Center. Tama po yan?
Ang lead investigator or ang siya pong nangunguna dyan sa trial ng Avigan, which is an antiviral, ay si Dr. Berma po.
kayo rin po yung in charge niya. Kaya ko po sinasabi to, Secretary, kagaya po nung nabanggit ko kanina, marami pong mga gamot na nagkakarera ngayon na pagdating ng next year, ito na po yung mga vaccines. Ito na po yung pag-uusapan natin, Secretary, next year. Ito po, pinapakita ko po sa screen, 138 vaccines ang nadidevelop na. Phase 3 na yung iba, patapos na yung iba. We're talking about Moderna, we're talking about, kasama na rin siguro yung Sputnik, kasama na ho lahat, kasama na yung sa Oxford University. Paano po kayo pumipili kung sino yung magta-trial sa Pilipinas?
Meron po tayong guidelines patungkol diyan at meron po tayong sub-technical working group on vaccine development created yung pong DOST Vaccine Expert Panel. Ito po yung mga technical experts and scientists tasked to identify, evaluate, and recommend possible vaccine candidates for the Philippines. Pangalawa po, meron tayong DOH Health Technology Assessment kung tawagin at meron din pong kasama yung mga different medical and specialty societies which also suggest to the interagency task force yung mga safety nets to ensure, number one po kasi dito talaga yung kaligtasan ng mga bakuna. When already in use, minomonitor po yan through post-marketing surveillance at saka yung tinatawag pong pharmacovigilance at yun nga po, yung post-marketing surveillance.
Tama po, Secretary. Pero ultimately, kayo rin po yung nagde-decide. Kaya nga po itong isang vaccine na papasok na rito, merong IATF Resolution number 44, dated June 20, 2020 na pinirmahan mo, papasok na po yung Sinovac Biotech. Kaya ko po binabanggit dito, Mr. Secretary, meron din pong gastos dito ang Philhealth. Ito pong testing na ginagawa ngayon, nagsimula kahapon, nabanggit nyo yung guidelines nyo. I have a copy of the guidelines. Ang nakalagay lang po dito ay 60 days, pero binayolate nyo na kaagad, sinabi ng isang USEC nyo, hanggang 90 days. So even your guidelines are not being followed. Kaya ko po sinasabi to, Mr. Secretary, gagamitin din po ang pondo ng Philhealth. Your Undersecretary mentioned yesterday that 18 million pesos will be spent for the Abiga Metro Manila. Tama po ba yun?
I will have to validate that, Your Honor.
I'll give you time, Mr. Secretary. Pero
yes, sir.
kung i-cost benefit ko ito, dito po sa guidelines ninyo, yung applicant ng vaccine, magpapasok sa trial, babayad ng 30,000 pesos para mabigyan ng permit ng FDA. Pagkatapos, ang pamahalaan ay gagastos ng 18 million pesos.
Hindi ko, I'm not aware of that. I will look into this, pasensya na po, at titingnan ko ito na pati yung 18 million na binanggit ninyo. Sino po kaya sa DOH po ba ang nagbitaw nitong mga impormasyon na ito?
DOH po, Mr. Secretary. Pero nabanggit ko lang po yan kasi sa dinami-dami po na may mga vaccines na ngayon, paano po napili kung sino yung mauuna? Dahil pagdating po, sinisigurado ko po sa inyo, Mr. Secretary, next year, the same date, August 2021, magkakaroon na naman po tayo ng investigasyon dito sa Senado. Ang pag-uusapan natin, bakit ito yung vaccine na napili, sino yung nabigyan ng vaccine, bakit kulang sa Mindanao, bakit kulang sa Visayas, bakit kulang sa Luzon, at pag-uusapan na rin kung magkano yung nagastos ng Philhealth doon sa vaccine. I am given a glimpse of hope and optimism that the vaccine will be ready. Vaccines will be ready by next year. But I'm saying this, Mr. Secretary, I assure you na meron naman pong investigasyon na mangyayari kung bakit ito yung mga napiling bakuna at kung merong side effects. Dahil sa mga clinical trials, meron po talagang side effects. Let me show you a picture, 2 pictures to be exact. Kita niyo po itong isang vaccine na ginamit, hindi katagalan na nung 60s, buhay ka na siguro niyan, and nung mga pinanganak, putol yung kamay. Let's look at another, yung Elephant Man na bago-bago lang, 2006. Ito po yung vaccine na ginamit. Yung Elephant Man, talagang napuputol yung mga daliri. Ayokong takutin yung mga kababayan natin. Ito po bang pumapasok sa clinical trial ngayon, Secretary, ay insured ng Philhealth? O may liability yung kung sino man yung nag-conduct ng clinical trial?
Ang alam ko po, requirement yan eh. Pagka dumaan po sila dun sa Single Joint Research Ethics Board, meron pong mga conditionalities yan, and one of which is to make sure that the subjects of the clinical trials insured po sila. Meron silang insurance, but hindi ko lang masiguro kung anong extent ng health insurance na kanila pong kinukuha.
Siguro po, Mr. Secretary, as the field marshal of this pandemic, dapat paghandaan nyo na yan kasi ang dami pa hong clinical trials. 100 lang po yung sa Abigan. Marami pa ho yung padating, yung sa Moderna. Ang Pilipinas ba ho, ilan po ang ina-expect nyong magiging participants ng clinical trials na ito? Voluntary po ba ito o sa pilitan? Paano po pinipili ito? Random? 3 sa Visayas, 3 sa Ilocos Region? Paano po ito?
May protocol po yan, Senator, Your Honor. At hindi po yan sapilitan. Bawal po yung sapilitan na ganon. Pero yung alam po, yung kinakailangan niyan may consent at lahat po ng mga safety measures ay nakatalaga at siguraduhin na meron kung nangyaring adverse reactions or adverse events, ready po na ang nagsasagawa ng clinical trial, meron na po silang network of services that will respond to any adverse event.
Bakit po sa ibang mga bansa, Mr. Secretary, yung participant ng clinical trial ay binabayaran pa para maging participant? Bakit po sa atin ay libre?
At titingnan ko po yan. Pasensya na po yung binabayaran na ganon ay hindi po malinaw sa akin na kaalaman. So I will look into that, Mr. Senator, Your Honor.
Delikado rin naman po yung basta papasok ka na lang, tuturokan ka, hindi mo alam kung ano yung nangyari, kung ano yung magiging side effect. Mas mainam pa nga siguro, Secretary, ikaw yung naunang nagpaturok kaya napilitan siguro si Presidenteng siya dahil hindi ka nag-volunteer.
Mr. Senator, kaya meron yung mga safety nets, yung pong insurance at yung kinakailangan yung support.
Pero hindi ka magpaturok na nauna. Ano ba sa Secretary yung Wuhan vaccine? Naunang lalabas ngayon, galing mismo sa Wuhan. Willing ka ba magpaturok sa Wuhan?
Padadaanin po natin yan sa proseso ng ating regulatory FDA para sigurado po tayo na alinsunod sa pamantayan ng kaligtasan, dekalidad at epektibo itong bakuna na ito. Lalo na kung bago, mayroon pong risk na hindi natin alam kung ano ba idudulot nito sa bandang huli. Katulad po nung pinakita ninyong epekto ng thalidomide, ay alam po natin na dapat hanggat sa maaari ay hindi dapat mangyari yung mga ganon.
Let me remind you, Mr. Secretary, that your dilly-dallying and semblance of evasion in answering your is probably reflective of your non-bravery being the field marshal of this pandemic war. Last question na siguro, Mr. Secretary, marami pa magtatanong na mahaba-haba. Bakit po kaya sa inyong pananaw na kayo ang chairman ng IITF ay hanggang ngayon hindi pa ninyo na ilalatag yung mga pwedeng gawin sa pagbili ng bakuna, magkano yung saan kukuha, ganon karami. Si Presidente pa yung nauna na sinabi niya 20 billion pesos para sa mahihirap na mga kababayan natin. Kailan po kayo maglalatag ng ganitong panuntunan nang sa gano'n naman po ay magkaroon ng kaunting pag-asa yung ating mga kababayan? Nag-aalala hanggang ngayon kahit po tayo nandito na sa GCQ sa Metro Manila kung ano yung mangyayari next year. Pero sinisigurado ko po sa iyo na next year magkakaroon ulit tayo ng investigation tungkol dito sa bakuna, and I assume ikaw pa rin yung Secretary of Health. Sana ikaw pa rin yung matatanong natin kasi recorded lahat itong pinag-uusapan natin. Ba't hindi mo magawang proactive yung iyong gawain na ganitong kaaga pa lang pagplanuhan na yan? Kagaya nung nabanggit ko sa test kits kanina na hanggang ngayon wala pa rin presyo. Ano na ngayon? August na ngayon, Marso pa tayo nagsimula. Mr. Secretary, mabalik ako doon sa test kits. Ang dami pa akong nakapila doon na nag-a-apply sa FDA na hanggang ngayon ay hindi pa na-approvean. And to remind you, Mr. Secretary, the purpose of the law, yung law creating FDA, is not to test the fortitude and determination of the applicants, but to provide quality medical devices to our countrymen. Hindi po sinusubok dito yung tiyaga, pagpapakumbaba, pagpila araw-araw na nag-a-apply sa FDA. Kung hindi ang sinusubukan po dito, ano po ba talaga yung quality, affordable medical products and devices para sa ating mga kababayan? So, Mr. Secretary, pakisagot naman yung tanong, kailan lalabas yung iyong roadmap para sa bakuna?
Actually po, yan meron na po tayo. Kasama po dito ang Department of Science and Technology na nakikipag-ugnayan po doon sa Gavi, yung Global Alliance for Vaccines, at saka yung COVAX facility. Meron na pong, kung tama po yung recollection ko, parang 1.5% minimum percentage of the population up to 20 million. Yun ang cap o yun ang limit na pwedeng mabigyan ng bakuna kung sakasakaling ito ay mapatunayan na ligtas. Nakaposisyon na po tayo dyan through this COVAX facility. At ang kinakatakan,
Ang intindi ko po doon sa binanggit niyong COVAX, Gabi, private po yun eh. Yun yung Bill Gates Foundation. So, maghihintay lang po tayo ng awa nila kung ilan yung iaabot sa atin. Siyempre, unahin po.
Yes, sorry sir. Yung po kasing meron tayong tatlo nga na candidate vaccines na kinukonsidera ng ating gobyerno, yung sa Pfizer mula sa Amerika, yung naman sa Russia, yung Sputnik 5, at saka meron din galing sa China naman, at si mismong Pangulong Duterte nga ang na bigyan ng impormasyon nitong mga leaders na ipa-prioritize ang Pilipinas kapag nag-roll out itong mga bakunang ito. In fact, it went to as far as yung financing arrangement din na pinropose ni Secretary Carlos Dominguez kung paano popondohan ito. So meron na po tayo, nakalatag na po. At ang layunin po dito ay dapat mauna tayo hanggat sa maaari.
So, tama po kayo, Mr. Secretary. Nabanggit niyo yung Pfizer kanina. Nandito lang yun sa Pasig, Mandaluyong area. Nandito rin po sa atin yung Abot Laboratories. Bakit po hindi lumalabas na yung mga existing pharmaceutical companies ang inyong kausapin? Nandito na sila. So, siguro pinakahuling tanong na. Akala ko kanina huli. Magkano po ang budget na ilalaan nyo para sa Philhealth members, sa inyong kagawaran, para po sa pagbili ng bakuna at pag-distribute ng bakuna? Kasi sinabi ko nga, pinangungunahan ko na kayo, inoculate ko na kayo, binabakunahan ko na kayo, ito rin ang itatanong next year sa inyo sa isang Senate investigation.
Yung pong pricing structure, hindi pa po gaanong kalinaw. Although, yung sa Pfizer, sinasabi nila na parang $10 or 500 pesos per dose of the supposed COVID-19 vaccine. So, kung ang bibigyan, sana lahat mabigyan. Ang problema lang, dahil yung supply, limited din, so meron tayong prioritization. Yung
So,
mga
Mr.
vulnerable,
Secretary, yung budget ng DOH, yung budget ng Philhealth, ay nakakarga na po yung para sa bakuna. Hindi na tayo magsusupplemental kasi malapit na po yung mga budget hearings natin.
hindi po namin naisama dahil nga kailangan pang tapusin yung usapin with the Finance Department on the financing arrangement that was proposed by Secretary Dominguez. Siguro baka next week.
Bigay na si Presidente ng figure 20 billion.
Tama po kayo. Yung 20 billion na yon ay ang if I recall it, parang hihiramin, magpapautang ang Land Bank or ang BBP, tapos ang bibili ang PITC Pharma ng DTI, tapos ang DOH naman ang mag-a-administer nitong mga bakuna, at siya din ang magbabayad na kung 1 or 2 or 3 years payable, yun po ang isasama sa budget.
Siguro next year, Mr. Secretary, ang pag-uusapan na natin yung interim reimbursement na ng bakuna. Pero dapat ngayon, maplano nyo na yun. I have no further questions. Marami pa hong magtatanong and I'm sure our other colleagues virtually present would be asking their questions right now, Mr. President. Salamat, Secretary Duque. At sana
Maraming salamat po.
next year.
Thank you, Senator Tolentino. As usual, you are within your time. You have 47 seconds left. Anyway, Senator Ping Lacson is recognized. You have
Thank
10
you.
minutes.
Mr. President, Secretary Duque, magandang umaga po.
Magandang umaga po, Senator, Your Honor.
You mentioned in your presentation that IRM, particularly under Circular 2020-0007, is not limited to COVID-19 cases. Can you confirm that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, kindly point out to this committee a provision under that circular to support your statement.
Can I just have a little more time, Your Honor? I'm just looking into my...
Basahin niyo.
All right. While you are checking, we would just like to place on record that we have received a message from General Morales that he is on medical leave and that there is a excuse letter on the way. And then also De Jesus, the Vice President.
Arnel.
No,
Arnel De Jesus.
the current Executive Vice President, Arnel De Jesus, also is sent a letter. They will not be able to attend the hearing, even virtually, because of a scheduled medical follow-up checkup. All right, we just place that on record. And if that Secretary Duque is not yet ready,
Hindi, tutulungan ko na siya, Mr. President.
sige, go ahead, Senator Lacson.
Okay. Basahin niyo yung rational. Wala kayong makikita dyan. Laging binabanggit dito for Mr. Secretary. So, maski hanapin niyo buong maghapon, wala kayong makikita ang pang-justify na saklaw ng IRM, particular na doon sa Circular 2020-0007, na pwedeng sakupin ang non-COVID-19 cases. Kaya tutulungan, wala po kayo makikita, maski maghapon, maski isang linggo kayo maghanap. Wala kayo makikita. Maliwanag po, rebuilding their critically damaged healthcare. Tapos nakalagay sa rational, sa number 1 lang nakalagay dito. Further explicitly clarified to include displaced communities and communities in environmentally endangered areas. Objectives, ganun din. Wala rin kayo makikita. Even yung in-explain to ni Vice President, Senior Vice President Jojo Rosario, na binention niya relative to the direct and indirect effects. Pero may karugtong pa rin of the fortuitous event, Mr. Secretary. Kindly help us, kindly define a fortuitous event. Ano po ba definition sa inyo? Sa pagkaalam nyo, baka hindi tayo magkapareho ng definition ng fortuitous event.
Ang akin pong pagkakaintindi for fortuitous events, ito po yung mga unforeseen na mga force majeure na mga circumstances, yung mga at mga kalamidad.
Fortuitous event?
Well, ang dialysis po ay isang...
Fortuitous event pa ang dialysis? Hindi po, hindi. Kasi...
tama po kayo.
Hindi. Okay, yung maternity care, fortuitous event po ba yun? Hindi rin po, ako na rin sasagot. Kasi nahirapan kayo sumagot
Yung fortuitous event po rito, sir, Your Honor, yung pandemic po.
Pagdoy, Yolanda, Taal, tapos sa Marawi, yan po yung fortuitous events. Ang sabi dyan, acts of God or acts of man. Pero bakit sinabi nyo sa opening statement niyo na hindi limitado ang IRM, particular, magre-refer ako lagi kasi maraming IRM maraming circular na nagko-cover sa IRM. At ito, nagre-refer lagi, nagkaroon tayo ng IRM sa Yolanda, nagkaroon ng IRM sa Ondoy, sa Taal. Kaya may IRM din, circular, para sa in-extend yun na, ginawang pandemic, pero hindi pa rin kami payag doon. Pero pumapayag na rin kami. Pero ang i-stress na rin natin, tanong ko ulit, saklaw ba nito yung dialysis?
Ang dialysis po kasi isang malubhang kalagayan na kinakailangan talagang
Opo,
patuloy.
ganito na po ako, Secretary
Opo.
Duque. Regular benefit claims yung sinasabi ninyo na hindi tatama dito sa circular na pinalabas para sa fortuitous event. O sabihin na natin para sa COVID-19. Yung sinasabi ng dialysis, hindi naman natin inaalis na tulungan din. Pero sa ibang programa, hindi po dito sa 0007 na IRM. Tama po ba yun?
Tama po kayo, Your Honor. We will rectify this
So illegal,
for clarity.
illegal po yung pagbigay ng bayad sa Fibron Avitum na hindi naman nagke-cater sa mga COVID-19 patients. Katunayan, wala silang kapasidad.
Yes, Your Honor. I take note
Sabihin po
of
nun,
this.
pag illegal, may malversation. Kasi hindi patungkol sa tamang dapat paggamitan ng pera. Tama po ba yun?
Tama po kayo, Your Honor.
Salamat po. Yung Midas, nabanggit nyo rin po. Paki-brief nyo nga kami, ano bang history ng Midas? At saka ano ba yung gamit nito, pati yung functions, pati yung capability. Paki-brief nyo nga kami sandali.
Salamat po. Yung pong Midas, ito po yung sistema na ang pinagkaunahan po nito yung Health Information Data Analytics. Na kung saan yung programa na Machine Learning Information Data Analytics System or MIDAS, ito yung nangyari nung akin panahon at ito po ay nagpapakita ng mga outliers, yung pong mga sobrang mga kaso like pneumonia, sepsis in the different regions, in fact pati CS na mukhang naaabuso yung wala po sa standards.
Salamat. Ang Midas po, di ba, ito na hindi man natutuklasan. Tinarbaho po ito na invento, sabihin na natin, for lack of a better word, sa Davao. Tama po ba yun? Yung una po.
Hindi ko po maiugnay sa
Ang
Davao.
nagsimula po nito, si Dr. Page. And I'd like to shift to Dennis Adre because I think he was the regional vice president at the time when this was being developed by Dr. Page. Tama po yun, Mr. Adre? She's still around? Mr. Adre? Dennis Adre?
Yes,
Hello.
Yes, go ahead.
Can you confirm?
Your Honor.
Yeah, sige.
Your Honor, yes, Dr. Page of Davao was designated to develop a local utility program which he labeled as CADRE. And this was a working model already until 2018 when Dr. Roy Ferrer reassigned him to the central office to further enhance. Hello. To further enhance the program. And a few months after, we were informed that there's this MIDAS, which the central office developed. And it's very much the same as the data analytics program that we have already developed in Davao, which cost Philhealth Davao nothing but the overtime of our...
I'm going to that, Mr. Adre. Ang ginamit po dito ng pag-develop, Philhealth time. Kasi empleyado siya ng Philhealth.
Yes, Your Honor.
At ang ginamit po rito, kung meron man, pondo rin ng Philhealth kasi empleyado siya ng Philhealth kasi dinidevelop para sa Philhealth. Tama po ba?
Tama po, Your Honor.
Okay. Nang nalipat siya sa central office, hindi po ba ito'y binili ng Philhealth sa 9 million pesos?
Tama po, Your Honor. I was informed.
Tama po ba yon? Hindi, tama po yun. Legal po ba yon? Matwid po ba yon?
Hindi po, Your Honor, because it was developed already in Davao and it is already the intellectual property of
Yes.
Philhealth, Your
That is
Honor.
correct. And then, bakit babayaran ng PhilHealth? And I'd like to ask Ms. Aragona, kasi sa inyo yata nakadetail noon si Dr. Page. Bakit kailangan bayaran ng PhilHealth yung isang sistema na ang ginamit, time ng PhilHealth, at kung may pondo man, pondo rin ng PhilHealth, tapos bibilan nyo ng 9 million pesos?
Meron pong ginagawa si niya sa region. So ito yung tinatawag na kino-code niya sa pamamagitan ng isang software. Yung 9 point something po ay isang business intelligence na mas malawakan po siya. So yung fragmented na sinasabi nilang system, yung data po pinag-integrate namin at the back end. So iba-iba pong mga databases at data. So kumuha po kami ng eksperto para ma-integrate yung data sa back end. And then ito po ay nagkaroon po kami ng corporate dashboard. So nakita po doon yung mga kailangan namin makita like yung trends, tapos yung link po na iba't ibang mga data. So na-establish po yung tinatawag nating data warehouse, no, po dun sa 9.5 million. So nung time na yon, lumipat si Dr. Benchi, and I recommended also to Dr. Ferrer the transfer of Dr. Benchi for the reason that I can see that this person has also the capability to assist us in the central office. So yung 9.5, this is establishing the data warehouse support. So yung data warehouse po natin, maraming factors yun. May claims, may membership.
Sino po yung binayaran nyo ng 9.5 million?
Bidding po yun, outsource.
Pakisabit nyo na gusto ko makita.
Yes po, ipapaano po namin.
Okay, yung Midas, balikan natin kasi segue ako sa B. Brown. Ang gamit ng Midas, as I showed kanina, nakatulong ito kasi na-establish na yung B. Brown Abitum, napaka-imposibleng makapag-session ng ang kanilang dialysis machine intact. Maraming nabayaran. This was in 2008. And mula 2015 hanggang 2018, sabi ko nga, 811 million na yung nasingil ng B. Brown. Pero nung tiningnan through Midas, nakita doon na, ayan o, yung sa Quezon City nila, imagine, no, not that one. Yan, 133.78%. Ito yung session to capacity rate. Meaning, imposible makapag-session yung, makapag-conduct ng dialysis session, yung 15 makina sa Quezon City. Ang protocol ninyo, ang sinusunod na standard, 90% lamang ang pwedeng kapasidad. Kasi kailangan magpahinga yung makina, hindi naman pwedeng 24 hours yan eh. So 72 sessions in 1 month. Ang tanong, noon pa naka-plug itong B. Brown Abitum, anong agimat meron yan? Ba't hanggang ngayon napakabilis makasingil at wala pa namang kinalaman sa COVID? Nakakasingil pa, nauna pa sa iba. Anybody can answer? Mr. Lim Xiaopo. Okay, explain. Bakit ganyan ka-special ang B. Brown Abitum?
Mr. Chair, Your Honor, good morning po. Hindi ko po bigay sa inyo po yung reason kung mayroon po ba talagang sinasabing favor on the part of the Bibron po. On the part of the claims po, hindi ko rin po nakikita at saka wala rin po akong information that mayroon pong ganyang report on the part of the Midas sa claim ng Bibron, Mr. Chair, Your Honor.
Ba't nakuha namin yan? Kayo, taga Philhealth, hindi nyo alam. Hindi naman kami taga Philhealth, nakuha namin ito. Ikaw may hawak ng pera, dapat responsibilidad mo, mag-due diligence ka bago ka mag-release ng pera. Hindi mo man lang tinignan, yung Midas may history pala na lampas-lampas yung kanilang session sa kapasidad nila. Not once, not twice, not 3 times, not 4 times, but 6 times.
Mr. Chair,
and you failed to see that?
Mr. Chair, Your Honor, ang claims processing po natin po ay nasa regional office po and ang nag-analyze po ng ating claims po ay nasa health finance po natin under sa opisina po ng ating
Never mind, nakakapagod ang sagot mo. Segue ako, Mr. President, kay Gibson Fernandez at saka kay Regional Vice President Juliero. Andiyan po ba kayo?
Yes, Mr. President. Yes, Senator Lacson.
You were cited as being inefficient, by no less than the central office. Kasi sabi doon, you're not doing enough para matugunan yung pangangailangan ng mga hospitals, government hospitals. Unahin ko muna yung Region 8. Yung government hospitals, hanggang ngayon hindi nababayaran. Pero 4 na private hospitals, bayad ka agad. And another issue, now, di ba napirmahan yung Circular 0007, March 20?
Yes, Your Honor.
Inantidate pa nga yung kanyang implementation effectivity ng March 21, pero yung SOP, April 22 lumalabas. Anyway, tinignan namin yung transaction history sa Region 8. Ano? As early as March 20, 2020, Region 8, nakasubmit na kayo sa General Office ng Letter of Intent, Memorandum of Agreement. Ito yung mga requirements eh. Ba't ganun kayo kabilis?
Yes, Mr. President. Yes, Your Honor. Tama po, nakapag-submit po kami. Narinig po ba ako?
Opo.
Okay. Tama po, Mr. President. Yung time po kaya po kami nakapag-submit agad is upon approval po ng EXECOM nung March 16 po, I was already instructed by my immediate supervisor, Assistant Vice President Walter Bacareza, to start engaging with the hospitals since mag-implement na po ng IRM. And then, March 17, I saw a post from our official Facebook page that there will be a 30 billion advance, 30 billion that will be used for the IRM. And considering po that Region 8 is one of the, nung time ng Yolanda po, nakapag-implement ng IRM, we received already some queries from the hospitals kasi alam na po nila yung proseso na magsasubmit po talaga ng letter of intent and a letter of intent. Come March 18, umpisa na pong dumadating na po yung mga letter of intent sa amin. That's where I called Assistant Vice President Walter Bacareza if are we allowed not to accept since there's no yet policy or circular that was published. And he told me that you start accepting the documents. Siyempre, insistent naman po kasi gusto po talaga ni Assistant Vice President Waway Bacareza na gusto niya na Region 8 ang unang-una makapag-release ng IRM. Tinatanong ko nga po siya kung nasaan po kahit man lang draft na mabigyan kami para guided kami kung ano pong magiging proseso. Kasi ang assumption ko po is the same IRM pa rin nung previous na ang assumption ko at that time was kung saan yung hardly hit na COVID, yun po muna ang uunahin namin na asikasuhin. Kaya nga po, ang ginawa ko muna is na-create ako ng IRM committee na composed of my accreditation officer, fund management head, and then local health insurance officers sa mga provinces para po may paliwanag kung ano po yung magiging palisiya ng bagong IRM. So, as I've said, dahil gusto nga ng AVP namin na kami una makapag-submit, tinanggap namin yung mga documents kung kailan talaga namin siya tinanggap for documentation purposes. But I opted not to endorse it to central office until I got the hold of the circular, which was signed on March 20, which was forwarded to the regional office na.
On April 22.
I mean, March 20, yung circular number 7.
Destination date, April 22.
Yung standard operating procedure po, lumabas po siya ng April 22 po.
Yes, correct.
Opo. So yung March 19 naman po, doon naman po ako nakatanggap po ng list ng mga healthcare institutions at saka meron na pong amount po ng computation kung magkano ang pwedeng IRM nila. So I clarified this with VP Waway and he told me na yan daw yung computation na per healthcare institution. So what I did po is I prioritized the hospitals kasi yun naman talaga totally ang unang-unang maapektuhan. So, pero di ko na po pwedeng tanggihan yung mga maternity clinics at saka dialysis na willing mag-apply. So, ang ginawa na lang po namin, first in, first out. Kung sino unang makapag-submit, yun po agad ang ini-endorse namin sa central office. So, once we endorse it to central office po, I don't know na po kung anong magiging proseso doon po, kung sino na po yung magsusort, mag-screen, magbabalidate ng documents as to the completeness, as to the accuracy, as to the tama ba yung amount. So it shall pass through, I think, 3 offices before it will go to the office of the president. It will be, I submit the documents to area office, which is headed by VP Waway, and I think it shall pass through the health finance policy sector, and then it will pass through fund management sector for the certification, and then it will be endorsed to the head office through to the office of the president through HEA, Laborte, and then before it will be signed and approved by the president. So
Anong level ng discretion ng mga regional vice presidents? In your case, Region 8, anong level ng discretion o flexibility ninyo para mamili ng ospital na ma-enroll o kaya magpipirma ng MOA at saka yung pati yung pag-singil ng reimbursement or advance in this case?
Mr. President, on my level, in my case, as long as nasa list po, ang intervention lang po namin is pag mag-submit na sa amin ng letter of intent or a memorandum of agreement, as long as nasa list po siya, we will endorse it to the central office.
So what you're saying, excuse me, Gibson,
Okay,
what you're saying is wala kayong papel sa pagpili ng mga ospital sa region?
Yes,
Yung pagpili. Oh.
yes, Mr. Senator, Mr. President, yung list kasi was pre-identified na binigay sa amin, and nakasad kasi sa circular na if accredited or not accredited, as long as they have license to operate, are entitled for the IRM. So sa level namin, pag nakita namin na may license to operate, accredited pa, so endorse na namin agad siya, regardless kung anong type siya, is a infirmary, level 3 hospital, level 1, or a freestanding dialysis clinic. We will just endorse it to the central office as to the completeness of the document.
I think you did not answer my question directly. Ano yung role ninyo sa pagpiprepara ng listahan ng mga ospital na makikinabang dito sa advance o kaya sa reimbursement galing sa 0007?
Okay, Mr. President, Mr. Senator, ang role lang po namin dito ay tanggapin po yung mga hospital na nagsasubmit na may letter of intent at saka may MOA. Yun lang po yung role namin. Wala po kaming discretion dito kung sino yung pipiliin namin lang na pwede mag-avail o hindi. As pagbasta willing mag-avail ng IRM po, we will accept it and will endorse it to the central office.
So sino namili ng listahan?
Yung list po kasi, Mr. President, Senator, it was just downloaded to the regional offices.
Galing sa central office yung listahan?
Yes po.
Okay. RVP Olero, sa Region 6 naman po, kasi kayo, nabanggit din kayo, napakakupad nyo lang na hindi kayo man lang nag-asikaso ng mga dapat pabayaran. Kaya ang nag-call pa ng attention ng komite si Senator Drilon dahil taga Region 6 siya. Ano po masasabi nyo doon sa listahan naman at saka pagbabayad ng mga ospital sa inyong jurisdiction sa Region 6?
Good afternoon. Sir, as early as March 25, I already wrote a letter to Dr. Pargas asking about the effectivity of the circular. I never got an answer for it, pero nung March 27, gumawa na po ako ng committee sa IRM Validation Committee for our region as required by the circular. Ma'am, on April 8, we already submitted the first batch of our recommendees. Dahil wala naman ho kaming nakuhang listahan galing sa central office kung sino yung mga pwede at kung magkano yung pwede sa kanila. Aside from our list of recommendees, we raised several concerns. Number one, the date of effectivity of the circular, because nakasulat po doon na it's effective upon publication and submission to UP ONAR. So we were asking if it was already submitted so that we know when the effectivity is. The second is whether or not the declaration of a state of emergency through COVID will suffice as an application of the special privileges to those affected by the fortuitous event. And then the third, we said that there's no parameters that were set for the validation request of the hospitals who submitted their intent for IRM. And finally, we were asking about the IRM computation in the circular because we said it's not reflective of the actual services rendered by the hospitals because some hospitals might be at a disadvantage because of the return to hospital and denied claims. Fifth, the validation team cannot provide photos of the effect of the fortuitous event as stated in section 5B1 of the circular. And don't have any findings as to the number of claims destroyed and can no longer be recovered as stated in section 5B2 of the circular. And finally, we are of the belief that the circular refers to fortuitous events such as typhoon, storm, flood, surge, etc., earthquakes. Hence, the objective to rebuild critically damaged healthcare system in order to provide the continuous provision of healthcare services. So these queries or concerns were not addressed, but we still submitted another batch of recommendees on April 8. Replies to this was received only on June 22. So we were not remiss in doing our duty.
But you, just like Regional Vice President Gibson, wala rin kayong role sa pagpili ng mga HCIs
No, sir. Wala
downloaded
po.
from central office.
Wala pong na-download sa Region 6 na listahan, sir eh. Kaya po nagpabalik-balik yung papel namin dahil kami yung nag-compute kung magkano based lang sa circular. Dahil yung mga ibang region, I found out last week na may listahan palang dinownload sa kanila kung magkano ang pwede per hospital. Kasi pwede naman sir mag-apply kahit sinong hospital sa region eh. So yung iba po na nag-apply na sa tingin ng IRM Validation Committee ay hindi pasok doon sa guidelines, sinabihan ho namin sila na we're sorry, we cannot recommend to the central office yung application.
Yeah, Attorney Val, what do you make of this IRM under 0007? May confusion?
Sir, that's why we raised several concerns because we think the circular was not on all fours with the situation of COVID. That's why we were asking for clarifications, which we never got.
But the SOP finally was disseminated on April 22. Did you receive a copy of the SOP?
Yes, sir. We received the copies of the SOP April 22 after we already submitted our recommendations. So
That's 1
maybe
month
that's
after. 1 month after.
yes,
No,
sir.
matumahan. Hindi rin nakakapagtaka kasi pati yung board resolution ratifying the IRM, the circular, late din eh, March 31 eh. March 20 yung IRM circular, pero yung board resolution, sa testimony ni na board member Mercado and Kabading, hindi nga nila in-endorse. They were told to endorse but they did not approve. Di ba?
Yes,
anyway, talon muna ako kay board member Kabading. Are you there? Board member Kabading, are you there? Are you around?
Yes,
Good afternoon sa lahat.
Yeah. You brought out or you brought up the issue on yung manipulation ng financial statement. Hindi masyado napag-usapan. Kindly give the committee a kahit short briefing lang how the financial statement of Philhealth is being manipulated.
Yes, Senator. I'm gonna do it real quick. I'm having my lunch already. I thought I'm not gonna be cold. Okay. Okay. Senate President and also the honorable senators present right now. Let me just give you a quick example of how financial statements are being manipulated. Oh yeah, the term I'm using though is manipulated. But as a result, the financial statement will render unreliable. And this is very dangerous because financial statements are the basis of the board for actions on the ensuing year, whether or not we could fund whatever project we have. Okay, this is just an example, quick one. What I'm going to do is simply validate the figures used by the finance sector headed by Renette Lemsiaco on bigger amount. For example, what bigger amount am I talking about? Let us validate, for example, the benefit claims reported by Renet Limsiaco in his on the income statement or on the cash flow he used. So let us validate this, no? This computation will validate whether or not amount of benefit claim reflected or deducted from the cash flow statement ending December 31, 2019 is correct. The simple computation though is we simply get the beginning balance of the accounts payable. This is 39 billion. We add the benefit claims reported in the we add the benefit claims during the year 2019 of 136. That will be totaling 176 billion. And then let us simply deduct the benefit claims payable ending December 31, which is 79 billion. The benefit claim should be in the cash flow should be 101. But let me show you quickly that what was reflected in the cash flow of the benefit claims deducted is only 98 billion. Slide, please. All right. Look at the statement of cash flow December 31, 2019. The benefit claims in the cash flow is 98 billion. So that is what I'm checking, no? Let me go back to the slide real quick. So the amount that should be deducted in the cash flow should be 101 billion, but what is deducted is only 98. And therefore, there is a variance of 2.5. Okay, when I present this to the board, according to Renet Limsiaco and Arnel, that this amount was simply added to the estimated liability that he set aside for future claims for old age, senior citizen and persons with disability. Okay, fine. But what I'm pointing out though, dapat kasi ideally, itong figure na ito hindi nalalabas. Yung 2.5 billion. This amount should not reflect that when you compute to validate the benefit claims payable reflected in the cash flow should be the same. But what was reflected in the benefit claims in the cash flow is 98, and what was reflected in what should be is 101. All right. Let me give you another sample of unreliable financial statement, a computation again. Let's go now to accounts receivable computation. Okay, here, I told you earlier to take note. Go back to the next slide. Here, on my next slide, let us validate the highlighted amount of premium contribution of 151.4 billion. This is the relevant figure that we are going to validate whether the computation appeared here in the cash flow of 2019 is correct. Okay, let us go to the slide. Okay, this is simply a validation. Okay, let us start by getting the premium receivable of January 1, meaning the beginning of the year of 20 billion. We simply add the premium contribution of during the calendar year of 146. And a total of that is 166 billion.5. And then we simply deduct the premium receivable ending December 31, 2019 of 9.1. What will be the different premium contribution collected should be? Ito yung dapat na lalabas sa cash flow. Meaning ito dapat yun, 157.3 billion. But earlier, I told you to take note of what was presented in the cash flow, only 151.5 billion. Again, if you deduct 157 to 151, you have a difference of 5.7 or almost 5.8 billion. All right. When I presented this to the board, accordingly, this is allowance for uncollectible account, or some one time they answered that this amount was written off. But I asked Renet Lemsiaco to show a worksheet, working paper for this. Until now, they did not show. All right. Again, the relevance here, what I'm saying here, dapat itong 5.7 as a normal computation, hindi yan dapat mag-appear kung ang financial statement mo are not manipulated. What I'm saying earlier, this will render the financial statement unreliable. Again, to reinforce the fact how unreliable the financial statement that being presented to us in the board, let me quickly give you a next slide. Next slide. Ito na po yung second to the last. Ito, yung sobra ng 14 billion yung income statement. Yan. All right. By the way, because of ito naman ang ginawa ni Renet Limsiaco, simply deduct. Ang ginagawa niya, binabawasan niya yung benefit claims to make it appear na kumikita tayo through prior period adjustment. So sa 2018, may prior period adjustment siya na 9.4 billion. And the result of this is the COA's disclaimer of opinion. So ang total na prior period adjustment niya na without basis for 2017 and 2018, total 14.3 billion. All right, so that amount is material, no? It will make the financial statement unreliable, and because of that, as we go on for the ensuing year, this might lead us to a wrong projection or wrong project that actually the Philhealth could not afford to. All right, lastly, I have here a audit findings of COA on 2018 that I only choose one just to give you example how the financial statement of Philhealth for all these years are unreliable. Ito, I extract this from one of the audit findings of COA. The audit findings of COA on 2018 has 23 audit findings. Major audit finding, but I only extracted one in the interest of time because I thought this one is very dangerous now. Very thin line the territory here is very pag dito ka nagkakamali, masyadong delikado ito because this one could be easily manipulated because pera ito. What I'm saying is, okay, let me give you one of this, no, so that I could give you a complete picture of how manipulated financial statement of Philhealth for quite some time, I guess, because COA is having all this kind of audit findings, and yet, before I forget, ito kasing audit findings ng COA or report of COA are actually addressed to the board, but ito naman si Renet Lemsiaco at saka si Attorney Mangawang, I always wonder, these people are not calendaring this as one of the agendas, no? Until now, kung hindi ko pa pinagsasabihan na dapat i-calendar mo itong mga audit findings and AQM ng COA, hindi kinakalendar.
Why is that? Why do you think si SVP Limsiaco refused or continues to refuse to present it to the board? Importante ito, financial statement ng PhilHealth.
Yes. Well, how would I say it? This is for me. This is his work, and if he is honest enough, it is incumbent upon him to actually initiate and be the one to present it to the board. For the reason that he is not, the reason why he is not doing it. Well,
board member, you're not answering my question. Why do you think Mr. Limsiaco has repeatedly refused to present the financial statement to the board?
It's manipulated.
Why would they manipulate the financial statement? Anong objective? Anong purpose?
I'm just wondering the agenda here, no, kung ano yung purpose niya. But I could simply say, pwede kasing paglaruan ito, yung accounts payable. This is my highlight. No?
Paglaruan, paano paglaruan?
Alright, for example, itong audit findings ng COA number 3. I only would like to highlight this because the COA, okay, I will read this and then I will go back to your question kung ano reason, no? The auditor rendered a disclaimer opinion on the fairness of the presentation of financial statement of Philhealth in view of the following. Among others, this is like 23, no? The faithful representation of balance of accounts payable, benefit claims process accounts of Philhealth Region Office pro National Capital Region and Rizal totaling 722.9 million included under the benefit claims payable account with year-end balance of 47.3 billion could not be ascertained due to variance in the amount of 1.7 billion or 1.8 billion between the general ledger and the subsidiary ledgers. And number 2, letter B, the subsidiary ledgers have no detailed information as to the name of healthcare institution members, amount due, transaction date, and other necessary information. Thus, there was no schedule to support the outstanding payables and reconciliation of records between the various HCI and Pro-NCR and Rizal on unpaid benefit claims could not be facilitated. Okay, pwede itong paglaruan eh. Because now you are already putting up a accounts payable. Mayroon kang accounts payable acknowledged in the balance sheet. But there is no support as to who are these people that you have accounts payable. Remember that this is only NCR and I understand naman ang COA, random lang yan eh. Could you just imagine if this is happening all over the country? That the accounts payable reflected in the balance sheet on let's say on December 31, 2018 is not supported by subsidiary ledgers. Like I said, subsidiary ledgers, doon mo makikita kasi kung kanino tayo may utang, date of transaction, which will validate the accounts payable. Having said that, kung yan kasi nandyan yung accounts payable na yan, tapos hindi naman supported ng subsidiary ledgers, magiging you can use it as a leverage for payment kahit kanino na lang. Because you don't have the subsidiary ledger eh. You can play on this account and that's a lot of money kasi we're talking of billion. And this is why I really had a sentiment to Renet Limsiaco because even sana kay Arnel because I understand nandyan siya para dapat tingnan naman, no? Kaya nga nandyan siya, inappoint siya as head, I remember last year, because sana siya yung mag-head ng finance management sector. But I guess Arnel De Jesus is quite busy on other issues, like he became instead the head of, he became a chief operation officer that was used to be occupied by General Boy De Villa. Eh si Arnel naman, with due respect to him, ang forte naman niya is he is an accountant. So he's supposed to be, ang forte niya dapat dito siya sa FMS together with Renet Limsiaco. And I'm sure, and yun na nga, he is there supposedly to replace or somehow what's Renet Limsiaco. So, Your Honor, you were saying...
My question, why do you think he would manipulate the financial statement? Anong gain by anybody for that matter? Kasi when you do something, siyempre meron ka reason.
Maybe you could pick you could make your pick, Senator. I could not.
I want to hear it from you because you're the insider.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Senator. Let me see. Yun na nga, sinasabi ko, pwede kasi paglalaruan ito, Mr. Senator. Yung accounts payable na yan eh. Because like I said, wala naman siyang support sa subsidiary ledger. And it is only done randomly. You can just imagine if it is all over the country.
Okay, I will not pursue that anymore. Mr. President, I'd like to give a chance Mr. Renet, kina Rene Limsiaco, kay Ms. Aragona, kay Mr. Gabuya, and even si Attorney Labe to redeem themselves. Dito muna kina Ms. Aragona. Will you still insist? Kasi during the last hearing, you were insisting na ang pinoprocure nyo yung 15 units switches. 2960 XR244, yung 348. Now, I want to give you a chance to redeem yourself because you lied under oath during the last hearing. And you were rebuffed by no less than the winning bidder, Microgenesis. Now, I'd like you to redeem yourself. Will you still insist? And that goes to kay ano rin, kay Mr. Gabuya. I-insist nyo pa ba na yung talaga pinoprocure nyo? Kasi pag insist nyo pa yan, I might move to cite you in contempt kasi may COVID dito sa Senate. Sige, go ahead.
Mr.
Alex.
Yung tanong na ini-insist yung 2960 XR ay hindi niyo yung pinoprocure. Yun po, ang specifications kasi po namin ay generic. Wala siyang brand, wala siyang model. Ang 2960 XR po ay mga proposals po yun ng mga vendors. Yun po yung totoo.
Well, pupunta ako kay Colonel Laborte kasi kayo, pareho kayo IT.
Yes po.
Kami, pwede nyo kami paikuti sa technicalities. That's why it's good that Colonel Laborte is around. So, Colonel Laborte, can you make your comment? Tama ba yung sinabi niya na generic?
Good morning, Mr. President. Good morning, Senator Lacson, sir. Sir, hindi na po generic, sir, because na-award na po kasi yan, sir. So, it must have a model, a specification, required specification by the agency. So, it cannot be generic anymore, sir. Ang binibili nila, sir, is 9224 port. Kasi, sir, yung back mismo ng NCR, she gave me the contract including the supporting documents. So, I saw it myself and it was scanned sa Office of the President, sir. So, they cannot lie. Because nandun, sir, lahat ng documents, sir.
As a matter of fact, yung Microgenesis mismo, sila nagsabi na talagang 9200 yung susupply nila, yung pinoprocure.
Yes.
So will you still insist? I'm warning you.
Hindi, sir, ganito po. Ang sinasabi ko po, yung specifications po ng PhilHealth
No,
ay
ano
generic.
pinoprocure nyo? Ganun lang kasimple.
Yung
Ano
pinoprocure,
nyo
yung
na
bid,
15 units?
yung bid po ng
No, ano pinoprocure nyo?
switches po.
Yeah, I know. But ano yung specs? 9200 or 2960 XR?
Generic po yun, sir. Wala po kaming binibigay na ano.
Attorney Labe, yes.
Paano generic? Awarded na nga eh.
May I
Anong
po?
generic pa?
Sir, una-una po, yung procurement po ng Swiss na yan ay ginawa po ng PRO ng National Capital Region. So, hindi po kami yung nag-procure.
Well, again, I'll ask you.
Opo.
What were you procuring? 2960 XR or 9224?
Gaya po ng sabi na nasa terms of reference po, wala po yung brand doon, even the model. So,
Awarded na nga.
po,
Awarded na nga.
yun po yung process, ay yun po yung sa huli na
So again, my question, pabalik-balik tayo. Ano yung pinrocure nyo? 9200 or 2960?
Mr.
No,
Senator,
just answer my question.
Sir,
hindi po kasi kami yung ano, sir. Pwede po bang may refer dun sa IT expert kung sino nag-procure?
Yes,
Para
sir.
mas mapaliwanag po.
para lang maano yung
Opo.
clarity,
Anyway,
may we request our NCR procurement kasi sila po yung nag-procure ng
Okay,
item.
I'll shift muna kay Atty. Labe. Yung last hearing, di ba, sinabi mo, you flagged the procurement of the 15 additional switches. Why?
Sir, because I was already informed by Balaborte that it is overpriced po yan. And if I may be allowed,
Go ahead.
Mr. President, when the Senate asked for the record of this, I looked for this record, and the one that I read the last hearing was with regard to the abstract of canvas. Yes, it is Cisco 2960XPOE. But, Mr. Senator, Mr. President, the terms of reference procurement of one lot layered network switches was missing. And I found out that under the contract, it was not also missing, Mr. President. Hence, I looked for this document and it was given by Pro-NCR. But the original one what was indicated in the original document and the reference information, it would appear that they are procuring 9200 po.
Yes, that is correct.
And the one that I have here from NCR,
So are you telling the committee now that the two are lying? They continue to lie before the committee?
Based
They're
on
insisting that it's 90, that it's 2960.
based on document.
Based on the document, it's 9200, correct?
Yes, sir. But the one they are supplying me
Mr.
when I
President,
inquired
I
for
move
this.
to cite in contempt of this committee Ms. Jovita Aragona and Calixto Gabuya.
Mr. President,
I so move, Mr. President. Wait a minute.
I
Yes,
For
Mr. Gaboya.
continuously
ah,
evading and lying before this committee.
pwede po bang sabihin na ang sinasabi ko po ang sinasabi niyo po ay yung proposed po ng vendor, 9200 po 'yon. Ang sinasabi ko po ay yung specifications po ng PhilHealth na walang modelo, walang brand. So, yun po yung sinasabi ko po.
Hindi, simple lang tinatanong sa'yo ni Central Lacson eh. Ano ba yung bibili nyo sana? Ano yun nandyan?
Ay yung proposal po ng vendor ay 9200 po. Yun po yung gusto kong sabihin po. Yung sinasabi po tama po yung sinasabi ni Attorney Labe na 9200 po yung proposal po ng vendor. At yung yun po yung nanalo na proposal. Based po dun sa needed specifications po na ano namin.
So ang sinasabi ko, yung in-award nyo for 9224 port, not 2960 XR, di ba?
Tama po yun.
O yun, edi inamin mo rin. Why do you continue to beat around the bush?
Mr. Chair.
Ms. Aragona, yes.
Yes po. Siguro yung ano lang po, we apologize yung pagkatanong
Yeah,
po. Kasi,
I gave
yes
you
po.
a chance to redeem yourselves. Di ba? Yan ang opening statement
Yes
ko.
po. Sorry po.
Kung sinabi nyo lang nagkamali kami last hearing, na-confuse kami, I'll accept that. But you still insist up to now, until confronted by the documents, care
Opo,
of
sir.
Attorney Labe, saka kayo nagme-make ng amends.
Hindi po, sir.
Hindi pa rin.
Hindi po. Sorry po. So, if that is the end result of the procurement, then it is the 9200
Yes.
po. Yes po.
Yung lagi sinasabi ko noong pang first hearing, second hearing. And you were insisting na 2960 XR. Niloloko nyo kami.
Hindi naman po, sir.
Ay, anong tawag mo doon?
Siguro yung pag-term lang kasi isa kan.
Anong pag-term? Magkaiba nga yung 2960 at saka 9200. Iba presyo. Yung 2960, according to Colonel Laborte, out of sale. E may certification pa kayo as of August 5, July 13, out of sale na. At paano kayo magre-refer doon sa isang item na available noong 2016 at wala na sa merkado? Will you still insist? No more.
So, ano na lang po isa document na NCR. Yeah, it's
Ayun na
that.
nga yung document ng NCR eh.
Yes po, sir.
So what will you say now?
The item to be procured is 9200 as the
Thank you.
result of the bid.
So you lied before.
No, sir, based on the context lang siguro.
So you're still lying because you're telling us that you did not lie.
Sige, sir, the 9200 is the one being procured.
That's why I'm asking you. You lied during the last hearing and before that.
Sir, may I know po yung question ng last hearing?
Tinamahan ka ng magaling.
Why don't you just simply admit that you made a mistake?
Yeah, as simple as that, and we will
Mr.
forgive
Dayo.
you.
Then we will not act on the motion of Senator
Yeah, I'm
Lacson.
willing to withdraw my motion. But admit,
Yeah. Sir, we
Go ahead.
admit po na
you
nagkamali
did
po
not tell us the truth.
Nagkamali po kami.
No, you admit that you did not tell us the truth. Wag na yung lie. Do you admit that you did not tell us the whole truth before? Just say it. I'm willing to withdraw my motion.
Yes po.
Thank you. That's all, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Lacson.
Mr. Chair.
Yes,
By the way, I'm withdrawing my motion, Mr. Chairman.
thank
In the
you.
spirit of COVID-19.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Lacson, because we have not disinfected the detention centers of the Senate. Yes, Mr. who is that?
Siako po.
Mr. Rene Osiaco. Well,
Magandang hapon po, Mr. Chair, Your Honor. And maraming salamat po sa oras na...
Before you proceed, meron pa akong 5 seconds. Ikaw rin, ma-redeem. Last question na ito, Mr. President.
Maraming salamat po.
Okay,
Chair,
did
Your Honor
did you know about the memorandum issued by Jan Morales instructing the regional vice presidents na mag-issue ng BIR Form 2307?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. So, pinagko-commit nyo ng crime yung mga regional vice presidents because you knew for a fact na hindi naman talaga nababayaran yung mga ospital, di ba, mga HCI. Pero sinasabi nyo, mag-issue ng BIR form para sabihin na nakabayad sila. And in fact, hindi makakabayad kasi hindi pa nga liquidated. I'm giving you a chance, Mr. Lim Chauco. Baka ikaw maiwan dito.
Maraming salamat po, Mr. Chair, Your Honor.
So you
intention
also did not tell us the truth nung tinanong kita about withholding tax.
Ang withholding tax po, sinasabi ho natin, ang una po ay hindi ho tayo nag-withheld dahil po ang kasadvance yung treatment po natin. But sabi po ng ating tax consultant po na talagang magbabayad ho kami ng tax. Yun po, nag-decision ho yung EXICOM na
Mr.
magre-remit po
Limsao po,
dahil
yung memorandum, ang date, mas nauna kaysa doon sa yung pagbabayad mo. Wait. Di ba, August 3 ka nagbayad?
August 3 po nagbayad.
August 7 yung memorandum.
Tapos po nag-issue ng memorandum po.
Oh, okay. So kung nagbayad ka na nga sa BIR, bakit pinag-i-issue mo pa na yung ng BIR Form 2307 yung mga RBPs? Ipapahamak mo sila.
Mr. Chair, Your Honor, ang intention po noon ay para po maibigay sa mga ospital ang 2307 and mai-deduct na rin po natin sa claim sa liquidation ng mga
Paano yun?
hospital.
Nabayaran mo na yung BIR.
Yes po, Mr. Chair, Your Honor. Nabayaran na po natin yung BIR.
Ang gugulo ng mga sagot nito. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, Your Honor.
Yes, go ahead.
Explain ko lang po yung sa financial report po. As mentioned po, maraming salamat sa pagpapalabas po ng issue na ito. And then of course sa ating board member Kabading that ni-raise po ito and para po mabigyan po natin ng linaw. The financial report po ng corporate gawa po sa regional office. Kanya-kanya po sila gumagawa ng FS nila. And then ito po ay kinoconsolidate sa central office together with the financial report ng ating head office po ng controllership department po. Ito po ay kumbaga gawa hindi lamang ng isang opisina but maraming opisina po. Pangalawa po, ang ating financial report po ay nipresenta po ito sa ating executive committee. Nandyan po ang ating executive vice president and CEO, si Mr. Arnel De Jesus, na siya po ay tumitingin sa financial report din po natin. Galing po sa isang pinakamalaking accounting firm po sa bansa. And siya po ay kilala din po sa accounting industry po. Kumbaga, yun po ang ating pagkatapos po, ito po ay aprobahan ng ating presidente and then pinipresenta po ito sa audit committee and after the audit committee po, nagre-recommenda po sila. Ang head po ng ating audit committee ay si Ma'am Sharon Almanza na taga Bureau of Treasury po na representante ni DOF Secretary. And then po, ito po ay once pakinggan po nila ang financial report po natin at saka masuri po, ito po ay nirekomenda para i-present sa board. And ang financial report po natin ay ina-presenta, discuss and ina-approve po ng board before po natin isasubmit sa ating commission and audit po. 19 po na financial report po natin ay sinabit na po natin sa commission and audit and ongoing po ang verification ng ating commission and audit on the financial report ng Philhealth po. And ang mga concern po ni BM Kabading raised kanina, ito po ay diniscuss sa audit committee and diniscuss din po sa board po ng June, kung hindi ako makakamali, June 26, 2020. Ang pinapakita niya po dito ay isang analysis na ang benefit expense at saka yung cash mismo na pinapalabas ng corporation, kung binabangga po. Ang maganda naman po ang analysis ni BM Kabading po, ang nakikita ho natin dito on the part of benefit expense and pagbangga sa benefit payment po ay mayroon isang transaction na non-cash transaction siya dahil po ay expenses on the part ng benefit natin intended for the accrual ng lifetime member na hindi po lumabas yung pera, nakaset up po siya as payable. That is part ng compliance po ng Philhealth na magsiset up po ng liability account for the lifetime members. of the Republic Act 10606 or 7875 as amended po. So yun po ang explanation doon sa benefit expense po. And meron pa po mga nandiyan, mga impairment po na tinignan din po ni EBPRNL po ito. And yung prior year adjustment at 2018 po na sinasabi po natin that mayroon accrual sa at the end of the year, gumagawa ho tayo ng financial report po, and doon na part of benefit po natin, ang hospital ay binibigyan ng 60 days na pag-submit ng kanilang ng kanilang claim sa atin po. Itong 2 buwan po ito ay kasama din po as part ng benefit expense natin to address the conservatism na principle ng accounting. At the same time po, ito po ay ni-estimate ng ating actuary office, and during the time po ng 2018 po, mayroon po siyang si Ma'am Neri, mayroon estimate na 24.8 billion na natawag natin dito na IBNR. These are claims na sa hospital pa na hindi pa na-submit sa Philhealth. And yan po ay sinama natin as part of benefit expense ng 2018. Now, pagdating ng 2019 po, yung actual mismo na claims na pumapasok lang, from the 24.8 billion na estimate po, ay umaabot lamang ng 15 point something billion. So in other words po, ang prior year adjustment po na ginawa natin para ipapakita sa libro po kung magkano lang ba talaga ang claims na pumasok on that year. And of course, kailangan natin i-adjust yung libro dahil kung hindi naman po natin ma-adjust, lalabas po niya ay lalaki ang benefit claims payable po natin na sinasabi nga kanina ni BM Kabading, wala naman po supporting documents po. Kaya po tayo.
Mr. Umsiao.
Yes po, sir.
Umsiao, no? Limsiao, Mr. Limsiao. To those listening to us who are not well versed in the use of the Tagalog language, yung paggamit mo ng natin, ibig mo sabihin namin. Kayo lang yun, hindi naman kami kasama sa PhilHealth, no?
Sorry po.
Yung mga ugali talaga kumisan tayong ganun eh. Dinadama yung iba eh. O yung gawa natin, o ganyan. Dinadamay nyo kami, gawa nyo lang yun eh. Kayo namin na lang ang gamitin mo. No? Huwag paulit-ulit na natin. Hindi kami kasali. Pangalawa, natatanda ko nung araw eh, magkasama kami ni Fernando Po Jr. Nakikinig siya sa hearing ng Kongreso. Sabi niya sa akin, pagka yung mga mahahabang sumagot at ang paikot-ikot na sinasabi, hindi accurate. Ay sa haba ng sinasabi, paikot-ikot na nangyayari. Anyway, we have that on record. The request earlier with General Morales, and I'm sure he is monitoring now, no? Although he said he's not virtually present, or probably his staff is monitoring. We asked for the SAL-ends of your heads, no? And in our request, we asked that the SAL-ends of those from the year they first entered PhilHealth up to the present. You only submitted 2019. We have it now in our possession, but I hope you can forward to us by tomorrow the SAL-ends of those named persons or officials from the time they entered PhilHealth up to the present. Please, thank you. So now we will recognize the officers, Senators Recto and then Rilon, and Senator Subiri has withdrawn until later. And then those who did not ask questions the other time were not able to ask questions, like Senator Pangilinan, and then those who are virtually present as they logged in. And they are Po, Go, Ontiveros, Marcos, Lapid, Villanueva, Villar, Cayetano, and then perhaps Subiri. So right now, the President Pro Tem, Senator Ralph Recto, is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Let me follow up on the points earlier made also by yourself and Senator Lacson, especially on the financial statements. But before I do that, Mr. President, may I ask the representatives of the board, nandito ho ba yung kinatawa ng Department of Finance?
Yes, Mr. Chair, Mr. Senator.
Oh, thank you very much. Yeah, what is your role in the board?
I'm the second alternate of the Secretary of Finance, Your Honor.
And why is it that the DOF sits in the board? What is the purpose of the DOF sitting in the board?
Well, to oversee especially on the financial matters of the corporation, Your Honor.
Okay, so thank you very much for that. So isn't it that you are also the chairman of the audit committee?
Yes, Your Honor, since I think it was late 2018 because it's a requirement by GCG that someone with finance background has
Correct.
to chair the committee.
Okay, so let me go straight to the point. Etong financial statements, because this is a serious allegation, di ba? Na dinodoktor, so to speak, yung financial statement ng Philhealth. Okay? Sa iyong tingin ba, talagang dinodoktor ba ang financial statement ng Philhealth? Ikaw ang chairman ng audit committee, nabanggit kanina rin yon. Oh, please proceed.
Your Honor, it's a very difficult question, to be honest. I have a finance background, but I'm not an auditor. I'm not an accountant like BML. And when the financial statement is usually presented to the committee, of course, we look at the details, but I myself, I don't really look into the individual notes. I presume that it's I usually assume regularity when it's being presented, especially that it also goes through the Commission on Audit. I think it's a matter of proper explanation on the
Are you saying that the financial statements are inaccurate? Significantly inaccurate.
for the 2018, Your Honor, because of the disclaimer of COA, they were not able to provide an opinion, and it's really because of the non-submission of some documents that hampered the commission on providing an opinion on the statements. But I don't have I cannot say for sure that it's inaccurate, Your Honor.
So you could say also it is accurate. Ganun ba yun? Okay. Aren't you with the Treasury Department?
Yes, Senator.
Okay. Now, mahalaga tong usaping ito dahil unang-una, well, sa ngayon, ang unang trabaho ng Department of Finance dito ay pangalagaan yung contributors, yung pera, at yung taxpayers' money na pumapasok sa PhilHealth, di ba? Okay. Now, lalo na sa panahon natin ngayon na may pandemic tayo. Okay? Now, dito sa financial statement, meron na ba kayong, what is your latest financial statement nga pala? Meron na ba kayong June?
Yes, Your Honor. It's been presented to the board.
Okay. So why is it, I requested for these 2 hearings already, hanggang ngayon hindi pa nasabit sa Senado, yung June.
Maybe Mr. Lemshaco, Mr. Rinet can respond to that, Your Honor, because it was already presented to the board when we
Yes,
had
thank you
one
very
more
much for
hearing
that. Yeah. Mr. Limshaco, bakit hindi pa rin ninyo sinasubmit sa committee ang financial statement ng June na hiningi natin noong nakaraang 2 pagdinig na? Ang dami ninyo sinasubmit pero yung financial statement ng June wala pa.
Mr. Chair, Your Honor, Senator, ang sabi po ni Doc Badet po ng ating core plan po ay naibigay na po yung financial statement po ng June sa Secretariat po.
Well, we can ask the Secretary dahil sa ngayon, wala pa rin sa amin, sa aking tanggapan. No? But sige, we'll get to that para hindi sayang oras natin. Let me go back to the representative of the Finance Department. Dito sa March financial statement, kulang-kulang ang assets ninyo 220 billion. Tanggalin natin yung property and equipment, intangible, other assets. Hindi ho ba roughly meron kayong mga 200 billion worth of investments din? Kasama na yung cash equivalent. At meron kayong investment in time deposit, meron kayong investment in securities. Galing kayo sa Treasury. Ito madaling i-verify ito. Bank accounts lang itong pag-uusapan natin dito eh. Di ho ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so tama to. May mahigit 200 billion.
For financial asset, yes, Your Honor. That's correct.
Okay? In fact, there are investments. In fact, may interest income pa nga eh. Is that correct?
Tama po yun.
Okay. So, meron tayong panlaban sa pandemya na galing sa PhilHealth, tama?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you have a financial plan already for PhilHealth to fight this pandemic? Halimbawa, estimates ng ilan ba ang gagastusin niyo sa mga testing kit ng COVID-19?
Sir, the management presented their computation on the testing kits and also on the COVID-19 cases using the
Correct.
case rate.
Di ba? Okay?
Yes,
Now,
Your Honor.
sa ngayon, ilan ho ba ang na-test na natin? Di ba roughly 2 million? Are you aware of that? That we have already tested roughly 2 million in the country nationwide.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay? And kung babayaran ng PhilHealth yan, 3,500 kada isa, on the average, lagay na natin, 7.2 billion yan. Tama ho ba?
Tama po.
Okay.
Tama
Now,
po yun.
so maliwanag yan. Okay, now, ang karamihan din na nagbabayad ng test ngayon, yung mga local government. Hindi rin gastos ng PhilHealth yan. Okay, ang tanong ko ngayon, simple lang. Bakit hindi nyo nababayaran, halimbawa, ang Red Cross? I know that's for the management, pero importante yung board dito. Dahil we're fighting the pandemic. Di ho ba? May tungkulin din yung board dito eh. Okay, so, can anyone answer me? Bakit halimbawa, hindi nyo nababayaran itong mga testing kit? Bakit nakikita natin sa TV ngayon na halimbawa nagre-reklamo ang Red Cross? I can imagine that there are others as well. Na may 200 bilyon kayo. Maliwanag.
Sir, for the testing kits, what I know is...
No, to pay for the test, To pay
Yes,
for the test. Not the testing kit. To pay for the test, yes. Oh.
Sir, there's a guidelines that being followed by PhilHealth using the DOH guidelines dun sa what can be charged to PhilHealth. Yun po yung alam ko, and I think the corporation entered into a MOA with the Red Cross.
Yes. Okay.
And paid them in advance a certain amount. I'm not sure if it's 100 million or
Whatever that amount is, yes. I read those in the papers, no? So I think babalik sa board na naman yan, right? Kasi may kontrata sa inyo up to 900 million, something like that.
Yes, sir.
And then I think the board will have to approve something to increase it. Diba? Is that correct? I mean, something like that, right? Dadaan ulit sa board.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
I'm only emphasizing how important the board is. Okay? And you being the representative of the DOF, you play an important role. In fact, you're chairman of the audit committee. Okay? Now, having said that, alam natin ngayon na more or less 200 bilyon yan. Yun nandyan. Palagay ko, yun accurate. Okay?
Yes, sir.
So may pera tayo. Okay, tanong. Do you report to the Secretary of Finance? How often do you report to him on the condition of PhilHealth?
Sir, I provide highlights of the board meeting every time we have a meeting.
Okay,
So I
including the financial plan to fight COVID-19 of DOH na gagastusin ng PhilHealth. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, on the IRM and
Yes.
on vaccine, yes.
Okay, very good. Okay. Oh, incidentally, did you sign off to the IRM? Pumayag ba kayo sa IRM?
Sir, yes, because when it was presented to the board, they mentioned that it's been done in the past. It was
Okay, thank you. I
legal
will get
and
into
it's been-
details. Yes, okay. Okay. Now, we are discussing now, incidentally, bayanihan too. Okay, we got bogged down on one issue. Well, there are several issues, but one issue. There seems to be a request from the palace that we use taxpayers' money to give PhilHealth 10 billion to pay for testing. Bakit natin bibigyan ng PhilHealth ng 10 billion kung meron kayong 200 billion? Could you answer that? Dapat pa bang bigyan ng PhilHealth ngayon ng 10 billion to pay for their obligations sa testing, knowing that you have 200 billion yet?
Sir, I'm not aware of the instruction, but I think it's based on the context that following the computation of SVP Santiago, the fund will be depleted by next year.
Okay. We're talking about this year, ah. And I don't think that the fund will be depleted by next year. Not yet. Unless talagang palpak tayo. Ha? Gumastos na tayo ng 350 billion, gagastos tayo ng 150 billion. Pag hindi pa natin tinalo tong COVID na to, ay talagang palpak tayo. That's the problem. Right? Okay. No, my advice is this. Dapat mag-usap-usap kayo. Ha? There is a request to give PhilHealth 10 billion in Bayanihan to pay for testing. My impression initially was that we needed 10 billion to improve our capacity to test. Yung pala pambayad. So it would appear walang pera ang PhilHealth. But then, that's why I took the initiative today in this hearing to find out from you as representative of the DOF that it is accurate to say that they have at least 200 billion of cash and investments. So, ibig sabihin, hindi kailangan yung 10 billion. Pwede natin gamitin yun sa iba kung sakasakali. Okay? So, I just wanted to put that on the record as well. No? Could you submit to us, alam kong kulang yung oras natin eh, can you submit to us the financial plan for the pandemic based on the actuarial of PhilHealth? Yung present sa inyo. Being chairman of the Finance Committee, Audit Committee, could you submit to the Senate? Okay.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you very much. Another question. Ito, we've had testimonies after testimonies of fraud dito sa PhilHealth. Mga reklamo, parang nag-aaway-away sa loob ng PhilHealth. Ito to ba na-discuss sa board?
Yes, sir.
Meron?
Some of them, yes.
So are you familiar already with these issues?
Fraudulent claims, yes, sir.
Yeah. What about itong mga binabanggit na mga VP sa region? Ito mga mafia na pinag-uusapan.
Sir,
not only fraudulent.
Merong mga ganong discussion, but I don't know them personally, sir.
Oo.
I'm not really...
Si board member, what his name? Kabadtig, who testified earlier, he's with the board, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Oh, didn't he bring this up into the board? These issues?
Not...
On manipulating the financial statements?
He presented that, sir, yes.
Oh, what did the board say? Nung diniscuss ninyo sa board?
The board took note of the analysis, and sir, because EVP Arnel De Jesus is a retired SGV, we also manifested that there's I think there is already technical consultant to strengthen financial reporting of the corporation. And there's also a need to enhance their accounting system because, as mentioned by Mr. Limshanko, they're doing it manually, consolidating all the financial reports of all regions, taking time to consolidate in the central office.
Okay. Thank you very much for all your responses. Much appreciated. Let me now ask the representative of DBM. Nandito ba ang kinatawan ng DBM?
Your Honor.
Yes. What is your role in the board and why do you think you are in the board? Bakit sa tingin mo ginawa sa batas na miyembro din kayo ng board?
Good afternoon, Your Honor. I'm Director Ryan Lita.
Good afternoon, Director. Yes.
I'm the second alternate to the Secretary of the Department of Budget management attending for the DBM in Philhealth board.
Okay? And would you say na kayo, in effect, kayong ex-officio board members, ang senior board members sa board? Kayo yung, ang tawag ko mga big brother sa board. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay? Ibig sabihin, importante kayo dyan. Okay, ngayon. There is another allegation on overpricing sa IT equipment. Okay? Hindi ba ang operational budget ng Philhealth sinasabit sa DBM yan?
For the after the universal health law was passed, the budget of the PhilHealth is submitted to DBM for information purposes only as expressly.
Correct. I know. We put that there eh. Para bantayan ninyo yung operations ng PhilHealth. Yung
Yes, Your Honor.
expenses, yung IT. Alam natin yun ang magiging problema eh. Di ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
Anong committee? What committee do you chair?
Your Honor, I just joined the PhilHealth board as ex-officio representative on August 2019, and I was not assigned any committee chairmanship yet. Mr.
Okay.
Chair.
Okay. Pero normally, what does the DBM chair in the board?
I don't recall any, Mr. Chair.
So you don't, but you're a member of all the committees, I suppose.
I am a member of the audit committee, Mr.
Of the
Chair.
audit committee. Okay. Hindi ba rin nyo in-audit itong IT system na to? Di ba ang DBM, alam ninyo lahat ng presyo niyan?
Actually, Mr. Chair, when the CY 2020 budget for IT was presented to the audit committee, the DBM representative who attended such committee meeting already raised the necessity for the DICT approval of their ISSP. That's why I think it was discovered later on that through the internal audit of the IT system, that some of the projects are really not included in the ISSP approved by the DICT.
Okay. So you are testifying here, talaga may problema dyan sa IT na yan. Yes, we're asking you guys what you know right now as board members there Okay? So, may problema talaga yung IT.
Yes, insofar as the process of including it in the approved ISSP of the DICT, because it's the DICT who would know the standard costing and the appropriate technology applied for the IT equipment of government.
So, dalawa yan, ha? You have the DICT, which we created by law also. Okay? Then, you have the DBM on operations. And alam din nyo yung mga presyong yan. Diba? Kasi procurement din kayo May procurement office din kayo Okay? So, you can verify these things. Diba? In fact, I suppose DBM must have a sophisticated IT system too. Imagine 4.3 trillion yung budget na inahawakan ninyo Ito nga 140 billion lang So you must have a sophisticated IT system. Okay? So bantayan ninyo na mabuti yan dahil ang susi din ng PhilHealth yung tamang IT. Okay?
Yes, Mr.
DBM. Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. Now, thank you for your responses. Much appreciated. No? Okay. Now, meron din tayong kinatawan ng mga private hospital. Nandito ho ba yung kinatawan ng private hospitals?
Yes, Mr. Jimenez, Dr. Jimenez, yes.
Yes, Dr. Jimenez.
We'll give you an extension of 2 minutes, Senator.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Jimenez, the third allegation na may problema dito, tatlo to yung manipulation of the financial statement, yung IT system, at yung pangatlo, etong IRM. Okay? Now, you are sitting as a representative of the private sector. Is that correct? Representing the private hospitals. Is that correct? Do we have the representative with us? Nandito ho ba yung representative?
Yes, they're online. Nakamute.
Nakamute lang. I can't see him kasi and I can't hear anything, Mr. President. Nandito ho ba? Yes.
Yeah, now he's open.
Okay. Yes. Isn't it that you are representing, and we put that in the Universal Healthcare Law, para lahat ng stakeholders kasali dito, that you are representing the private hospitals. Is that correct? Do I hear a response? Is there a response?
You're again muted, Dr. Jimenez. Yeah, now.
Healthcare providers, representative. Di ba?
Right, now. Oh, you muted it again eh.
Who is he representing ba?
Jimenez, the hospitals.
Sir, he is the president of the Hospital Association
Yes.
of the Philippines.
Okay. But is he in the board?
No, sir.
He's not in the board. No, meron,
Yes, sir.
who is the representative of the healthcare provider? Is he
Mr.
with us,
President?
Brigadier General Padua?
Mr. President?
Secretary Duque, yes, you may respond.
It's actually the corporate secretary.
No, the reason why I was calling the representative of the healthcare provider who sits in the board, and if I'm not mistaken, it's Representative Brigadier General Marlene Padua. Is she with us? Because the third allegation is the IRM. Okay? Trabaho din niya na siguraduhin na tama yung paggastos ng pera dito, pati yung mga benefits. Kundi hindi magiging sustainable, magkakaproblema ang healthcare providers in the future.
Attorney Mangawang is seeking the floor to answer the question of your question, Senator Rec.
Okay, thank you, Mr. President. Yes, Attorney Mangawang, you are representing what?
No, sir, I just want to inform the Senate that Bijan Padua informed me that she would not be able to join today's hearing, but it is Brigadier General Marlene Padua, who is the representative of the healthcare provider sector. She is just attending another equally important meeting, but she said that once the meeting has concluded, she will try to join the meeting via Zoom. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. So sayang, wala...
Plugs in, Senator Recto, so that you can go back to that particular question.
Okay, so sayang, wala dito yung kinatawan natin. Now, naririnig natin sa mga balita, maybe I can address this to the chairman of the board, the secretary of the DOH. Okay? Naririnig natin sa mga balita ngayon na maraming, I don't know kung nagre-resign, nagli-leave of absence. It would appear that Philhealth is imploding, and ayaw natin mangyari yan sa panahon ng pandemya. Okay? Na kailangan natin ng Philhealth ngayon, na alam natin may 200 bilyon available dyan, panggastos dito. Okay? Now, sa kalusugan ng ating mamamayan. At marami may hospital leave. Okay. Sino ngayon ang nagpapatakbo ng Philhealth? Chairman Secretary Duque. Meron ba tayong mga replacement? Meron ba tayong OIC? Kinakailangan ba? Secretary Duque.
Yan po, naririnig po ako. Yes,
Yes,
okay.
yes, I can hear you, Secretary. Yes, please proceed.
Maraming salamat po, Ginoong Senador. Magandang hapon po. Meron na po, ito pong mga nabanggit ninyo, sila po yung mga nag-file ng leave of absence nila in response to the DOJ's call. Yung board po last week, nagtalaga na po tayo ng isang seasoned financial expert, a former SGV top partner as officer in charge, and who is making sure that the operations continue unhampered.
Okay. So mabuti naman na gumalaw na yung board. Nag-special board meeting na kayo at meron ng magpapatakbo ng Philhealth. Okay? Dahil napakahalaga niyan. No? can we get assurance from the secretary and the new... Kasama ba natin ngayon yung bago COO? Nandito ba siya ngayon sa ating pagdinig?
He begged off, nag-beg off po siya, Mr. Senator, Your Honor, at yung kanya pong pacemaker na nagkaroon
Bagong Pangulo natin, may pacemaker.
nagka-problema lang, kakapalit lang eh. Tapos,
Okay, naintindihan ko. No problem.
yes, sir. Baka
Okay.
kailangan lang i-recalibrate.
Okay, understood. Well, we wish him well. Okay? Now, can we get the assurance, Secretary, na sa mga panahong darating, bibilis yung pagproseso ng Philhealth sa mga pangangailangan ng mga testing center at ng mga hospital? Dahil meron akong mga bali-balita ngayon na in Metro Manila, okay, marami ng hospital ang may problema, kulang ang cash flow. Hindi na babayaran ng Philhealth daw. Ha? At hindi ganun kalaki itong pinag-uusapan natin. Ha? Mas mahal pa yung testing kaysa doon sa paggamot. Dahil sa 160,000 na nagkasakit, ilan ba yung nasa hospital ngayon, Secretary Duque, sa tansya ninyo? Kasi quarantine, hindi naman binabayaran ng Philhealth. Local government nagbabayad doon eh.
And then, Ginoong Senator, meron po tayong isolation package mula sa Philhealth.
I know. Magkano na nagagastos ng Philhealth sa isolation package?
I have to ask the
wala pa eh.
finance, baka maliit pa lang. At pangalawa naman, yun naman pong tinanong ninyo kung doon sa 164,000, ang mga asa ospital niyan ngayon, malamang siguro mga 1% critical, mga 1% severe, and then yung iba mga mild, and usually 2 weeks, you count 2 weeks back.
Yeah,
Kasi
no, naintindihan ko na, kulang ng oras ko eh. So ang nasa hospital, kulang-kulang mga 2.5%, 3%.
It has to be a bit more because yung mga, meron din tayong mga mild ngayon. Siguro mga 5 to 10%. I would
natin 10%. Pag kinalkula mo yan, hindi ganun kamahal. Mas mahal pa nga yung test eh. 2 million yan times 3.5, 7 billion. Pero hindi rin Philhealth ang nagbabayad yan. Dahil karamihan dyan ang nagbabayad, local government. Okay? So, magkano na ba ang binabayaran ng Philhealth sa testing?
Ang alam ko as of today, I was informed 400 million yung babayaran today. They already paid, I think, about 200. Sandali lang ha. Let me just get the exact
Total, for example, simula nag-umpisa.
For PRC lang yan, ha? Yung sinasabi ko.
Hindi, total na nga. Ng testing, magkano nang binayaran ninyo? Napakaliit pa eh. Diba? Sa totoo lang eh. Pati sa mga hospital eh, magkano na nababayaran ninyo? Napakaliit pa, di ba?
Yeah, we'll give a report, Mr. Senator, as soon as we make it available.
It will not make a dent on your 200 billion available today. Di ba? That's the point I'm driving at. Okay?
You're right, Mr. Senator, you're right.
Thank you very much, no? Thank you very much. So, para hindi huminto nga pala yung testing at hindi huminto yung mga hospital, dapat agad-agad makapagbayad tayo so that we provide confidence to our people that we are on top of the situation. Nababahala ang tao thinking na parang palpak ang DOH, nag-i-implode ng PhilHealth. How will that breed confidence? Di ba? We cannot open the economy kung takot ang tao. But if we tell them, don't worry, we will test you, we will treat you, we will isolate you, may free wifi pa kami dito, okay, may ayuda pa kayo, ha? At mababa ang mortality rate natin, magaling ang health workers natin, congratulations to them, and we will protect our health workers, magkakakumpiyansa lahat. Then, it's easier to open the economy. Hindi mababangkarote yung ekonomiya. Hindi mababangkarote ang budget ng pamilya. Ha?
Right.
At ang pamahalaan. So, I'd like to end with that. Thank you very much, Mr. President, and thank you to the response of our resource persons, particularly yung kinatawan ng DOF, kinatawan ng DBM, and of course, Secretary Duque. Thank you for your responses. Magandang hapon sa inyo. Thank you.
Thank you, President Pro Tem, Senator Ralph Recto. Next is the Minority Leader. 10 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Let me start with Secretary Duque. Secretary Duque, you from our records, you have been in the board of Philhealth either as chairman, as president, or as a member of the board for 19 years. Is that correct, sir?
I would say about 18 years po.
18 years. All right. Okay, 18 years. Now, you mentioned that the IRM was there since 2009 during Typhoon Undoy. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
And in fact, you claim that you were the one who formulated the IRM.
I not me, Your Honor. I don't recall that. I think it was a board decision.
Okay, but you you said the IRM is close to my heart. I'm just quoting your statement at the start of this hearing.
It's the Philhealth, Your Honor, not necessarily the IRM, Your Honor.
I thought I could refer to the transcript. You said that the IRM is close to my heart. Are you that was just a few hours ago. You deny having said this?
I deny, Your Honor.
So what was your statement to your recollection?
My statement, Your Honor, is that the Philhealth is close to my heart because the precursor of which is Medicare was a brainchild of the late Secretary of Health Francisco Kimson Duque Jr.
Okay. So would you would not deny that at least your statement that you are that the IRM is a brainchild of yours? No.
It's not my brainchild, Your Honor.
Well, and anyway, so you will not admit that it is that the system is your brainchild, and hindi mo rin anak itong IRM, ha? Hindi kayo tatay ng IRM.
No, I'm not, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Now, I have some questions on the liquidation of the IRM program of funds. Now, the IRM funds were transmitted when? Starting what day? I mean, so just a week or a month?
Can I refer to the management, Your Honor, to give us the exact date, Your Honor?
Yes, please.
Management, please.
Mr. Chair, the first release was on March 23.
When? March?
23, sir.
March 23. All right. And as of this date, how much has been released again?
We have released as of today
14.10. How much?
14.96 billion.
Oh, let's round it off to 15 billion. All right. How much have been liquidated? Is 1 billion still the amount?
Mr. Chair, I'd like to refer that to our fund management for the liquidation.
Mr. Chair, Your Honor, Senator, ngayong hapon, ang liquidation po as of the latest report ay nasa 2.3 billion, Your Honor.
2.3 billion. These are all on COVID cases?
Mr. Chair, Your Honor, lahat po ng mga claims ng ay kasama po doon.
So, everything. In other words, whatever you advance to the hospital, sa liquidation, pinasok na ang lahat na pending claims. Ganoon po ba?
Mr. Chair, Your Honor, tama po.
Okay. Is there a claim validation?
Mr. Chair, Your Honor, si Doc Yus po ang sasagot po dyan.
Yes, Mr. Chair, it is part of the claims processing at the regional level.
Yes, even when you advanced, as you have advanced in the IRM program. I just want a confirmation that's on record.
Mr. Chair, sorry, if okay po, yung pong question, what was the question, sir? If there's a validation for?
The IRM funds advanced. Well, I'm asking how much was liquidated, and you're saying 2.3 billion pesos. Now, my question is that for all claims?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Not only limited to COVID?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
All right. Now, so that in your so that it's not only for COVID but for all claims.
Yes.
Now, when do you expect the 15 billion advances to be liquidated? And given the fact that regional officers are given the option on the matter of liquidation of the IRM, my question is, why are the regional officers given so much latitude in the liquidation of these funds?
Mr. Chair, as to our circular policy, the liquidation will start on the date that there was on the date the state of calamity or emergency was actually declared, starting from all the claims that were submitted on the date to Philhealth. However, the management through the PCEO issued a deferment to a latter date of the liquidation. This is because the management wants since the pandemic is still around and we are still responding to the needs and results of this pandemic, then it was deferred. And then another memorandum coming from our VP in July was released this time again because we want to support the needs of the facilities. There was a given option for the region. If the region, in discussing with the healthcare provider, they are already in a good state, then they can actually start liquidating. However, for the others, they may still defer. But again, the general rule is for liquidation.
Yeah. You give me a kilometric answer for a very simple question. Let me just make of record that the pandemic period could last for the next 12 months or 18 months. Would you agree?
Yes.
And therefore, the liquidation will not take place until 12 months or 18 months from now.
The liquidation.
Yes or no? Based on your answer that the liquidation will come after the pandemic period.
We were actually ordered to immediately liquidate already, sir.
Answer my question. You just said, Mr. What's your name? Pargas.
Yes, sir.
That the recipients are given until the end of the pandemic, or words to that effect, for purposes of liquidation. So the pandemic can be with us for the next 12 to 18 months. You're saying that there can be no liquidation before, and it's all in order, and it's okay if you do not liquidate.
No,
Is that
Mr.
what you're
Chair.
saying?
No, Mr. Chair. The memorandum or the order was it shall be liquidated to latter date and it will be announced. So yun po yung nakasulat sa
Ano yung sinabi mo na that after the pandemic?
No, sir. It was deferred because there is still pandemic and the hospitals are still responding to that, such that the liquidation is deferred to a latter date and that will be announced.
Yes, okay. Now, if the hospital has no pandemic case, when is he supposed to liquidate?
Mr. Chair, yes. He can liquidate, or the hospital can liquidate anytime, sir.
Jesus Christ, you keep on. Just please, I'm asking you on the basis of your own answers. You just said that you did not require an immediate liquidation because you want to give an opportunity to the hospital to handle the pandemic cases. So two questions. If there are no pandemic cases, when will the liquidation be? If there are pandemic cases, when will the liquidation be?
As of the date, sir, we don't have the exact date on when to liquidate according to the policy or to the memo, but we were already given an instruction to have the liquidation immediately.
Yes, and when were the funds delivered?
Sir, uh, Mr. Chair, may I just request our answer to that?
Whoever would want to answer.
Mr. Chair, Your Honor, the funds downloaded to the regional office upon the request of the region, Mr. Chair. Once matapos, ma-approve na yung MOA at saka they prepared already the necessary disbursement voucher, Mr. Chair.
Yeah. So when were the funds downloaded? The earliest and the latest?
Mr. Chair, Your Honor, yung una po na napalabas po na IRM is March 23.
Mhm.
And ang staggered po ang magpapalabas doon sa ating mga regional office ng IRM fund po, depende sa pangangailangan po nila.
I hope that COA is present here, so I hope they take note of that. Because under the COA rules, you're supposed to liquidate this as soon as possible. In fact, Chairman Aguinaldo, when he appeared here last, he said, they should liquidate immediately. It's past due in terms of the liquidation. Anyway, I'll go to another topic, and may I address this to Secretary Duque. Secretary Duque, let me quote to you the testimony of President and CEO Morales on August 11, 2020. I quote, and I quote him, quote, as a background, in January 2020, we were in a state of anxiety because we knew that the COVID was coming. We knew how it hit the other countries, and so we were in a state of panic. We wanted to be preemptive, to take preemptive measures to be able to prepare our hospitals to respond to this pandemic, which we did not know at the time how soon, how hard, and how long it was going to hit us. Ang intensyon ho ng Philhealth ay maunahan ho yung COVID, yung tama ho ng pandemic. Yun po. That is the full quotation. Now, this was in January, Mr. Secretary, and as late as what is that, March? Okay, as late as March, you were saying that you were advising the general public not to wear face masks. That you did not think that or that there is reason to panic. In fact, you decided not to ban citizens from China because, and I quote you, quote, if we do this, then the concerned country, China in this case, might question why we are not doing the same for other countries that reported confirmed cases of novel coronavirus. And you further said it is one of the possible options, but not at this moment. So two questions. Number one, it is quite clear from the statement of General Morales that this IRM is really intended for COVID as a COVID response. And number two, apparently you did not share his concern because as late as a month after, you made statements telling the people not to panic. On the other hand, Mr. Morales was already panicking. Can you comment on that? Did you hear me, sir?
Please unmute.
It's unmuted, sir. Yes. Did you?
Yes, yeah, yes. Can you hear me now, sir?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Yes, sir. Yung pong si General Morales, yung kanyang manifestation na state of panic, ako kasi yung guided by the WHO at that time. And so since the virus was evolving, not much is known about it. So that I thought that being a member state of the World Health Organization, I placed my trust almost wholly on the WHO because they had people on the ground to know what is really happening and keeping score of the things happening in Wuhan, China at that time. So in fact, but to a certain point, I said, why is the WHO not declaring a state of international health emergency? And so when I convened the interagency task force sometime in January, if I recall about 4th week or 3rd week of January, we decided to recommend to President Duterte the ban of nationals coming from Wuhan and Hubei province. That was, I think, January 31. And then 2 days after that, we decided, upon much deliberation among the IATF members, to extend the ban to the entire China and its two administrative regions, Hong Kong and Macau. This is my recollection. And then on the matter of why did I not immediately mandate the public to wear the mask, yun po kasi, again, meron po kasing WHO guidelines na hindi naman daw ho kailangan pa mag-mask. And so, yun naman po, pinaniwalaan namin dahil for the record, many of our technical know-how has been on account of WHO. Kaya, yun po, dahil member agency po tayo, eventually, nagbago-bago din ang WHO sa kanila pong mga guidelines. Sa totoo lang po, ay...
So, Mr. Secretary, seeing what the situation today, you would agree with me that it was an erroneous judgment for you to rely on WHO?
Difficult question, sir. Pero kasi marami kasing bansa na kung titignan natin, since the virus is new, novel, the blind spots can be overwhelming. What you think is right on Monday, Tuesday, this whole situation changes. And then Wednesday,
I'll interrupt you there.
ang dami pa bago-bago.
Okay. Vietnam, you're aware of the situation in Vietnam.
Yes, Your Honor.
What did they do that is different from ours? They banned people coming from China immediately. Do you agree?
Yes,
Yet
Your
they
Honor.
have a common border of China. Do you agree?
Yes, Your Honor,
No.
and I think that was compelling.
And because of that, as of today, they have only 775 or something COVID cases. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor, very
And
few.
in fact, they have no deaths. Or do they have recorded 2 deaths?
Yes, they have,
2
Your Honor.
deaths. Yeah.
Thereabouts, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, all right. But you can count it by your one hand. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
And that only indicates that, you know, if you exercised your discretion and your professional judgment correctly, we would not have gotten into the situation today. Of course, you'll never admit that.
Yes, Your Honor. It was really extremely difficult. The whole world has been brought to its knees, and therefore it's very uncertain. The steps that we needed to or measures that we needed to execute. We had to call as much information as we could, and the WHO was the source of the information that I felt was going to guide our actions.
All right. Let me read to you the column of Mr. John Neri today in relation to that. And let me quote him. He says, when health secretary, already lacking credibility even in administration circles, spends official time handing out washable face masks, thus acting like a candidate for office instead of the country's top health official in the middle of the health emergency, we can trace the public relations impulse all the way back to the president's time-tested governance approach of striking a pose. Can you comment on this? In other words, what Mr. Neri is saying is if you acted more like a professional health secretary rather than a politician, we would not be in this mess today. As Vietnam is not in the kind of mess that we are today.
Your Honor, the comments of Mr. Nari, that is his opinion, but he's portraying me as if I have behaved more like a politician, is unfair.
Okay.
To say it with candidly, it's unfair because our handing down of the mask, the whole IATF, the representative IATFs had committed to the president. It was upon the instruction of the president to hand down 20 million washable, reusable masks to the poorest of the population. And so that was a side event where I think Mr. Neri must have seen me together with the other IATF secretaries. And this the role of the IATF and the National Task Force is really to coach and handhold and to guide our local government units who are the lead agencies or units to mount an effective COVID response. And the DOH enables that situation. And so it is very important to look at it on the much broader sense that the role of the IATF, the DOH, the other implementing agencies really is on the matter of ensuring five things. Number one, the prevention, compliance with the minimum health standards of wearing masks and physical distancing, washing of the hands, and providing masks and face shields, in fact, and also ensuring enforcement by establishments of the minimum health standards. The next, of course, is coaching the LGUs on the matter of doing early detection via very aggressive contact tracing and testing, and also aggressive isolation and treatment isolation a la the Ravi model of India, because the Ravi model of India is quite impressive. That they were able to cut the transmission of the COVID virus. It's a 1 million household population. It's a slum area in India, and they were able to impressively cut the transmission. And we also, in fact, brought into the equation General or Mayor Benji Magalong, because also his best practice in Baguio City yielded very positive outcomes, and we brought him to coach, to teach our local government units in NCR and in other affected provinces of Laguna, Rizal, Cavite, and Bulacan. And so the isolation facilities are also being ramped up. together with our treatment facilities, the levels 2, 3 hospitals, precisely to ensure there is quality of care in managing the severe and critical cases. Yung po mga na-intubate, tsaka yung po mga
Okay.
nagkakaroon ng...
Yeah, okay. Thank you very much. The impression of the general public, or I'm sorry, not the impression. The fact is what we face today is a very harsh and longest of lockdowns, which brought down the economy to its knees, and it cannot be disputed that all of this could be attributed to our erroneous decisions at the start, whereas a comparable country like ours, with 95 million inhabitants and an economy similar to ours, and I'm talking about Vietnam, they have been able to control their virus. Vietnam had only 900 as of August 15, had only 930 cases. Thailand 3,376. Malaysia 9,149, whereas we have 153,660, the highest in Southeast Asia, higher than Indonesia, of 135,123. Now, so that is what we are facing today, Mr. Secretary. And I do hope that you will be candid enough to admit responsibility, since you are the head of our health system, that you should assume some responsibility for this. Nagtuturoan tayo palagi eh. Mr. Secretary.
Yes, I agree. I took full responsibility of my decisions and actions, and the effort. Kumbaga po, I'm trying my best. There was never a time that I never tried my best. But if my best is not enough, I just have to do some more reflection and soul searching, and I will be the first to let everyone know that you know we need to learn. I mean, if there have been some lapses uh, in terms of our initial response, those were not deliberate. They were a product of honest assessment of all the data and facts that were coming in.
Those data and facts were the same data and facts that our neighbors saw. Vietnam,
yes, sir. Tama po kayo, sir.
Taipei, Taiwan,
Yes,
and yet,
yes, very low.
Yes.
Yes, sir. I'm sorry, sir. Yung po kasing Indonesia, that depends on how you want to look at it, Your Honor. As far as the mortality rate is concerned, of course, every death is one death too many. But compared to the other, like let's say Indonesia, we have a much better mortality rate at 1.67%. Although our cases are as of yesterday, 164,000, 91% of those cases are mild and about 5% are asymptomatic. And the recovery rate has been pretty much improving, although not as well as the recovery rates as reported in Thailand, Vietnam, Malaysia. They're doing about 90% recovery rate.
Yeah.
But we have adopted the same policy to kasi po dati yung recovery natin mababa po tayo dahil napansin namin we were still testing looking for negative results before we declare a person as recovered. But there has been a change in the policy, Your Honor, that there is what is known now as from test-based, we move to time-based reckoning of recoveries of the mild symptomatics and the asymptomatics. And having done that, we were able to now tag several of our people after 2 weeks of their confinement and showing no symptoms. and with a clinical evaluation, no need for testing, sir. Hindi kasi yung testing yung po nagpapatagal. Tsaka very unreliable po, sir. Like yung RT-PCR, minsan negative ka na, tapos pagka nag-test po kayo, pa-positive ka na naman. So, natanggal na po natin itong policy na ito. Gumanda po yung ating recovery rate to about 79%.
Okay, Mr.
You're-
Secretary.
You're on extended time, Senator Leon. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'll try. Just a few other matters. Mr. Secretary, from the way I read the data, you have not succeeded in managing this pandemic because our infection rate has worsened since the last time that this pandemic came to us. I'm looking at your data, and at the start of this pandemic, you were showing, it was seen that about 8 out of every 100 tested, about 8 were tested positive. Today, as we talk, about for every 100, you have already 13 of those tested as positive. In other words, the infection rate is higher rather than going down. Would you comment on that?
Yes, Your Honor. We had an infection rate that reached about 16, 17%
Right.
sometime in, I think, April,
Mhm.
March, April. Yung kasagsagan po. Tapos, napababa po natin ito. Ang tawag po dito, positivity rate. Napababa po natin ito ng mga 6, 7%.
Today?
Not enough, no. Not enough. And then, ngayon po, tumaas kasi when we eased our lockdown, we de-escalated from ECQ to MECQ and then GCQ, and then opened up our economy. So there was greater contact among people, and transmission rate had increased. And so this is the reason why we're seeing the positivity rate going up, despite the fact that our testing capacity has been ramped up. Na-increase na po natin, we're doing 2 million. Our testing coverage now is at 2 million with a daily testing output of about 32,000.
All right. Just one more question, Mr. President, if you'll allow me a little extension of time. Just this one last. All right. And this is on the matter of the testing rates earlier touched upon by Senator Recto. Originally, the Philhealth issued a benefit package for testing for SARS-CoV-2 at 8,150 pesos per package. Now, after we complained, after we brought this up, the present rate is 3,409 per test. If you look at it, there appears to have been an overprice of about 4,700 pesos. Mr. Secretary, we have already tested, per your records, over 1.8 million. If it were not for the issue that we raised, the Philhealth would have lost about 11 billion more than what it should have as paid, or would have paid 11.2 billion more if it were not for the lowering of this rate, which was done after we raised the issue. You know, Mr. Secretary, in law we have what we call a frustrated crime, and here we could liken this to a frustrated crime because the everything has been performed. In fact, some payments at 8,150 were made, and were it not for this issue that we raised, we would have lost about 11.2 billion after testing 1.8 billion Filipinos. Would you call this diligence in in the work of Philhealth?
I think, sir, the diligence is more with you, and we thank you for pointing this out. However, the review on testing packages began in March following market studies on prices globally. I understand that when Philhealth, I was not there when the costings were established. They relied on the USAID and the Protect Health consultants that did a costing of the different inputs or elements of the test, taking into consideration the at that time in March there was a global supply chain shortage of the testing supplies. I surmise that because of the shortage, the demand being very high, and therefore this influenced the pricing structure upwards. And anyway, we thank you, Mr. Senator, for bringing this up, and rest assured that in the board, I will tell the management to exercise more prudence, more diligence, as you have most eloquently expressed. And so this should not happen again.
Yes,
Your Honor.
yeah, just to drive home the point, this 8,150, a component is test kit of 2,700. But at that time, Mr. Secretary, Sunsure, a supplier of the test kits in China, they were they were selling these test kits to the private sector here in the Philippines for $15 or 75 pesos, as against a test kit as cost here of 2,700. So doon pala makikita mo yung overpriced times 10, terrible. Anyway, one final thing.
Can I comment there, sir? Can I just
Yes,
comment
please.
very quickly? Yung pong, for the record, the testing kit procured by the PSDBM ay 24,000 pesos yung one testing kit, which can give you 24 tests. So that would be about 1,000 pesos per test. Hindi po kit, per test.
Oh, per
Kasi
test.
may difference po yung test kit at saka yung test. For every testing kit, the Sunsure will allow you to do 24 tests.
Yes. And an equivalent of how much?
1,000 pesos po. Kasi kung
1,000.
24,000,
1,000, assuming you're correct, 1,000 pesos as against the same kit, test kit, at being priced at 2,700 in Philhealth. I have worried.
my basis, sir. Yes, sir. My basis, sir, is the DBM, PSDBM. I don't know what other inputs Philhealth has included in the testing, in the costing formula.
Okay. Now, just one last na lang. Yung si Senator Tolentino kanina said, pointed to phase 3 of the vaccine development. How many phases are there?
There are actually 4 phases, Your Honor.
Four phases. And what is the fourth phase?
The 4th phase is the completion of the post-marketing surveillance or post-marketing study, just to ensure that this being a new vaccine, the universal healthcare law requires that this be undertaken to ensure safety of the product, which is, as we all know, Your Honor, any new product has some heightened risks. And so the critical trial phase 4 is really meant to protect. Yes, Your Honor.
So it is necessary. Phase 4.
It is necessary, Your Honor, but there has been, I think, an exemption that was sought. I don't know if it was Bayanihan 1 or 2. No, meron move meron pong panukala.
Would you endorse that move to dispense with phase 4?
Very difficult, sir, to answer.
You're talking
Yes,
here about the safety of thousands and millions of our people who
yes,
would
sir.
have to undergo the vaccine. Yes, there is a move
Yes, yes, sir.
to
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
waive this. Would you endorse this?
No, no, sir.
You would not endorse it.
Knowing what I know, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you very much,
Right.
Mr. President, for your patience. Thank you.
Thank you, the Minority Leader. Just on that note, Secretary Duque, we all the word negative is better used in the pandemic that we're encountering, no, that the Philippines is encountering. But when you come to politics, it's better that you're positive. In other words, why don't you present your statistics like we have already tested 1.8 million, 1.6 million negative, 160,000 cases, not active cases, cases, but 70,000 have already recovered. So active cases, mga 60,000, di ba, in total nyo. Why don't you present it that way instead of saying na now it's 180,000 active cases? Di naman may iba eh. So sometimes it's better to be positive than negative. Parang nanatakot kayo eh.
At tama po kayo. Susundan po namin yung inyong sinabi, Mr. Senate President. Maraming salamat po doon sa inyong abiso.
All right, thank you. Next is the
Mr. Senate President,
yes.
Mr. Senate President, this is Pia, sir. With
Yep.
the indulgence of my colleagues, can I just ask one question? Follow up lang po sa question ni Minority Floor Leader. It's very important because we are in a BICAM sa Bayanihan 2 po.
Go.
Can I be allowed? Thank you. The question, this is addressed to Secretary Duque. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
The question of Senator Drilon was, would you endorse the waiver of the requirement to go through the stage 4 as required by the Universal Healthcare Law? Now, that was the question. And your answer was, you hesitated and then you said no, or you said you will have a hard time endorsing that. Something like that, no? Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. Given that this is a novel vaccine evolving.
Okay. So my question is this. If the phraseology in the Bayanihan law would be such that if WHO and other countries with recognized and mature FDA, similar to how we wrote in Bayanihan 1, that's why I think you had some confusion. In Bayanihan 1, we referred to the mature FDAs who have approved testing kits. Dito naman sa Bayanihan 2, we are referring to mature FDAs who would approve the waiving of a stage 4. Would that seem acceptable to you? So I repeat, if WHO endorses or these countries with mature FDAs, and I understand mature FDAs include the US, UK, and Russia din pala. So if they would allow and they are okay with doing away with that, are you prepared to endorse it, or do you even have to consult other, hindi po kayo epidemiologists, hindi po kayo microbiologists, so do you need time to consult? Because this is very important to us. Thank you, sir.
I will consult the experts, Your Honor. But having said that, I think one of the guiding principles in our pandemic response is science should always be the basis of whatever decision we make, whether to waive phase 4 or to, and I think that we have to be open to the experts, but there are many groups of experts as well, some opposing each other, some very divided, but some do have a very strong consensus, no? So makikipag-usap po kami. How much time can we be given, Your Honor?
Well, this is very crucial. I think we're hoping to wrap up the BICAM tomorrow, but I leave it to the leadership. I'm not the chair. It's just an issue that we were tackling yesterday. So I think 24 hours, but I can ask the chair of our committee, Senator Angara, but I think our deadline is tomorrow. But this is a very crucial issue. And for the record, Mr. President, I just want to spread into the record that I do not believe in legislating science. No, that's why we are asking these questions, because precisely we want to craft the wording such that we are basing decisions on science. So for the record po, because it's very important that our country's confidence in vaccination is preserved, dahil we already went through a trauma on vaccinations with Dengvaxia. Our country cannot afford another trauma. We cannot afford millions of infants not being vaccinated for measles, for chickenpox, for smallpox, for the polio drops because of erroneous decisions on this, Mr. President. So that's it, Mr. President. Thank you so much for indulging me. Unless the Secretary would like to clarify anything further. Thank you so much.
Well, just corollary to your statement, I just want to underscore that careful balancing of interests of health and time, and we will finalize our position paper on this with the advice of the Health Technology Assessment Council, which is a creation of the Universal Healthcare Law, the FDA, and also the Philippine Medical Association and its component specialty societies.
Sorry, Mr. President, one more thing just for the record. Natatakot lang po ako kasi nami-misquote tayo sa mga napakahalagang issue na ganito. For the record, the reason there is a provision like that in the draft is precisely because we wanted to ensure that if WHO and countries with mature FDAs like the US are already using the vaccines and they have decided to waive stage 4, then hindi naman pwedeng tayo lang ang nakatali, yung buong mundo nag-vaccina. So for the record lang, kaya ine-explore itong provision na ganito. Thank you, Mr. President.
Just a response, Mr. President. There is, and I agree with my colleague. We should base these decisions on scientific data. And that is why yesterday I said I will not participate in this proposal to waive phase 4 unless we have an assurance and I commit an assurance from our health authorities that it is it is okay. It will not pose any danger for us to waive it, because we are politicians getting involved in scientific matters, waiving phase 4. That is why yesterday I said, I asked that the matter be referred for appropriate judgment by the experts, and I think the bicameral conference committee agreed that we should get an expert opinion before we decide on this matter, and it is for that reason that I asked the secretary, being the head of our health sector. Thank you, Mr. President.
All right, thank you. Next is Senator Francis Pangilinan. You have 10 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Thank you, colleagues. Magandang hapon sa kanilang lahat. I have a few questions on Philhealth as well as related questions on contact tracing and mass testing for Secretary Duque. On the matter of Philhealth, Secretary Duque, magandang hapon.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Bilang chair of the board ng Philhealth, ilang beses po ba nakapag-attend, kung meron man, ang mga actual na secretary, yung secretary mismo ng DPM, ng DOA, ng DOF, ng DSWD sa inyong mga pagpupulong?
Your Honor, halos puros kanilang mga representante lamang ang ma-attend, Your Honor.
Yes. I expected that. Pero I believe, given the serious challenges and problems that the Philhealth is currently facing and the near vacuum of leadership now confronted with all these leaves of absences, baka dapat siguro mandatuhin na yung secretary mismo ng Secretary of Finance, Secretary of DBM, Secretary of DSWD, yung mga aktual na merong kapangyarihan and meron talagang, sabihin na natin, the buck stops with them, dapat pumasok na rin at mag-participate dito sa mga board meetings na ito as we work on reforming and exercising more transparency and accountability sa PhilHealth Board. Would you agree with this, Secretary?
Absolutely, Your Honor. I will deliver that message to them personally.
Thank you, thank you. I say that because I was chairman of the board of two other GOCCs from 2014 and 2015. And these GOCCs were also handling billions of pesos worth of government funds. And they were facing serious management issues and challenges. These were the FA and the NIA. And my only request when I accepted the appointment was that the secretaries of Finance, Secretary of DTI, of NEDA, as well as the BSP and the LBP President for NFA would sit so that there was greater transparency and there was greater accountability. And we did the same with the National Irrigation Administration. We have asked the Secretary of Public Works to sit and not send his representative, thereby ensuring that there was greater participation directly from the heads of agencies. That is the reason, Mr. Secretary, why these boards designate precisely the secretary of the respective departments. That's the intention of legislation, para talagang mapalakas yung accountability at yung transparency. So baka ito ang isa sa mga dapat na agad-agad na maaaring gawin. Beginning today, perhaps in the next 6 months, just to reform the whole process and the decision-making sa Philhealth. Dapat yung DOF Secretary, dapat yung DBM Secretary, at dapat yung Social Welfare Development Secretary kasama ninyo sa board para yung mga desisyon kwentas klara sa lahat, hindi po ba?
I agree with you, Your Honor. But in fairness, we've been having some meetings among the cabinet secretaries who sit in the board and addressing, of course, this very compelling issue of the actuarial sustainability of the system, given that the collection challenges on account of the business that had been shut down because of the pandemic. But rest assured that we will continue to take this up, and I will deliver to them your message that perhaps it's helpful for the organization to have no less than the cabinet members of the board.
And considering, yes, Secretary, and considering that we are in a pandemic situation, and it is unforgivable for the Philhealth not to be able to deliver its health services and the resources necessary to address the pandemic, mas mabilis ang magiging kilos kung yung secretary na mismo ng departamento nakaupo para agad-agad na didesisyonan. Hindi yung makupad at matagal tayong naiipit sa burokrasya. So that I think I was listening to Ralph, Senator Recto, as he was identifying the roles of these various representative execution members of your board, and I feel you will have more synergy, di ba? And you will have you'll be better armed. Mabilis na magiging decision dyan. We were able to precisely make painful and difficult decisions as we reformed the NFA then. We were able to reduce rise inflation from 15% to 0.8% in 1 year, precisely because you had the cabinet secretaries all out supporting our efforts. So I recommend that, Secretary, and I'm glad you're open to it. And I hope to see them actively participating in the Philhealth board meetings, even just for 6 months, just to put things in order and get your organization in the right track. So thank you for that. We hope to be able to see that, and maybe we will recommend that in the committee report. In the interim, the board members, the secretaries themselves, and not the representatives, should be present so that your response time and the coordination and the synergy is one in buo. Ika nga. Again, for transparency, dahil mas marami ang involved na mga secretaries, and of course accountability. In that sense. So if you believe it's helpful, and we appreciate that, and we hope to be able to see that and that it be implemented.
I strongly support that, Mr. Senator, Your Honor.
Go ahead. Yes, thank you. Balikan ko lang ho yung nabanggit nyo kanina on the aggressive contact tracing, kasi nabanggit po ni sa mga tanong ni Senator Dillon. 2 weeks ago, sabi po ni Mayor Magalong, of the 600 plus LGUs that responded to his email regarding contact tracing, only 0.6% had the capacity to do contact tracing. And that's only 600 of the over 1,700 plus or 1,700 plus local governments. Where are we now after 2 weeks? Sabi nyo, aggressive contact tracing. How do you jump from 0.6% of your LGUs being able to do contact tracing to be able to address itong challenges ng contact tracing?
Salamat po. Sa tulong po ng Department of Interior and Local Government, which is by the way the lead agency for organizing contact tracing teams, meron na po tayong 134,686 contact tracers as of latest report. And as of August 15 this year, nakapag-trace at nakapag-assess po tayo ng mga 381,993 close contacts ng 88,000 more or less na mga confirmed cases. Ito po yung mga...
Sorry, Secretary. You're giving me different numbers. My question is about the LGUs, because my understanding is he is the contact tracing SAR, and as LGU, sabi niya, LGUs will play a critical role, and even the IATF is already going to download or going to decentralize. So if it's 0.6% 2 weeks ago or 3 weeks ago, what is it now? If you don't have the numbers, Secretary, we'd like to have it because ang understanding ko, siya ang contact tracing SAR, yung kanyang benchmark, LGU participation, at yung sinabi niya 2 weeks ago, 0.6% lang ng LGUs ang may capacity. So I am assuming that he is going to work towards reaching a level of LGU participation definitely much larger than 0.6%. So that's the numbers that I'd like to have. If you don't have it now, Secretary, if you can submit it to the committee, because I'd like to see how we move forward in terms of contact tracing based on the benchmarks that that Mayor Magalong has laid down. So I hope you understand. That's the figure. Those are the figures that I'm looking at. Anyway,
Yes, Your Honor. We will look into this because this figure, in all honesty, this is my first time to come across a very low 0.6 of the LGUs or barangays that have the capacity. So the 0.6 is something that I want to look into very closely.
Yes, because in the overall scheme of things, kahit meron kang napakaraming testing, kung wala ka namang contact tracing, edi ganun din. Which brings me to the second point. There were discussions earlier about perhaps, our numbers, no, infection rates, etc. Tama po ba na the cases reported in the first 2 weeks of August are already more than the number of cases in July?
That's right. Our cases have gone up.
Yes. In other words, and I go to the point of Senator Dillon, unless we are able to bring down those numbers, ang nangyari po kasi, hindi pa kalahati pa lang ang August, pero mas marami na ang numero ng reported cases sa buong July. In other words, lumalaki. And until bumaba yung numero, di ba? Wala tayong kumpiyansang lumabas, wala tayong kumpiyansang mag-invest, wala tayong kumpiyansang ma-reopen man ang economy, ay hindi pa rin lalabas ang tao at apektado tayong lahat. Kaya ang sense ko dito is, my fear is, if the next 2 weeks of August will mean, kasi parang lumalabas from March to July, mas marami na yung August sa buong March to July. So palaki ng palaki. No? Yun ang concern natin. And that's why contact tracing is critical. More testing is critical so that we can treat those we have been able to identify. Doon naman po sa, actually, Ito naman po sa iba na ho ang tatanungin ko kay yung DOF rep sa inyong board. Who is this again? The rep of the Department of Finance, the representative?
Yes, Your Honor. I'm Sharon Almanzo of the Bureau of Treasury.
Yes, from the Bureau of Treasury. There is a call, I believe, from the House of Representatives, Congresswoman Stella Kimbo, calling for a independent third-party actuarial validation. Kasi iba-iba yung sinasabi ng inyong mga kinatawan, no? Iba't ibang kinatawan. Yung isa nagsabi hanggang 2022 na lang. Yung isa naman nagsabi, hindi, marami tayong pondo, etc., etc. So, would you support, as the chairperson of the audit committee, as well as representative of the DOF in the board, do you support the call to have an independent third-party actuarial validation?
Yes, Your Honor. As a matter of fact, the Department of Finance instructed or directed the Insurance Commission to have an assessment of the actuarial projection as well as the model, all the assumptions on both collection and benefit expense. And I think there's already a MOA entered by IC and Philhealth in this regard, Your Honor.
Okay, so we're on our way there, in other words, to have a third-party actuarial validation. Is that right? Is she there? Nawala. On the matter of doctors' releases, I think the Senate President mentioned this earlier. I just wanted it clarified. They are the frontliners. They have been on 24 hours, if not even more, work. But there have been complaints of either delay in releases or a reduction in their fees or nabawasan. Hindi lang nade-delay, nabawasan pa. Can someone from the Philhealth respond to this question?
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
this is Dr. Vargas po. The payment for the professionals are included po in the payment that we provide to the facilities as part of the rates. It is the hospital who will now give this fees to the professionals. With regard to issue na nababawasan po, Mr. Chair, again, we pay po through fixed case rates. So yun po yung ating pamamaraan ng pagbabayad.
Okay. Of course, pag delayed yung
Just on that, Francis.
Yes, go ahead, Mr. Senator.
Sabi niyo, nasa bayad na sa binibigay niyo sa ospital.
Yes.
Kasama na doon yung doctor's fees, di ba? Paano yung mga ospital na hindi niyo binibigay pa?
Wala.
Yun po yung pinaprocess natin. At kung meron po mga ospital na hindi pa po nababayadan, then technically po, yung sa mga doktor, hindi pa rin po natin nababayad. Yes.
Yun ang sinasabi nila. Anyway, go ahead, Senator Vargas.
Yes.
You have an extra 2 minutes.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Yes, precisely. And I'd like to thank the Senate President for that observation. Eto sila, nasa front lines, tinataya ang buhay nila. Tapos dahil delayed yung pag-release sa ospital, delayed din yung pag-release sa mga doktor. The least we can do is support our frontliners, putting our money where our mouth is sa Philhealth and ensure na itong mga delay na ito ay tapos nauuna yung mga hindi naman COVID-related. Kaya nga, well, nabanggit na yun. No? We've done that. We've discussed that already. Just one more, two more questions. Nandito pa ba si Colonel Laborte?
Yes, he's
Yes.
present.
Yes, sabi po ni Colonel Laborte kahapon, nung huling hearing last week, sabi niya, napansin niya, laging iisa lang ang paulit-ulit na nanalo. Tama po ba yun, Colonel Laborte?
Mr. President, Senator Kiko, sir, good afternoon po. Yes, sir. Apo.
Sino yung laging nananalo? Usually yan, siguro 2 o 3 paulit-ulit lang umiikot kung mayroong collusion.
Nandito po sa listahan.
Yeah, can you Can you mention them, place them on record? Sino-sino yung paulit-ulit na nananalo? Pangalan ng kanilang... Kasi nabanggit mo rin, hindi ba, na 99% konti na lang, piso na lang, o 1,000 na lang ang layo dun sa authorized yung ABC, di ba? Masyado namang masyado namang malapit sa, di ba?
Tama po, sir.
Oh, tsaka okay, so sino-sino yung mga yun? Can we have the names?
He is scrolling his phone.
Senator, Mr. President, Senator, Your Honor, Senator Pangilinan.
Yes.
Susugan ko lang po, bilisan ko lang po, susugan ko yung sinabi niyo tungkol dun sa mga healthcare workers. Tama pa yung sinabi niyo. Sila nagbubuhis ng kanilang buhay at dapat talaga ay bigyan sila ng prioridad ng gobyerno pagdating sa early release ng hazard pay. At gusto ko pong ibalita sa inyo na meron po tayong binibigay na 100,000 pesos sa kada healthcare worker na nagkakaroon po ng COVID infection. At under Bayanihan 2, meron po tayong karagdagan 15,000 for every healthcare worker na magkakaroon po ng mild infection. Yung 100,000 po for severe and critical infection on top of full coverage by Philhealth for their cost of hospitalization. At para naman doon sa mga, sana naman, hindi naman pumanaw, pero minsan hindi po talaga maiwasan, 1 million po ang pinabibigay ni Pangulong Duterte sa mga pamilyang yung mga naiwan po. So, we're working on it, Your Honor, to really be more responsive and to really show to our healthcare workers how much the government is prioritizing them. Thank you po.
Bakit sinasabi hindi nyo na ibibigay yung 15,000? Doon sa mga cases.
Yung pong 15,000, ay ilalabas pa lang po yan kasi sa Bayanihan 2, makakasama po ito. Pero yung 100,000 po, kasama sa Bayanihan 1, at saka yung 1 million pesos po, para doon naman sa mga pumanaw, ang kanilang mga kapamilya in line of duty. At dadagdagan pa ho natin to, yung travel, yung life insurance, yung accommodation. So we're working towards this, Your Honor.
We know about that. Kami naglagay nun 1 million pagka matay at 100,000 pagka positive o serious case. Anyway, Colonel Lavolpe, are you ready?
Yes, Mr. President po. The following suppliers are always with the bid, sir. Number 1, sir, yung Trends and Technologies Inc. Number 2 po, yung NTT Data Philippines Incorporated. Number 3 po is yung Radenta Technologies and yung Sun Solutions Philippines Inc.
So apat na paikot-ikot lang ang mga nananalo sa bidding. Tama po ba yun?
Tama po, sir. And nagpapalit-palit din po siguro ito ng pangalan, sir.
Yeah.
Notice,
Makikita naman sa bid documents yun Tsaka yung apat na yun, ikot-ikot, pare-pareho rin. Halos 99% ang kanyang accuracy. Tama ba yun?
Opo, sir. They always won the bid price, which is 99% of the ABC, sir. And always, sir, awarded as single calculated bid, sir. Most of them.
Yeah. Tapos sinabi, and this is just one or two more questions, Mr. President.
Before you do that, Senator Pangilinan, we just like to direct the Secretariat to ask the SEC to submit the documents regarding these 4 companies.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Senate President. Doon sa nabanggit ni General De Villa nung kayo'y nagkakausap, dinala mo daw, Colonel Laborte, yung mga dala-dala mo mga kontrata kasi pinag-aaralan mo. Tama ba yan? You had the contract documents and you were reviewing them. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. Yung mga outstanding contract for signature or for approval.
Yes. Would you have a rough estimate, Colonel, magkano ang money involved sa mga kontratang ito? I mean, what does it run to?
Sir, a single contract, sir, may go up to 40 million, sir.
So mga ilan yung hawak-hawak mong kontrata? Total, yung magkano yung involved dun sa nakita mong masyadong malapit sa ABC, pare-pareho nanalo. Ano yung total nun? Just to give us a sense.
Opo sir, for 2018 tsaka 2019 sir, implemented na po ito sir, completed na po. So, it's about, ano sir, may listahan po dito sir. Sir, sa 2018 po, ito po sir, 2018 sir, about that sir. Wala pong sum sir, wala pong total. Pero I'll find out muna sir dito sa kabilang document.
May kalahating billion ba?
Sa 2018 sir, over 500, half a billion sir, over.
Over half a billion. 2019?
It's about less than 300 million sir.
So all in all, the last 2 years, mga 800 plus million worth of contracts yan.
Opo sir, about 800 to 1.1 billion sir.
Worth of contracts.
Opo sir, yung complete.
Na ganun nga yung pattern, maliit, ganun. Kaya yun yung dahilan at nabanggit mo nga na hindi mo na makonsensya yung mga palakad. Tama ba yun?
Yes sir, but may iba pa po, yung IRM din po sir.
Oo, iba pa yun, pero kasama yun.
Kasama po sir.
Yes, Mr. President, I'll just raise questions if there's a second round, but I'm done for now. Thank you, Mr. Senate President. Salamat sa mga kasagutan.
Thank you, Senator Pangilinan. Next, we have Senator Grace Poe. 10 minutes, Senator Grace Poe.
Yes, magandang hapon po, Mr. Senate President at sa ating mga kasamahan. Ito po ay una kong katanungan kay Secretary Duque. Secretary Duque? Nadidinig po ba ninyo ako?
Yan po, Your Honor, nadidinig ko na po kayo. Maraming salamat.
Okay. Salamat po. Secretary Duque, doktor po kayo, hindi po ba?
Tama po kayo, ma'am.
At hindi lamang po doktor, kundi administrador din?
Tama po kayo, ma'am.
Bilang isang doktor, pag may nakita kayong sa pasyente ninyo, isang simptoma, halimbawa, may nakikita kang hindi tama o kaya may bukol, hindi ba mas lalo mong kikilatisin at iimbestigahan?
Tama po kayo, Your Honor.
At pag nakita naman ninyo na maaaring makasama ito sa kalaunan, ay agad ninyong susugpuin, hindi ba?
Tama po kayo, Your Honor.
Gamot o kaya operahan nyo para matanggal.
Tama po, bilang isang doktor po, dapat po yun ang gagawin.
Pero alam niyo po, parang ang sakit na nararanasan ngayon ng Philhealth ay isang cancer na. Dahil paulit-ulit po itong nangyayari noon pa. At ang masasabi lamang natin, kung merong isang tao na may institutional knowledge ng Philhealth, kung ibabase natin sa haba ng paninilbihan bilang isang pinuno, kayo po yun. Sapagkat ilang taon po kayo sa Philhealth bilang chairman or president?
Bilang president from 2001 to 2005, and then as chairman po from 2005 to 2010. Tapos itong nabalik ako noong 2017, Your Honor.
So masasabi natin na halos 11 taon kayong naninilbihan sa Philhealth?
As chairman and president po.
Kaya nga. So sa tagal ng panahon po na yon, ang masasabi lang natin, paulit-ulit ninyong binabanggit na kayo ay may krusada laban sa korupsyon. Subalit, parang taliwas ito sa mga napapakita ninyo. At sasabihin ko kung bakit. Yung isang article dito sa Inquirer, sinasabi na 4,357 administrative cases since that was submitted in 2018. Not one was actually acted upon. Can you comment on this?
Yung po kasing, ano pong taon nito, ma'am? Anong taon nito,
Basta 2018 ang nababanggit doon sa artikulo na yon.
Oho. Ma'am, yung pong governance scorecard na pinagawa po natin for PhilHealth, in-address po natin na yung turnaround time, kasi nakaka-frustrate, yung pong paglilitis ng mga kaso, parang sobrang napakatagal. Kanina po nabanggit ko yung 3,000 cases ng cataract fraudulent cases, ay na-archive pa nga po. At nung bumalik ako, ang sabi ko, ilabas niyo ulit yung mga kaso na yan. Hindi naman pwedeng i-archive lang yan. So, isinama ko na po ito doon sa mga governance reform natin na yung turnaround time ng mga kaso ng administrative cases ng PhilHealth, ay dapat they have to expedite to its logical conclusion. Each of these
Excuse
cases.
me, Mr. Secretary. Okay. So that's your pronouncement now. Pero ito po ay kontra sa mga nagiging hakbang ninyo kasi ang bilis ninyong magpa-transfer ng mga sa pananaw ng iba ay hindi kaalyado, natatapon sa kung saan saang ibang rehiyon dahil hindi sang-ayon dun sa ibang polisiya ninyo. Ang bilis ninyong gumawa nun. Pero yung mga kaso at yung mga iba nun hindi naman komplikado. Kung kayo po ay may liderato na malakas, di ba idol naman ninyo ang Pangulo natin na mabilis mag-aksyon. Bakit hindi ninyo nagagawa yan sa PhilHealth? Are you bogged down with administrative cases? Di ba nag-civil service pa nga kayo? Mapunta na lang ako kay Mr. Adre, Dennis Adre. Mr. Adre, actually bago po kayo, no? Babalikan ko na lang muna kayo, Mr. Adre, maya-maya. Dito sa nabanggit ni Mr. Keith, nandyan ba si Attorney Keith?
Yes, ma'am.
Attorney Keith, sinabi ninyo na may masamang mafia sa PhilHealth. Ginamit ko yung term na masama kasi sinabi ni Dennis Adre sila daw yung mabubuting mafia, no? Pero dun sa mafia na yon, kung merong godfather, itinuturo ninyo na si Secretary Duque mismo ang godfather nito. Masasabi mo ba kung bakit? Ngayon na nandito siya sa ating pagdinig.
Yes, ma'am. Nametuturing ko po na siya po yung godfather po ng mafia. Isang dahilan po na marami po siya at marami po rin siyang ma'am.
Siya mismo nag-aproba? May pirma ba siya doon?
Siya po yung chairman po, ma'am. As a chairman, meron pong due diligence po na gagawin ng isang chairman, ma'am. And considering that he is a doctor and mayroon siyang institutional knowledge sa pamamalakad sa PhilHealth, sa unang tingin pa lang po makikita na po agad na siya ay maanomalya. Kumpara niyo po sa akin na 9 months lang sa PhilHealth, nakikita ko na po na marami pong fraud and corruption sa PhilHealth.
So parang sinasabi ninyo, aside from complicit activities, merong command responsibility dapat, di ba?
Meron po siyang command responsibility at halos ma'am lahat po ng mga members ng mafia, ma'am, ay mga halos siya po yung nag-approve ng appointments nila, ma'am.
Mga members ng ano po?
Ng mafia, ma'am, sa PhilHealth.
Okay. So babalik ako, maraming salamat, Attorney Keith.
Yes, ma'am.
So mabalik ako kay Secretary Duque. I think nagre-refresh yata. Secretary Duque, nawawala kayo online. Secretary, pag bumalik na lang si Secretary Duque, paki-alert na lang siguro. So, habang wala pa si Secretary Duque, dun muna ako kay Mr. Adre. Dennis Adre? Parang nawawala pareho.
Regional VP Adre?
Mr.
Opo.
President, yes. Mr. President, yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Dennis Adre.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Adre, nabanggit po ninyo na meron kang binanggit na plan 5 million. Tama ba yung pagkarinig ko?
Tama po, Your Honor. Mr. President.
Kailan po kayo nag-umpisa sa PhilHealth?
Nag-start po ko sa PhilHealth 1998, Your Honor.
So yung Plan 5 million, kailan po yon at ano yon? Paki-explica po.
Yun pong Plan 5 million, ni-launch ni former President and CEO Dr. Duque noong eleksyon ng 2004. Noong pong may survey na the late FPJ ay nangunguna ng 5 million votes sa survey, kaya po 5 million din ang cards na ipinamigay ng PhilHealth na libre. Kami pong mga regional vice presidents ay pinatawag sa isang pulong sa central office kung saan in-explain kung paano po ang distribution. At sa maalala ko po, kaya kami rin nagkaroon po ng konting hidwaan dahil nilinaw ko po kung bakit si dating Mayor Duterte, na noy mayor po ng Davao, hindi niya pinabibigyan ng cards, ng PhilHealth cards. At ang tugon po niya, actually nagalit po siya dahil bakit daw isinulat ko at incriminating daw po yon. No, ang tugon ko po naman ay kung if there's nothing criminal about what we're doing, there's nothing incriminating about it. In fact, yun po ang unang dahilan ng pagkalugi ng PhilHealth. Yun po ang unang dahilan kung bakit natalo po ang PhilHealth for the unpaid premiums which CSO was supposed to pay. And that was the first time that the financial statements of PhilHealth had been window dressed. In fact, Your Honor, in one of the visits, in one of the meetings in Malacanang recently, no less than former Senior Vice President for Finance, Greg Rulloda, admitted during that meeting that financial statements had indeed been window dressed in the past several years. But it started during 2004 because they had to make up for the losses that were incurred for non-payment of premiums during the Plan 5 million.
Salamat po sa paglilinaw niyan. Alam nyo, hindi lamang ito dahil konektado ito sa akin. Alam ito ni Senate President Soto yung napagdaanan noong 2004. Pero, yun nga ginagamit ang isang institusyon ng gobyerno para sa sariling layunin. Hindi naman yata tama yon, lalong-lalo na malapit na yung eleksyon nun. Baka ulit-ulitin yan. At kahit hindi naman pinagplanuhan, basta nagbigay na lang ng mga card na gano'n para lamang masabi na para makalamang sila, di ba? Parang binibili mo na rin yung boto sa ganong klaseng paraan, hindi po ba?
Your Honor, ang amin pong pakiramdam ay ang PhilHealth ay pag-aari ng lahat ng Pilipino regardless of political affiliation. Ang PhilHealth ho ay a political organization. So kaya po nanindigan kami, pero yun pong mga nanindigan katulad ni ang nawala na pong si Manager Linda Laureta. Siya po ay dalaga pero ini-assign po siya sa Marawi. Ini-assign po siya. Doon po nagsimula din ang mga reassignment kapag hindi ka sumunod o kinwestiyon mo ang mga illegal na pinagagawa.
Tama.
Ilan po kami ang... Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor.
Narinig ko nga yun kanina Maraming salamat po, Mr. Adre. Alam mo, actually, hindi naman natin sinasabi na hindi ko alam yung record ninyo. Yun yung totoo, no? Pero ako yung nagpapasalamat na at least sa panahon na ito ay naglakas loob kayo na magsiwalat ng mga alam ninyo. Sa susunod ko naman na katanungan kay Secretary Duque, ngayon na nandito na ba si Secretary Duque? Secretary? Mukhang selective na nawawala. Hindi ba?
Yes, Your Honor. I can hear you now. Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Noong 2016 po, ang Food and Drug Authority ay in-order ang suspension ng Doctors Pharmaceuticals Incorporated, DPI, na pagmamayari ng inyong pamilya dahil sa non-compliance with good manufacturing practices. Alam niyo po yon?
Narinig ko po yan nung last year in the Senate hearing, but I just would like to reiterate that I divested, sold my share in the Doctors Pharmaceutical Company in
Okay, but
2005.
exactly, sir. Because you also mentioned that when you were appointed health secretary in 2017, DPI was still in business with the DOH. And in fact, you mentioned that your brother should stop bidding with the DOH because of possible conflict of interest. Am I correct? You raised that with your brother.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, Your Honor.
On the other hand, in 2019, as a case was filed against you because of conflict of interest over the 6-year lease of your property by the Philhealth. And your reasoning then was Philhealth requested that you continue with that lease because they really need the facility. And you were saying that at that point, you weren't anymore part of your company's business. But in fact, records will show that you haven't really divested at the time um, that the lease was ongoing and you were head of Philhealth in 2017. Am I correct?
My recollection, Your Honor, is that when I signed the contract between PhilHealth and when I was president of the university, which owns the property, I was out of government. I was in the Gupan, and 2017 I got appointed by President Duterte, and my understanding was that PhilHealth was looking for a new building
Okay,
to
but
transfer.
as soon as you assumed office, you haven't really divested yet at that point, right?
Uh, yes, Your Honor, but
Okay.
I was
Well,
out
that's
of the.
okay. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Mr. Secretary, since doktor po kayo, paki-explain na lang and please pardon my pronouncement if I don't pronounce it right. Let me give you an example of Midas fraud and abuse findings, apparently. And let me just make a note. A lot of the documents that were sent to the Senate were sent at the last minute. I think some of them were received just yesterday. And this is almost like dumping on us all of these voluminous papers. And at the last minute, we have to review each and every one of them. There's no, I think it's almost like uh, intentional that this is being done. But anyway, in the Midas fraud and abuse findings, when it comes to the debridement of eczematous skin, can you please explain to me what that is?
The debridement of
Debridement.
eczematous, yes, Your Honor, of eczematous skin means cleaning, sterilizing the affected area.
Okay. Did it come to your attention? The average kasi nationally, I'd say, would probably be, well, it ranges from 33 million to about 737,000. So, yung high is 33 million, yung low is 700,000. So, napakalaki ng agwat. And, yun pang pinakamalaking agwat ay sa iisang lugar. I'm not going to mention the name of the professional involved, okay? Because I think that I don't want to focus on a personality here, but the symptom of a larger institutional problem. So, in this one region, parang 50, parang lumalabas na 56 million ang ibinayad. One is for 33 million, another for 23 million. For 4 years lang. Isang ano lang yan, isang case lang yan. So kung talagang merong yan, pwede na yan tignan. Tapos hindi lamang yon. Merong isang clinic na nag-submit ng fraudulent reimbursement claims noong 2018. The year before you were appointed. On average, their dialysis machines capacity was 100 to 133%. Pero, nung sinubmit yon, ito yung B. Bron Abitum. You still gave them 45.17 million under the IRM. May official receipt pa ito. So parang yung mga nagkakaroon ng kaso, ay nabibigyan, I mean, let's not get into the detail of what their case is right now, but this is what I'm saying. They already have pending cases. They've been found to be doing something less than exemplary, and yet they continuously receive funding from the DOH. This is either negligence or malice. So what would it be in your case as
Both.
chairman of the board?
Thank you, Your Honor. I would like this question because kung ano ito pardon me, with all due respect, yung very operational. Can I, because I don't have the details of this, can I just please refer to Philhealth Management to
That's
address
okay,
this?
because I will ask you to submit on record your answer to those cases.
Yes,
I think
we
that
will
would be
prepare.
better and that would be more efficient at this point because we have other topics to get to. Secretary Duque, sinabi niyo kanina no that you did your best, but your best wasn't good enough. Parang may karugtong na kanta to sa isang kanta, di ba? Pero tama ang karugtong nito. So here we are, back where we started. So, 11 years na po kayo dyan. Paulit-ulit lang yung nangyayari. Ano ang solusyon na naiiba ngayon na hindi ninyo nagawa noon? Alam niyo, marami nang humingi ng inyong pagbibitiw. Pero kayo mismo, hindi ninyo inakala na magbigay ng kortesiyang ganon. Sapagkat, tinan mo sabi mo nga, your best is not good enough. But you're continuing, you're still there in that agency. So, how would you answer that?
Ang nasabi ko po, Madam Senator, is that if others think that you have not, that my best is not good enough, then that's their opinion, that's their judgment. What I was referring to was the others who, if they don't think that my best is good enough. Thank you.
Well, you know what, sir? I think the numbers will show that you have failed miserably as the lead of both PhilHealth and the DOH. Okay, so that may be my opinion, but I think that I'm in good company of not only the numbers who would believe in that, but also those that are actually knowledgeable in that field, particularly in the medical field. So, Mr. President, with what's happening today, I'm sure that there are already many, our colleagues have other questions to ask. But I think we've established that there is a cyclical pattern in the PhilHealth, and we really need more courageous individuals to come forward and validate all of these suspicions that we have, and in some cases, actually facts already. Mr. President, I know that there's a Whistleblowers Act that gives some sort of support for those that will call attention to fraudulent activities in government or corruption in government. But I would also like to explore the possibility that with the own funds, I don't know if this will be proper or legal, but perhaps we can explore how the Senate in itself, with our own budget, even if I know that we're all strapped for funding, but how can we help these who will come forward, if not scholarships for their children? I know that the Senate maintains an account, and it's led by a very reliable colleague of ours, Senator Lacson, who also heads, who knows about the intelligence fund of the Senate. Maybe we can use it in the future to incentivize those that will come forward. If not direct monetary contribution to them, maybe in terms of scholarships or other incentives. So that's all, Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Bo. We will look into the suggestion that you made. Thank you very much. Next, we have Senator Tiveros. Senator Tiveros, you have
Oh, okay. Mr. President? Ako ba or si Sen Bongo?
I'm sorry. Yes, so they reminded me. Senator Go is next, and then we will have to call the majority. It's not ready. But he probably can do that after Senator Tiveros.
Ko nakikita eh.
Senator Subiri. So we'll go with
Thank you, Mr. President.
Tiveros and then Subiri. Senator Bongo.
Good afternoon, Mr. President. Napakarami na pong nating napag-usapan dito sa pagdinig na ito. Sa lahat ng ito, isa lang po ang malinaw sa akin, the public deserves to know the truth. Ngayon, higit kailanman, kailangan ng tao ng isang gobyerno malinis at maasahan. Mayroon po tayong task force na mag-iimbestiga sa mga anomalya sa Philhealth. Ulitin ko, malinaw ang sinabi ng ating Pangulo, walang lugar ang korupsyon sa administrasyong ito. Talagang yayariin kayo ng Pangulo. Narinig ko na nag-file na po ng leaves of absence ang ilang regional senior officers. The government welcomes this development pero hindi po nagtatapos dito. In fact, this is just the start. Yung mga iba pang sangkot pero hindi matinag at hindi nagpa-file ng leaves of absence nila, dapat ay i-preventive suspension na kung may basehan naman po. Dapat pilayan po ang mga magnanakaw para hindi na po makagalaw. Dapat ngayon na po. Kung pwede lang, putulin yung daliri. Ang layunin nito ay maging mas malalim at mas mabusisi ang investigasyon para ito sa bayan at para na rin po malaman natin ang katotohanan. Kung ang taong bayan po ay napapagod na sa mga narinig nilang walang pakundangang pagnanakaw sa kaban ng bayan ng mga tiwaling opisyal ng Philhealth, napapagod na rin kami. Dito sa Kongreso, pati na rin po ang Pangulo ay pagod na rin po. Anyway, sigurado po ako na napakarami pa rin empleyado sa Philhealth ang nagtatrabaho ng mabuti at marangal, mas marami yan. Kahit kaliwat kanan ang pambabatikos ng publiko sa Philhealth dahil sa pagnanakaw na ginagawa ng mataas na opisyal. Suggestion ko lang po sa Committee of the Whole natin dito, bakit hindi natin tanungin yung mga maliliit na empleyado sa baba, baka may maisiwalat sila o kaya may tutulong sila sa investigasyon natin dito. I have two questions lang po. To the GCG, kumusta naman po ang performance ng PhilHealth nitong mga nakaraang taon? Nag-improve ba sila at lalo bang lumala ang sitwasyon? Anong masasabi ninyo sa panukalang buwagin na lang ang PhilHealth at gumawa ng panibago at mas malakas na opisina para sa public health insurance? I'm addressing my question to the GCG.
Sa 2017, mababa yung scorecard nila. Same sa 2018. Tapos yung corporate governance scorecard, sa 2018 lalong bumaba. 43% na lang. So may problema talaga sa governance ng PhilHealth. With regards to buwagin siya, kailangan talaga may amendment yung PhilHealth law. Yung sinabi mo dati, yung nag-appear ka na sana yung quasi-judicial function ng PhilHealth tingnan para itong mga problema diretso na matugunan and wala ng collusion. Tama po yun, Your Honor, Senator Bongo, na baka yung quasi-judicial function ng PhilHealth dapat tingnan.
Salamat, Secretary Dagpin. I have another question for Attorney Rodolfo De Rosario.
Good afternoon, Senator Bongo.
There are reports that the PhilHealth refuses to implement or even outrightly ignores final decisions of the Supreme Court and the Court of Appeals on suspension of hospitals. Is this true? If so, what is your legal basis for this?
Thank you, Mr. President. I think you're referring to one decision by the PhilHealth Board pertaining to the perpetual SOCOR, Mr. President. The legal basis or the legal opinion on this matter was forwarded, decided even before I was designated as head of the legal sector, Mr. President. So the rationale based on my reading on the policy of the board is to the hearing provider but at the same time, allow the provider to continue deliver the services, health services to the PhilHealth members. Mr. President, Senator Bong.
Based on the records of PhilHealth, which, by the way, you are required to keep, how many health care providers or hospitals have been ordered suspended by the courts? How many of these orders have been implemented?
The enforcement of the decisions is with the regional offices, Mr. President. It is the arbitration office, a separate office not under my supervision, that issues the writ of execution. We will ask the concerned departments to submit the report, Mr. President.
Kindly. Another, yung iba pa daw, such in the case of Basilan Community Hospital, the PhilHealth Board canceled the 9-month suspension imposed by the Court of Appeals and instead retained the penalty of fine only, which was increased from 40,000 to 200,000. Again, totoo ba ito? At ano pong legal basis nito?
Thank you, Mr. President. The same legal basis, the board resolution pertaining to the imposition of maximum fine instead of a suspension. And if my memory serves me right, the decision of the board is anchored on the fact that that particular facility is the only level of that facility in that particular area, and the people will be disadvantaged if the suspension will push through for 9 months, Mr. President.
Then, a big-time collection scam involving Accenture was uncovered and reported by PhilHealth Senior Manager for Treasury Evangeline Racelis 10 years ago. This scam involved the premium payments of the employees of Accenture Incorporated, which was paid through Metro Bank. The payments never reached PhilHealth but appeared as paid in the IT system. The head of the IT management division during the time was Rodolfo Del Rosario Jr. When the NBI investigated the scam and requested for access to the IT system of PhilHealth, Del Rosario invoked data privacy and refused to give the data, which could have aided in ultimately solving the case. Is this true? Can you elaborate on this?
Definitely, Mr. President, that is not true. We have already submitted the records based on that case. I was assigned as OIC of that particular department on November 4, 2011. The discovery was made on December 5 by the Treasury Department. But that fraud was ongoing for the past 2 years, if I'm not mistaken. No? Parang every month po yun ginagawa. So the office, no, the corporation created a fact-finding committee and eventually an ad hoc committee that heard the case. 2 of the officials or officers involved were already dismissed from the service, and there's no truth to that report, Mr. President, that I refused to provide information since we were actually the one who cooperated with all the investigations. Thank you, Mr. President.
And then I have one specific question to SBP Management Services Sector, Dennis Mas.
Sir,
Are you around?
yes, sir, Mr. Senator. Ako po ito, si Dennis Mas.
The requirement for SBP legal department was 10 years of legal experience since the time when PhilHealth was reorganized. However, in 2018, it was alleged that you, as SVP Management Services Sector, changed the qualification standards and removed the 10-year requirement to be Chief of Legal Department. Why was this change implemented? Hindi ba noong time na yon nag-apply si Del Rosario for SVP ng legal pero hindi po siya qualified?
Hindi po yun na tama, Your Honors. Ang qualification standards talaga ng mga SVP sa PhilHealth ay generic. So 5 years na managerial experience. meron kang master's degree, at meron pang mga substitute na iba pang pwedeng consider. So based sa, nag-screen ho kasi nito, Human Resource Department eh. Sila yung tumatayong secretariat sa Human Resource Personnel Selection Board for Executive and Managerial Officers ng Philhealth. So ang basic requirements talaga ay hindi about lawyering, but 5 years managerial experience, yung pinaka-generic niya. So yan lang po yung ano. So as published, yan din yung ina-adapt ng Philhealth. But yung management may opt to i-adjust yun later. Pero sa ngayon, yan lang ho talaga yung qualification standards na siniset sa lahat ng mga senior vice president position sa Philhealth. Although ang civil service talaga nag-encourage na gagawin ang technical. Pero sa ngayon, wala pa doon yung Philhealth honors.
Thank you, Mr. Dennis Mas. Anyway, Mr. President, according to Secretary Guevara, they will finish their investigation in 1 month time para makapagtrabaho na rin po muli yung PhilHealth, kawawa yung Pilipino, at na-implement na rin po ang universal healthcare. Marami pong Pilipino umaasa sa PhilHealth, wala po silang ibang matakbuhan. Hindi, yung PhilHealth naman po ang nasa isipan nilang. Anyway, Senate President Soto, sana po ay pwede nating mindahan yung batas. Nabanggit ko kanina out of frustration. Pwedeng bawat mahuli ay putulan ng isang daliri. Kung maaari po, para matapos na rin po itong kalbaryo ng PhilHealth. Thank you, Mr. President. That's all.
Thank you. I wish I could agree with you that it's unconstitutional or inhumane inhumane punishment. By the way, just to inform you, you amused me again last night because after your video on Facebook, you disappointed some people, I guess.
Yung daming haka-haka, daming fake news.
Sometimes you're very disappointing to some of them.
May panahon lang naman yan. Di antayin na lang po yung panahon.
All right, thank you, Senator Go.
President,
Yes, Senator Lacson first before we.
Go ahead.
Attorney Kate.
Yes, sir.
give me way.
You have a question this morning, sir. How to fix the problem in PhilHealth, sir? And then we have been discussing this for a very long time, sir. I think if we want to really cut off 70% of the corruption in PhilHealth, sir, we should introduce the blockchain technology, sir. That is the first one, sir. Spread the risk, sir, because most of the members of those who are corrupt, sir, are very close, sir, and then the number is only few, sir, 8 of them, sir. We can spread the risk, sir, by putting additional people, sir, and then the data privacy law should be amended, sir, because they always use the data privacy law. When I try to ask for documents, sir, they always use the data privacy law, sir. So the data privacy law should be amended, sir, to look into the penalty, sir, because it is also in violation of the Section 7 of Article 3 of the Bill of Rights, the right of the people to information, sir. That is what I have observed in the PhilHealth, sir. That's all, sir. Thank you very much.
There is a comment by Senator Lacson to that effect also. Senator Lacson.
Yes, actually, Mr. President, we are in receipt of a letter from the chairman of the Data Privacy Commission. Ang sinasabi doon sa sulat, I'm trying to get it now, to retrieve it now. Kami mga investigation, saka government agency, hindi sakop ng data privacy. Does Senior Vice President Dolisario know that?
I agree, Mr. President. If the investigation is conducted by a law enforcement agency, sir, so that's why we have forwarded the voluminous
NBI?
documents to the NBI.
To the NBI?
And
When?
to the Ombudsman, Your Honor.
When was this? When did you forward the document?
Starting June of 2019, Your Honor, we have been already forwarding documents. We can forward a copy of the transmittal letters.
Because I heard Secretary Roque being interviewed sa
Yes, sir.
radio. Nasabi niya, he was so frustrated because he was the one who filed the case against you. And then, nung kumukuha rin ng dokumento NBI, you didn't want to provide and you invoke the Data Privacy Act.
I certainly respond, Mr.
Yes,
President. Secretary Harry Roque has never filed any complaint against me, Your Honor. It was against other officials. But
But he mentioned your name.
he mentioned my name
Yes.
because he was angry about the WellMed. He thought that we included the whistleblowers, that I was the one who was responsible in the inclusion of the whistleblowers. But there was a misunderstanding dahil wala naman po dun sa unang affidavit yung mga whistleblowers. The original affidavit of our investigators did not include the whistleblowers. Dahil ang sabi ko po, it's not good policy to include the whistleblowers. But anyways, Mr. President, regarding the request of Secretary Harry Roque to the documents pertaining to the WellMed investigation, the decision then, I took a leave of absence na po noon eh. But ang nasundan ko po noon, the decision was to refer that to the National Data Privacy Commission for the reason that the secretary was no longer connected with the government during that time. And that all of those documents actually were already forwarded to the National Bureau of Investigation.
Mr. President, I beg the indulgence of our colleagues. Very, very quickly lang, again, kay Atty. Delitario. When did Circular 2020-0007 actually take effect? Anong date of effectivity?
I'm not familiar with the
No, it's in the circular. Kindly read Chapter 8.
of circular on COVID po ba yan, sir?
No, Circular 0007, yung 2020. Circular on IRM. The latest circular on IRM. Ako nababasa, Chapter 8, date of effectivity.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Okay. The circulars shall take effect from its publication in a newspaper of general circulation. And 3 certified true copies have been furnished the Office of National Administrative Register, ONAR, of the UP Law Center. Now, ngayon ko lang natanggap yung, kasi I requested ONAR. Nakatanggap po ako ng sagot sa kanila, ngayon lang, August 18. Ang date nito, filed on June 11. So yung IRM ninyo, Circular 2020-0007, hindi po effective until June 11. Ang karugtong na tanong, ilan na ba yun na-disperse yung advance payments between March 21 or one day after March 20 when it was signed by General Morales and June 10, a day before it took effect? Marami na, di ba? Billion.
Yes, sir. Almost siguro pinaka
So
majority of
what
the
will you
disbursement.
make of that? Lahat ng releases. Ibig sabihin, wala effectivity pa yung circular, nag-release ka ng pera, lahat yung illegal. Is that a correct statement?
It did not satisfy the requirement of the circular, Mr.
yes,
President.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. President.
All right, Senator Lacson, yes, thank you. Next is Senator Hontiveros. You have 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President, may I just point of order, Mr. President? When will I be recognized in the list? Just a question.
After Senator Hontiveros, because we made a mistake earlier recognizing.
Okay.
So
No worries.
right.
We'll wait. Ladies first, definitely. Thank you.
Salamat, Mr. President. Salamat, Majo. Mr. President, gaya po ng sinabi ni Senator Frank kanina, Minority Leader, kahapon pumalo na ng 164,474 ang bilang ng mga Pilipinong may COVID. At mukhang ginawang gatasan ng iilan ang institusyon na dapat pinagmumulan ng kumpiyansa at kalinga ng mga kababayan nating may sakit. Isang mahalagang haligi o pillar ng universal healthcare ang isang matatag na health financing system. Now more than ever, we need to preserve the gains of universal healthcare, protect health funds, and ensure people have a lifeline during these uncertain times. Pero kahapon lang ay nag-file ng official leave ang 6 na regional vice presidents ng ahensya. Pagkatapos ng 6 regional VPs, ay nag-file o magfa-file din ng official leave ang buong execom ng Philhealth. Kung lahat na sila nag-leave of absence, sino pa ang mga natitirang nagpapatakbo ng ahensya isang concern na iner din kanina ni Senate President Pro Tempore, Senator Ralph. Naintindihan ko po, Mr. President, na kailangang iwasan ang undue influence sa ongoing congressional inquiries. Pero dapat nating siguruhin hindi pilay ang Philhealth sa pagtupad sa kanyang mandato sa publiko. Lalo na nga ngayong may kinakaharap tayong napakalaking health crisis. Yung pagli-leave ng mga opisyal ay hindi dapat makaapekto sa day-to-day operations ng ahensya. I thank the chair for inviting Secretary Duque to today's hearing. Dahil parang sa gitna ng kaliwat ka ng alegasyon ng korupsyon, parang iniwan ng nasa liderato ng Philhealth ang kanyang mga rank and file and frontline employees. Alam ko po, Mr. President, na marami sa mga empleyado ng Philhealth ay tapat, masipag, at may prinsipyo. Alam ko ring kasama natin sila sa paghangad ng isang mas malinis na ahensya. Sa gitna ng pandemya, sila rin ay maituturing na frontliners. And this is why I feel that PhilHealth's leadership has failed them. It's for them and for the public they serve that we want to get to the bottom of the issue. So, Secretary Duque, mga tanong ko po para sa inyo. Earlier, Senator Grace already asked, and I recall during the August 2019 hearing, and again this morning, SVP Dennis Adre testified that, and I quote, "We were ordered by then PhilHealth President Dr. Duque to distribute free PhilHealth ID cards, 5 million of which corresponded to the 5 million lamang of FPJ over former President, GMA, etc." So, Sec Duque, do you now confirm this event?
I deny strongly said allegation, Your Honor.
Mr. President, that's really regrettable kasi parang nagmumukhang pinasisinungalingan yung sinabi ni Sen. Grace kanina at yung sinasabi ko ngayon. But I will not belabor that issue since the Secretary
What was
insists
your
on
question?
denying this event, Mr. President.
Your question was, is it true that they distributed 5 billion health cards?
Yes, Mr. President, I was asking the good secretary to now confirm this event, but he has denied this event.
What was
Further,
Excuse me,
if I may
I'm sorry,
proceed, Mr. President.
excuse me. The 5 million, not in connection with the allegations of Mr. Dennis Adre, but the 5 million was distributed based on the executive order then of President GMA. And so there is no correlation between the PhilHealth program and the elections. Cases were filed against us and they were all dismissed by Ombudsman Morales.
Well, Mr. President, Sec Duque. Yes, Mr. President.
There was a pending case with Comelec. Former DepSec Marie Ramal filed a case against you concerning this. What
That
happened?
is true, Mr. President. Mr. President, that's true. But that was also dismissed, Your Honors.
Well, Mr. Secretary, I was not in relation to the case filed in the Ombudsman. I was not asking about the legality or the propriety of the PhilHealth card distribution using OWA funds. I was asking you about the simple correctness or not of SVP Dennis Adre in saying that he was ordered to do so. And I need to ask you a follow-up question about that, Sec Duque. Further, SVP Adre said, and again I quote from the transcript of last year's hearing, and he referred to it again this morning, quote, "And so we resisted, and that was my first taste of reassignment, Your Honor, or an attempted reassignment for that matter." So, Sec Duque, totoo po ba na ni-reassign ninyo sila dahil nag-resist silang sumunod sa gusto ninyo?
Your Honors, that couldn't be the reason why he was reassigned. I have to look into the records. It's been quite some time. I'm sorry, but I will look into the record.
Well, I will appreciate that, Sec Duque. Pero itong dalawang itinanong ko sa inyong basic facts about the incident, kung sinasabi nyo na hindi totoo yon, hindi totoo yung pagre-reassign ninyo sa kanila dahil doon, but what reason would SVP Adre have to make such accusations against you? Why would he make such statements?
I really do not know, Your Honor, why they're making up this. But anyway, the important thing is we look into the records and the cases that have been filed and dismissed.
In that case, Mr. President, in terms of looking into the records, may I go briefly to SVP Adre to confirm or to shed a different light dito po sa mga tanong ko kay Sec Duque. SVP Adre, are you here online?
Good afternoon, Senate President and Madam Senator. This is Dennis Adre.
Yes, may hapon, SVP Adre. Can you please tell me what you know about the two events that I have asked of Sec Duque that you said he ordered you to distribute the free Philhealth cards, and further that, following on that you resisted and that was your first taste of reassignment.
Let me correct first the fact of reassignment. It was an attempted reassignment.
Yes.
Those who were reassigned were the other two managers, one manager and one regional vice president. One manager was assigned to Marawi, a lady manager of corporate communications. Her salary grade was that of a manager, but she was put in an office that was just a local health insurance office in Marawi. And had it not been for the session of Regional Vice President Makabato then, she would have stayed in Marawi longer, but she was transferred to Iligan City. At any rate, another regional vice president who also questioned the Plan 5 million because it was, when it was presented to us, it was a meeting among all regional vice presidents. And I assure you, ma'am, that all regional vice presidents during that time can attest to the fact that he called this meeting where he even presented to us a table of the breakdown of the 5 million among different provinces. And one of the specific instances that I recall was the instruction not to give then Mayor Duterte his share of the cards because Mayor Duterte does not belong to their party.
So you're confirming to this committee of the whole, SVP Adre, that in that particular case of the order to distribute the free Philhealth cards using OWA funds, na may dalawang opisyal na dahil katulad ninyo tumutol ay na-reassign. Thank you, SVP Adre. Sec Duque, I'd like to ask you something else. Also in the August 2019 hearing, you were quoted as saying, and I quote, "You have standards of cesarean section, dapat 1 in 4 lang." And then you have a certain region that reports 3 out of 4 cesarean sections. So dapat i-flag mo na yon, sugurin mo na yon. My question, Sec Duque, is what region was that? At sino ulit yung SVP doon? Sec Duque, naka-mute kayo.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I said, because I don't have the data right now, but I will get to it and get back to you as soon as possible.
Thank you, Sec. But when you raised that observation last year, it was alarming enough. Were you concerned enough to investigate?
I think I have mentioned to the management to investigate all these outliers. It's part of the outliers that we were able to call out from the data analytics, the machine learning information data analytics, or MIDAS. So I will look into this, Your Honor, and look at the data more closely.
I hope you will also get back to the Committee of the Whole, Sec Duque, what investigation you actually were concerned enough to initiate at ano po yung findings nun, kung aling region ba yon, sino yung SVP, and what disciplinary action, if any, was taken in this case. because alam nyo naman po siguro, Sec Duque, also as a doctor, this cesarean quote-unquote scam, no, would be particularly galling to me as a women's advocate. Di lang kasi ito usapin ng pagkita ng pera, pero unnecessary cesareans actually put women in greater danger. For example, according to a study in the Lancet, deaths from cesarean sections are 100 times higher in developing countries like ours. My understanding of the quote-unquote scam, if that's what it was, is that doctors upcase regular deliveries to cesareans because the case rate is higher and because doing CS is faster, no? Hindi na kailangan maghintay ng labor, onset of labor. So you can actually do more deliveries in one day, but it is imminently more dangerous to women. So I hope the good secretary will furnish this committee of the whole with statistical data on cesarean operations in hospitals in the country in general. Kung pwede, Sec, isama nyo na iyon.
We'll do that, Your Honor. We'll do that. But let me just add that the Midas reports we have submitted to the NBI, being the agency with the mandate to investigate. But I will give you the records, Your Honor.
Salamat, Sec Duque. That's an issue from last year's hearing. Pero hindi kaya, Sec Duque, na medyo nakaka-hands off din kayo sa mga fresh allegations ngayon, like in the last 2 weeks before. I'm so glad you came before us today. Hindi kayo nakaka-hands off kayo dyan sa mga fresh allegations dahil si Attorney Del Rosario ang nakapirma sa lease contract sa pagitan ng Philhealth at EMDC, kung saan hindi kayo kundi yung kapatid ninyo ang other party.
What is the question, Your Honor?
I'm just wondering, Sec Duque, although I'm relieved that we have you finally here with us today, yung pananahimik nyo the past half month, hindi kaya naka-hands off kayo sa kahit sa gitna nitong maraming fresh allegations? Dahil, for example, in a previous incident in between Philhealth and EMDC, hindi naman kayo yung signatory with kundi yung kapatid ninyo. And it was not you for Philhealth, pero si Attorney Del Rosario nakapirma sa lease contract. And on the other side, on the side of EMDC, yung kapatid ninyo.
Ito po kasi issue na ito I addressed fully last year. This is not a fresh issue.
Exactly.
This was an issue raised last year. My having been quiet, if that is your view, is really
Yes.
is really because I've been very busy on the ground, coaching and hand-holding several LGUs up to the barangay levels with their pandemic response. Because, this is a very difficult problem of the COVID-19, and we really need to coach, we really need to show the way, and that is why we put together the IATF, NTF code team. Code means coordinated
Actually,
operation.
Sec Duque, sorry to interject, but I have my own very opposite view about that recent step you have taken under IATF sa mga LGUs natin. Pero gayong pa man, no, kahit na sinasabi nyo you were on the ground, kayo pa rin ang Secretary of Health. Dapat chair ng IATF. In fact, lead sa anti-COVID-19 response and making sure as chair of the board of Philhealth na yung pillar na yon ng ating universal healthcare system remains unassailed rather than binabayo ng napakaraming allegations sa ngayon. In any case, Sec Duque, since I just have a few minutes left, one last question about the current issues that have been begging for an answer, clarification from you from the last 2 weeks. Sec Duque, sabi po ni Attorney Keith, kayo daw yung godfather ng mafia. Do you have a reaction to that?
I deny this. Absolutely malicious and without basis. I do not wish to dignify that allegation.
All right. Sec Duque, panghuli. Well, yaman din lamang nandito na rin kayo, no? I need to ask you about the Department Memorandum number 2020-0285, suspending the special risk allowance for frontliners. This was actually brought to my attention by a DOH nurse who is now COVID positive. Wala pa silang SRA ngayon, hanggang ngayon, dahil sinuspend ng opisina nyo. So this is the memorandum. And this is an urgent query, Sec Duque. I hope you can do something about it. Sumabay pa po dito sa memorandum na ito, Sec Duque, yung balita na the Philippine government again bans medical workers and allied health professionals from leaving the country during our state of national emergency due to COVID-19. So talagang hands on deck sila dito at dito lamang, and yet nasuspend yung special risk allowance. I would like this to be my last point, Sec Duque, Mr. Chair, dahil hindi naman tayo nandito na nag-uungkat para lang for the sake of mag-ungkat. No, we are conducting this investigation because people are literally dying and falling sick on a daily basis at para po ito sa kanila. So Sec Duque, please, is there urgent action you can take about this?
Yes, ma'am. I will certainly address this expeditiously, and it's not clear to me why this was suspended by USEC Roger Tong-an, but I'll meet with
Sec,
you.
it's your office of the secretary letterhead. I'm sorry.
Yes, ma'am. What was that? Sorry.
Yes. Well, letterhead po ninyo, Office of the Secretary. And pumirma, yes, si Yusek Tong-an, but by authority of the Secretary of Health. Kaya sa inyo ko po dinadala ito for urgent action on behalf of our frontliners na dapat lang naman siguro no, may special risk allowance now that they are bearing additional risk even compared to their usual risk every day.
Yes, Senator. Yes, Your Honor. I will address this. Even now, I'm gonna make the urgent call to address this.
Could your urgent call be to revoke the memorandum, Secretary? The nurse who brought this to my attention already has COVID, contracted from when she has been on duty taking care of us Filipinos sa gitna ng pandemic. Could you please revoke this Department Memorandum Order 2020-0285?
Can you give me just an hour until the action to revoke it is done? An
And then,
hour.
yes, please, Secretary, and then please update all of us here in the Committee of the Whole. And I really hope your news for us within an hour will be positive for our frontliners, including that nurse.
Yes, ma'am. I will attend to this immediately.
Salamat, Secretary. Salamat, Mr. President.
I thank you, Senator Ontiveros. With the indulgence of Senator Subiri, there are two other regional vice presidents who are online and just want to make a statement. I was told, so if it's them, they have been here since early this morning. Regional Vice President Makabato, are you there? With the indulgence of Senator Subiri, there are two other regional vice presidents who are online. You're online. Maybe you know who are the other regional vice presidents who are online?
Hello. Hello.
Alonto.
Yung Galitaan.
And Chavez, I suppose there are three of you. Regional Vice President Mahubato, you wish to make a statement? Regarding an issue brought up by Senator Wells?
Mr. President. President, referring to that alleged meeting brought out by Mr. Don Padre, an alleged meeting in 2004. Would you like to comment on that alleged meeting in the year 2004? Kung meron ba alam?
Go ahead, Mr. Makabato. Go ahead.
Brought out by would you like to that alleged meeting in the year 2004? Meron ba alam?
Go ahead. You're muted right now. There you go. Go ahead.
Hello, hello, hello,
Hear you. Go ahead.
hello. Can you hear me?
Yes,
Hello.
we can hear you. Go ahead.
Yeah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi taala wabarakatuh. Um, I would just like to clear my name because the last time that we have this Senate hearing, my name was mentioned as one of the mafia, although later on it was because of our refusal to be reassigned. I would like to put into record that there are only two instances where I was reassigned. The first one was in 2010, where there was the order was issued during the onset of the election ban. So I was afraid that I might be accused or I must be implicated with possible election cases in the region where I was supposed um, to be transferred. So I went to court, asked the court to stop my reassignment, and accordingly, a order or injunction, permanent injunction was issued by the Regional Trial Court of Marawi.
When was this?
This was in 2010. And the reason why we were reassigned was because as already of the incident that was already articulated by RBP Adre when we refused to heed the implementation of the uh, um, another scheme which is very similar to the IRM. And in fact, there was a threat before we were transferred. There was a threat that was cursed through RBP Adre that if we will not agree with the implementation of the policy, they are going to transfer us. And the second instance was um, during the time of Roy Ferrer. Again, we were again reassigned because of the differences in policy. Then we were also perceived to be one who employs the CA to reject the appointment of then Secretary Obial. And it was so it was very amazing to for us an ordinary officer of Philhealth to employ the CA. That is why we were reassigned. But again, I question this because it did not pass through the process. Because had they consulted me, Mr. Senator, Mr. President, in that hearing last year, I stated that I am a cancer patient, and had they consulted me, then my reassignment would not be pursued because I am I am a cancer patient and a victim of the Marawi seeds, po,
Okay.
Mr. President.
Thank you, RV Regional or RD Makubato. Yes, Senator Subiri, you have 10 minutes.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. President. Thank you very much to my dear colleagues. Mr. President, I'd like to direct my questions initially to Secretary Duque, if he's still online. He was listening, but
Yes.
Secretary Duque, are you still online? Yes, good afternoon, Secretary.
Yes, can you hear me now, Senator?
Yes,
Okay,
we can.
thank you.
Thank you, Secretary. Secretary, I'm just going to ask two policy questions. These are two policy questions. On the issue on funding for hospitals, you're very familiar, Secretary, on the success on the Bukidnon Provincial Health Indigency Program. As a matter of fact, I believe you were Philhealth when we were awarded as one of the top health centers in Mindanao, because we were one of the first, Mr. Secretary, if you can recall, that did the no balance billing utilizing the provincial funds. We built 5 hospitals all over Bukidnon, North, Central, and Southern Bukidnon. and we were able to come up with a no balance billing system. We hired our own doctors. We put state of the art equipment. In other words, the focus then of the provincial government was to treat the problem of health, no, in health problems of our people of Bukidnon. Now, the situation is here now with Philhealth. It's expanded all over the Philippines, but unfortunately, there are many accusations of fraud and leakages leaving the Philhealth coffers. I actually, in the last hearing, Mr. Secretary, had uncovered about 5 different schemes of leakages or fraudulent schemes, no, which defraud Philhealth. One is the rebate or the kickback scheme. The others, the non-existing patients. Others are of course, the ghost patients, the padding and overpricing, as well as schemes within the legal department. But before we tackle that, I'd like to ask you, Secretary, what is the focus of national government? Is the focus particularly on the Philippine health insurance system? Is the focus skewed towards private HCIs or private healthcare institutions? Or shouldn't we focus on the government hospitals, improving government hospitals, Mr. Secretary?
Um, the your earlier statement, I hope you don't mind. What year was that when you said that you had expanded the hospital system of Bukidnon? Was this 2014?
No, Secretary. That was as early as 2005. I think 2005. I think you were still health secretary, if I'm not mistaken. We started that system about 2005. You have several actually vice presidents who can testify on that behalf. As a matter of fact, the staff of Senator Pia, was the chairperson of the Committee on Health, had done a field trip to Bukidnon because we were one of the first with the no balance billing payments. But anyway, yeah. So going back to my question, Mr. Secretary, are we scored towards giving the funds more to the private institutions rather than the government institutions? Because as records show, Mr. Secretary, a lot of government institutions are still waiting, no, for their IRM releases as well as improvements in their hospitals. And the reason why I asked the Secretary is, for example, we give a lot of funds to WellMed, to Brown, Avitum, and all that. Why don't we set up the dialysis centers within the government hospital system where we have provincial hospitals and regional hospitals, Secretary?
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. I believe we have been expanding our dialysis, public sector dialysis centers, no? Marami na po tayong natulungan year in and year out during the budget season. A lot of capital outlay on dialysis units have been provided by the DBM. And so you're right, we continue to expand the public sector, but the way we treat our supply side of the healthcare with PhilHealth as the major financier or funder, we just have to make sure that the outcome of care, whether it's public or private, is of quality. And it's something that the members truly appreciate and are benefited. So that to us is the overarching consideration.
Yes, because, Secretary, it saddens me to see, for example, even in our province here in Mindanao, hospitals that were once clinics, that's sadness. I'm happy to see it, no, but infirmaries or clinics, private clinics, are now 5-story hospitals because of of course, the influx of the PhilHealth program. Whereas I've seen government hospitals deteriorate, no expansion unless the local government units give them the additional funds. They have no equipment. They beg their provinces, they beg the local government units for this equipment. And yet, it seems now, as a fact, that a lot of our funds in the PhilHealth, especially in the IRM program, is designed to go towards the private sector. I have nothing against that, Mr. Secretary, but I'm a true believer of the Cuban system, the European system, the system that they have in Italy and Spain and in France, where they really strengthen No, the state really strengthens their healthcare institutions, and it's free to the public. It's free to the public because government pays for it. That my point being, secretaries, we have uncovered a lot of schemes involved mostly in private HCIs. And as one of your staff in the Philhealth had said a week ago, that we are almost bankrupt. Philhealth is about to be run to the ground if there's no additional government funds infused into the program. Now, ang katanungan ko, Secretary, no, we need, and yesterday, this came out in the House of Representatives, and this is very clear. In the House of Representatives, lumalabas na billions po, billions ay binibigay sa mga ospital sa pribadong sektor na may mga fraudulent cases pa pending sa PhilHealth. Ibig sabihin, may mga kaso, nahuli na, pending yung mga kaso, and yet, naglalagay pa tayo ng pondo sa kanila. So, walang natatakot because there's no enforcement of the penalty provisions of the law. So, my point now, Secretary, is, don't you see a need also policy-wise to strengthen the legal department of the PhilHealth?
Oh, yes, I agree with you, Your Honor, that there has to be a beefing up and augmentation of the legal office of PhilHealth to make more efficient the legal process and to really put those people who are accountable, make them really face the consequences of their nefarious activities. No, if they are proven to be in cahoots.
And yes, Secretary, sorry I have to cut you off, Secretary. I only have 10 minutes, and I would like to ask another resource person. But and yet, Mr. Secretary, are you not surprised why no cases have been filed on several instances? And if there were cases that were filed very lightly, many of them do not even lose their accreditation. They're not even suspended. It's just a mere fine. Aren't you surprised about that, Secretary, policy-wise? Because if you want to plug the leakages, you have to be strong on the implementation of the law and basically also the penal provisions.
I agree with you completely, Mr. Senator. It's just that in some instances, the problem of access hampers management to pursue, say, the revocation of accreditation simply because the next hospital is probably 100, 200 kilometers away. And so what the management has done is, in lieu of the revocation or suspension, was to max out the penalties or fines in terms of monetary penalty.
Correct, Mr. Secretary. But remember, in one case, the fine was 100,000 pesos only, and therefore these hospitals could easily pay the 100,000 pesos. Tuloy ang nakawan. And that is my point being, without this proper enforcement of the law, they will continue to steal the money of our PhilHealth program. And so, Mr. Secretary, if you allow me, maybe I can direct this to the legal department. And that is why it is very important, as big brother in the board, that you have to see this. Because if not, PhilHealth will just end up shutting down because of these leakages. Mr. President, may I now may I also ask questions to VP Attorney Don Rosario?
Your Honor, if I may just
Secretary.
very quickly, Mr. President, Your Honor, just very quickly, I just want to add that the GCG, the Governance Commission for GOCC, recently approved 12 additional plantilla positions for lawyers, and the PhilHealth needs to be more competitive in offering these positions to competent people, and this is again an issue of compensation. Now, as to the 100,000 penalty imposed, as you have pointed out, at that time, that was the allowable penalty under the law. With the universal health care, it was doubled. So, mas mataas na. Patients
Mr.
will
Secretary,
suffer. Yes, sir.
I have to cut you off, Mr. Secretary. I'm running out of time. My apologies. But that 100,000, 200,000 does not make an impact. However, suspension of accreditation does. because in this particular case, the hospital was getting 20 million a month rebates from Philhealth. But with the suspension, they would have lost that kind of amount. That would have scared them out of their wits. That would have made them stop their fraudulent schemes. But not a mere 100,000, Mr. Secretary.
Yes.
And by the way, that was an order by a higher court to be implemented, but was skewered backwards by the board. Instead of implementing the order, they decided to just go with the penalties. That is why my first opening question to you, secretaries, don't you think we should strengthen our public health centers, the hospitals? Because if we had a PGH, we had the Don Vicente Soto in all our regional centers, all our provincial hospitals, then we would be relying on them more, strengthening them, making them stronger, so that the people can go for true universal health care.
Oh,
Mr.
yes, sir.
President.
Yes, I agree with you for as long as the access as a fundamental issue is addressed.
Yeah, I'm glad you're here, Secretary, so you can hear also our exchanges on the issue on the legal, the problem of the legal department. Mr. Attorney Del Rosario, may I ask you some questions, sir?
Yes, Mr. President.
Yes. Attorney Del Rosario, it's come to my attention several cases that were filed by your rank and file, particularly investigators of the Philhealth, on airing hospitals and airing personnel. But I was told that these cases were either brought down to mere administrative cases rather than criminal cases, as well as cases that are still languishing in the legal department. May I ask, Mr. President, Attorney Del Rosario, how many cases have actually been filed in court
Thank you, Mr.
against these
President.
healthcare institutions?
Thank you, Mr. President. That's one of the problems that I discovered when I assumed as head of the legal sector. I assumed in 2018, kalahati lang po ng taon. Tapos last year, kalahati din lang ng 2019 ako nasa. Yung isa pong problema, yung filing of criminal complaints before the Department of Justice no sa mga regions. When I assumed there was 11 lang po yung na-file natin na complaints ever since Philhealth was established. So that's the reason that we endeavored to direct the regional offices to file criminal complaints as well as complaints before the Professional Regulation Commission. And also,
Attorney, allow me to, yes, Attorney. Attorney, ang balita sa akin ng mga taga-region ay ang proseso daw ay iaakyat yan sa inyo, sa legal department sa Manila, sa central office, and these are where the cases are languishing. Can I give a simple example, Attorney Del Rosario? Itong Pamela Del Rosario case sa Region 1, I believe you were the regional director at that time. And your investigators had uncovered about 10 employees who were positively identified by Philhealth. These were identified by the anti-fraud personnel. And yet, most of these cases were either simple neglect only, although the recommendation was for dismissal and filing of charges, criminal and administrative. It was mandated to simple neglect only, and most of the cases were dismissed. Can you confirm that,
Thank
Attorney?
you, Mr. President. When that happened, I was not yet the regional vice president of Region 1. That's the reason why I was transferred to Region 1, because there was a controversy. No? But in 2013, I was assigned to Region 1 for about 7 months. No? But
But I have a document here, Mr.
Yes.
President. I have a document here. It's addressed to you, Attorney Dodolfo Del Rosario, Regional Vice President, Region 1. This was dated 3rd of October 2016, where all the cases are here, and they were filed to your office, Mr. President.
Mr. President. That pertains to another case that is against a certain hospital. That's what I was saying all along, Mr. President, that there was a problem in the filing of criminal complaints. And that particular document, I've not seen the document. No, they forwarded that to the legal office, and no draft of any criminal complaint was forwarded to the office of the regional vice president in that particular case. What I was explaining earlier regarding
Yes, may you explain to me, Mr. President, may I ask Attorney Del Rosario? So explain to me these particular cases on the Pamela Del Rosario. This was literally the hand got caught inside the cookie jar. Huling-huli talaga sila.
Yes,
And
sir.
yet, no cases were filed against these people. Is
Sir,
that correct? Your
As
Honor?
I mentioned, that happened when I was not yet the regional vice president. The Attorney Padilla requested me or reassigned me to that office when that controversy erupted. No? So there is no, the regional vice president has no official role in the investigation of that case. That was investigated by the fact-finding, investigation and enforcement department. And the preliminary investigation was conducted by the prosecution department, all in the central office. And the Ombudsman also conducted its investigation, as well as the National Bureau of Investigation. And the Ombudsman found one employee guilty, and she was dismissed from the service, while several others were filed with administrative cases. There was an ad hoc committee created for that purpose, and that heard the case. I have no official role in all of those processes, Mr. President.
Well, Mr. President, on another issue, as mentioned earlier, this case on the Corpus Hospital, where 220 cases against the this healthcare institution were forwarded by the Fact-Finding Investigation Enforcement Division for filing with the prosecution office. I guess that's your office, attorney. Pero until now, wala pang kinakasuhan. Don't you agree with me, attorney, the lack of prosecution, the lack of penalties will continue to allow these people, whoever they are, unscrupulous individuals, to continue their shenanigans?
I agree with you, Mr. President. And with the limited time that I was in the legal sector, I have already recommended the filing of criminal complaints against 1,003 of healthcare providers. Our regions, as mentioned by the Secretary earlier, we had some administrative capacity issues. So the GCG recently approved the creation of additional 138 positions to strengthen the enforcement mechanism of our Philhealth regional legal offices, Mr. President. I agree completely with your observation.
Yes, attorney, but unfortunately, the proof in the pudding is in the eating. So therefore, if you want to be able to show us that you agree with me totally, these cases have to be filed. Imagine we reinvested billions again in this IRM system the last 2 months with hospitals, and I don't know, you can confirm this. We have reinvested the IRM funds to hospitals once again that have still fraudulent cases pending with your office. Is that correct? You can confirm that.
Yes, that is correct, Mr. President. The rationale of the policymakers is that these providers are also needed to extend assistance to our members. But that is correct. The IRM was given to even to those that have pending cases before us. And to put it on record, Mr. President, for the past 2 years that I've been with the legal office, we have filed more cases. Makikita po ninyo na napakarami na po yung file natin at na-resolve pong cases sa legal. Ang problema lang po natin, ito pong pag-file ng criminal complaints, which is a function of our regional offices. They have managed to file out of 1,003 cases that we have only 15 so far. Only 11 so far. But this is also...
So as an analogy, attorney, you would say na parang biro mo, nahuli mo na yung magnanakaw, pero tuloy-tuloy pa rin ang hindi nyo nahuli ng nagnanakaw yung magnanakaw, pero hindi nyo dinalagay sa kulungan, tuloy-tuloy pa rin ninyong binibigyan ng pondo itong lugar na ito para tuloy-tuloy ang pagnanakaw. That's a possibility.
Mr. President, there are other remedies aside from the filing of cases. We have denied the renewal of accreditation of several providers. Ang problema kasi, sir, sa due process natin, sa quasi-judicial process ngayon, medyo napaka-stringent niya, no? Kaya we are now recommending for the revision of this quasi-judicial provisions of our implementing rules. So sana para mapabilis na po. Ngayon, we can of the providers, and we have done that. We have also pushed for the policy on the withdrawal of accreditation. Pag meron pong talamak na fraud the region can withdraw
Yan ang
the
yan ang
accreditation.
napaka-importante, Attorney De Rosario, because that's what scares the living daylights out of these erring HCIs. Kasi kung hindi nyo gagawin yan, hindi matatakot yung mga yan. Now the problem is, if there's a lack of enforcement, it becomes a leadership issue. It becomes, as Senator Grace had mentioned earlier, competence or malice. It's either incompetent or malicious. So yan yung nangyayari dyan. Kaya we have uncovered so many schemes, bilyong-bilyong pisong nawawala sa PhilHealth dahil nadaya. There has to be two to tango. In other words, there has to be two to tango. Kasi kung matatakot yung mga hospitals at HSCs at wala silang kasabwat, hindi nila gagawin yan. Alam ko po yan, sigurado ako, hindi nila gagawin yan. Kasi alam nila, paparusahan sila kaagad, Mr. President. Pag hindi mo sila paparusahan, wala talaga mangyayari. Tuloy-tuloy ang ligaya. Sabi nga ni Senator Bongo, Mr. President kanina, sana putulan ng daliri. Ang problema, siyam pa ang daliri ang naiiwan. Siyam pa. So, pwede pa yung siyam na daliri na yan. Ipasok ang pera sa loob ng bulsa nila. And also, finally, Mr. President, finally, I would like to ask, I don't know, Mr. Morales is not there, General Morales is not there, unfortunately. The NBI admits, last August 7 in an interview, that they have had difficulty in investigating fraudulent PhilHealth claims, since the PhilHealth has not been submitting records to them despite repeated requests, Mr. President. Who can answer this? The Secretary or Attorney Del Rosario? Somebody has to answer this.
Yeah,
We should
Mr.
not
President.
allow this agency not to cooperate with an investigative body such as the NBI. It is unheard of that they will not cooperate and they will not give records to this investigative body, Mr. President.
Mr. President,
Who can answer this for us, Mr. President?
Mr. Sir, doon po sa mga na-forward sa NBI, we've been forwarding documents to them based doon sa aming mga final na rin administrative cases and based doon sa MIDAS report, kung saan talamak yung fraud. Ngayon, there were requests coming from them that the documents was given to another division. It was given to the anti-graft division, but it was actually the anti-fraud division that was requesting. So these documents was forwarded to NBI by no less than Colonel Laborte. Colonel Laborte can confirm that, Mr. President.
Before we ask Colonel Laborte, Mr. President, may I ask the Commission on Audit? She's here now. I saw her nodding her head. Does the Commission on Audit have the same problem with PhilHealth, with the giving of documents and files?
The Commission on Audit will give you a 2 minutes extension, Majority Leader.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Ma'am, you're on mute, ma'am.
Can you hear me po?
Yes, we can hear you, ma'am.
Okay. Good afternoon po. Good afternoon, Senate President and Your Honors. Yan po ang naging problem namin actually sa PhilHealth. They refuse to give documents. Actually, yan po yung naging basis ng qualification namin ng opinion kung bakit disclaimer ang opinion namin ibinigay sa kanila. Because they did not give us the documents and we were not also given full access of the system. It was only late na. May na po nang nabigyan kami, in which case, tapos na yung audit period namin and we're in the process now preparing the audit observations memorandum and the drafting of the report. So ever since po, lagi po yan ang problema namin sa kanila. Even po dun sa mga contracts meron po tayong regulation na ang contracts dapat within 5 days after na napirmahan yung contracts, it has to be submitted to COA with all the supporting documents, including yung mga billing documents na yon. Pero as you will note po, dun sa 2018 audit report namin, meron kami yung finding under observation number 14 on page 105 and 106. Sinabi po namin doon na hindi sila nagsasubmit ng mga documents, even magsusupport dun sa mga contracts that they entered into. In fact, parang may finding pa kami doon na may nabayaran sila na hindi nabigay sa amin yung documents. So talaga pong yun po ang naging problema namin sa PhilHealth.
Can you imagine that? Thank you, ma'am. So you can confirm pinahirapan po kayo pagdating sa mga dokumento.
Yes po. At saka sir, even yung exit conference po namin, binigyan ko pa po sila ng extension Kahit tapos na po kami ng audit, we were already conducting the exit conference. I gave them additional time pa po na maka-submit yung mga documents na yon. At kahit na yung ibang members ng team ay gumagawa na ng report, mag-iiwan po ako ng talagang mag-audit, mag-i-evaluate at magre-review ng mga documents na yon had they submitted to us. Pero wala po talaga eh. Hindi po nila nagawang i-submit sa amin yon.
So, Mr. President, yes, please go ahead, sir.
Yeah, I would like to ask, ano yung Office of Primary Responsibility? Para ma-pinpoint natin kung sino yung mga documents na kailangan ng COA. Philhealth? What is the OPR? Who is responsible for that? Does somebody know?
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Mr. Renet.
Maraming salamat po. Relative po sa sinasabi ni Director Tuason, ito po ay year 2018 po and year 2019 po nabigyan na po sila ng access. And yung sinasabi po na dokumento na binigyan po kami ng pagkakataon, those are documents po sa mga regional offices po natin. So yun po, during that time po, nahirapan din po yung region na magpapadala sa central office dahil sa magsing panahon. And we po na ang mga regional offices na lang po nila yung magbe-verify ng mga reports na hinihingi po nila. And former Attorney Darang na yung mga regional offices na lang po magbe-verify ng dokumento. In fact po, halos lahat na po ng mga bine-verify ng dokumento para sa 2018 po ay nagawa na po ng mga regional office po. And magsasubmit po kami ng update kina Ma'am Tuason sa ating resident auditor po. So, dahil na po ng mga resident auditor yung mga dokumentong na yun po. And second one, sir, relative to the contracts, I think our MSS and answer that one.
Yung mga contract owners sa Secretariat for
Mr. President, we cannot hear them, Mr. President. We cannot hear the person speaking.
Who was
Attorney Honors?
Well, Mr. President, siguro to wrap up my time, when we heard it from the mouth himself, the head of the representative of COA, hirap na hirap sila kumuha ng dokumento dito sa ahensyang ito. We've heard it from the NBI as well. In many instances, they've come out publicly on TV claiming that they are having a hard time getting the documents from the Philhealth as well. Parang lumalabas talagang may mafia dito sa loob. They're protecting something. Imagine a mere clerk in a small office of government, may mawawala ng ilang piso, mawawala na isang materyales ng gobyerno, ikukulong. Ito ay bilyong piso hawak nila kaba ng bayan, pera ng bayan, Mr. President. Pero hindi naman sila COA, papa-audit at papa-imbestiga. Ibig sabihin, may tinatago siguro sila, Mr. President. Mapapamura ka ng putya. Magagalit ka talagang putya na talaga. Because dahil sa nangyayaring ito, pera ng taong bayan ito para sa mahihirap, Mr. President. Yung daliri hindi lamang dapat putulin. Dapat ikulong talaga, mabulok sa kulungan, Mr. President. Ang may mga sakop dito sa mga racket na ito. So we thank COA for this, Mr. President, this admission, and we thank also the committee, Mr. President. I hope we will come up with a strongly worded committee report with, of course, the recommendations both in legislation as well as criminal penalties, Mr. President.
Thank you, Majority Leader. Mr. Mas, go
Sir,
ahead.
can I elaborate further? Ms. VP Renato Rilim Siaco na yung mga contracts ay nasa office ko, di sa sector ko. For the record po, yung mga contracts natin, especially the procurement contracts, na required naman talaga ang agency mag-submit sa COA, ay wala ho yun sa office ko, kundi sa Secretariat for Bids and Awards Committee. Under ho yan sa Office of the President of Philhealth. Well, we will call their attention kung bakit hindi nila sinasubmit yung mga contracts na yon. So clear naman yung rules talaga dyan, kahit sa regional office pa ako, na may deadline talaga. No? Pag na-perfect ang contract, dapat sinasubmit yan talaga sa Commission on Audit. So sa PhilHealth Central Office, kung may complaint ang OWA na hindi nga binibigyan ng, hindi sinasubmit agad on time yung mga contracts, so minsan nilalabas nila yan as Audit Observation Memorandum. At yung in charge talaga niyan, yung Secretariat for Bids and Awards Committee ng PhilHealth, kasi nandoon lahat yung mga perfected contracts ng PhilHealth. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
Mr.
We now
President.
recognize Senator Amy Marcos. Senator Marcos, you have 10 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Yes, given your length of service, Secretary Duque, kung maaari, kayo ang tatanungan ko ng question. Na imbagang malema po, Secretary.
Yes, Madam Senator.
Yes, thank you very much. Given your length of service, the better part of 2 decades at Philhealth, can we say that you are one of the best informed among the health officials regarding the workings of Philhealth?
That would be safe to assume, Madam Senator, that as chairman of the board, this is a collegial body, and the problems of PhilHealth are deliberated by the collegial body.
Of course, but it is our duty to get down to the bottom of the issue, which is what is really wrong with PhilHealth. And going to specifics, since this is in fact an investigation in aid of legislation, very frequently upcasing is the scam that is often mentioned for overpayments in so many of our payment schemes. And I would like to ask, what is the relationship between DOH and PhilHealth? Ang sabi kasi, for example, hindi nagkakatugma ang data po ninyo tungkol sa pagbabayad ng PhilHealth, tapos yung morbidity data naman ng DOH. Bakit hindi po kayo nagkakatugma? Hindi ba nandiyan naman kayo as chairman? Akikita naman natin yung epidemiological ninyo, siya naman ang nagne-name ng ating reportable diseases. Dapat nagkakaisa kayo. Bakit halos 5.4 billion overpayment ika nga, lampas-lampas yung binayad ng PhilHealth kesa sa mga report ng DOH? Ano ba talaga ang relasyon dun sa dalawa?
Your Honor, I need to check on whether the data of the PhilHealth, which covers both public and private sector hospitals, and compare this with the DOH data, which I suspect is limited to the public sector data. But that has to be validated for the record.
I think the information for pneumonia claims for 2014 to 2018 ibinigay rin ng office ninyo, ibinigay ng DOH, kinorroborate naman ng PhilHealth. Nagtataka po kami, bakit hindi kayo nagkakatugma? At ano ba talaga ang relasyon dapat ng PhilHealth at saka DOH? Palibasa, sabi nila, yung DOH daw, recipient ng pera ng PhilHealth, samantalang yung DOH, nagdidikta rin naman ng policy kasi yung pneumonia in-exclude dun sa reportable diseases. Ano ba dapat ang relasyon ng dalawa? Medicare at Medicaid, katulad nung dati-rati nung 1969 at naumpisahan yan.
Yung difference the DOH pneumonia claims are actually taken or culled from the rural health units, while PHIC claims emanate from the facility. So iba po yung pinanggagalingan ng datos, at ang relasyon po naman ng DOH ay program coordination lamang. And
should they not be reconciled at some point? Kasi nakakatawa naman, konting ubo, konting sipon, bibigyan ng Tylenol, 15 mil na kagad ang bayaran. Paano ba maiiwasan yung ganitong upcasing na talamak?
Dapat sa audit kasi na nakikita ito, and kung talagang ma-prove nila yung upcasing na yan, that is in violation of the PhilHealth rules, regulations, and circulars. And ito pong ina-address ng PhilHealth, yung claims for reimbursement for community-acquired pneumonia, for example, yung acute gastroenteritis and urinary tract infection are subjected to prepayment medical review, and the documentary requirements for these cases are requested before payment of claims are made, no? So sinama rin natin yung claims form 4. This was also introduced precisely to facilitate the review of care prior to reimbursement of claims. But in the end, if there's really a violation, these people will have to be made accountable, and the necessary cases will have to be filed.
Ito nga kasi wala nga na-file na cases. Alam naman natin yung sa Region 1, pareho tayong taga ron. Sangkatutak yung kaso, 220 cases, wala naman na-file, dinajagal-jagal lang yung mga tao, talagang malaking problema po. Kaya ito nga, itatanong ko, nabanggit ko na rin yung Region 1, yung ibang OFW natin, sabi galit na galit kayo sa kanila. Noong 2005, dun sa Plan 5 million na nabanggit kanina, ilang beses na, yung OWA, kinuna ng 530 million at linipat dito sa programa ng Philhealth. Ngayon naman, ang sabi naman ng mga OFW natin, yung 3% premium, i-charge pa rin ba ninyo yan? Samantalang alam naman natin kalunos-lunos ang kalagayan nila at nawalan sila ng trabaho sa abroad. Paano po ba yung kalagayan ng mga OFW at yung 3% premium na yan?
Well, una po, Madam Senator, yung sinasabi nilang OWA Medicare Fund na kinuha ng Philhealth, alinsunod po ito sa batas para ma-integrate ang lahat ng mga social health insurance katulad ng GSIS Medicare, SSS Medicare, isinama na rin pati ang OWA Medicare. At,
yes, with all due respect po, if you recall, sa record, sa transcript ng Senate, sinabi ni Senator Pimentel at that time, si matandang Nene Pimentel, na talagang hindi dapat ginagalaw yung trust fund ng OWA kasi para sa mga welfare, sa welfare ng ating mga overseas workers. Ngayon yung 3% premium naman ang pinapataw natin. Hindi na nga nila kaya at nawalan na nga ng trabaho.
Ito pong Philhealth can only delay the premium collection, pero kasi sa batas ho, no? So siguro dapat amendahan ng batas, Madam Senator. Kasi malinaw po dun sa batas yung premium rates ng mga contributors to the system. So kasama ko sila sa
okay lang sa inyo na tanggalin na yung 3% premium na yan na inaangal po nila ng todo-todo?
Yung mga kasagot niyan yung atin actually, kung pwede lang ako gusto kong patanggal eh. Yung nga lang, yung actuarial implications nito for the long-term sustainability of the fund, I do not know what the impact of this will be. So maybe we can listen to the actuary to explain what is really the implication of this.
Siguro kung tigilin yung mga upcasing at saka tigilan yung mga outpatient na sinisingil ng board and room, siguro naman mas malaki yun kaysa sa 3% ng mga hamak na OFW. Mapunta po sa kaso. Ang daing kaso na walang nangyayari. Sa palagay ninyo, may corruption talaga sa Philhealth. Nabanggit ninyo kanina, tama po ba yun?
Meron yan. Malamang meron yan mga may mga complicit or collusion. I'm sorry, ma'am, hindi ko po narinig. Sorry.
Hindi, sigurado po may corruption kasi nauubos po yung pondo, yung reserve fund, disappearing na po eh.
Yung sa reserve fund po na bumaba, ang pagkakapaliwanag po ng actuary, malaking bagay yung nagsara ang mga negosyo, yung mga pribadong mga kumpanya ay natigil ang kanilang mga operations. So yung kanila pong monthly contributions ay nawala. So malaki po ang epekto nito dahil malaki pong pondo yon na makaka-apekto sa long-term sustainability ng Philhealth.
So,
isa po yun. Pero
meron kayong binanggit na may corruption. Sino-sino ang may kasalanan sa tingin ninyo?
It's probably this is a para sindikato yan or a web of people who are behind these nefarious activities from the hospitals to
Mr. Chairman po, inaamin ninyo na may sindikato dyan sa PhilHealth.
It's possible na meron mga ganon na nakikipag kutsaba sa mga
Walang ginagawa yung Exicom at yung ating mga opisyal tungkol dyan. But sa tingin ba ninyo, may kasalanan si General Morales? Kasi sinabi na ninyo may sindikato dyan sa PhilHealth. May kasalanan po ba o pagkukulang si General Morales?
Ang masasabi ko lang po, isang taon pa lang po siya. And we have to also consider yung mga ibang ginawa ni General Morales. And kailangan talagang isulong niya yung kanyang reforma na binanggit. And ako naman, ang aking pong suggestion sa inyo po with, respectfully and humbly recommend that a stable term for a TCEO to ensure continuity so as not to disrupt the learning curve, and the position must have a longer than 1 year. Kasi ngayon, every budget hearing, every year, nagbabago presidente ng PhilHealth. So from the policy standpoint, might be good to bring back the longer term of office para may stability at magkaroon talaga ng resulta yung mga pagbabagong kanyang ibig isagawa.
Pero Secretary, sa loob ng iisang taon, marami ng perang nawawala.
Mahirap po kasing madali pong mag-speculate, pero dapat yung evidence, yung data ay makita natin kung meron bang direktamente yung kinalaman nito dito sa mga katiwalian na nabanggit ninyo.
So sa palagay ninyo, wala pong kasalanan si General Morales?
Yung wala po akong alam na ebidensya na iugnay si General Morales direktamente doon sa mga naturang mga fraudulent claims. No?
Direktamente po, pero indirectly, meron po ba?
Ay hindi ko po masagot yun, ma'am. Pasensya na po at kinakailangan ay suriin maigi ang mga dokumento, ang mga datos.
Yes, I understand, Mr. Secretary. But after all, you recall the institutional memory of the agency that we know as Philhealth. At yung iba, ang sabi nga, kayo ang tanging ninong ng PhilHealth. Mula kay Lorna Fajardo, kay Dr. Ray Aquino, kay Dodo Banson, kay Dr. Ong, si Alex Padilla nakakuha daw sa DILG, si Secretary Ubial, na ginawa ninyong RD at ASEC, all the way hanggang umabot na tayo kina Attorney Debbie C. at Attorney Mangawang. Ano po masasabi niyo sa sa inyo? Nanino ng PhilHealth?
Hindi na ako mag-aswap.
Mahirap naman po yung kanilang ganon na sinasabi at kung ano man ang kahulugan nun, hindi po malinaw sa akin. Ang masasabi ko lang po ay ako'y iniluklok ni Pangulong Duterte bilang kalihim ng DOH. Muli, I was invited by the President at pinasasalamatan ko po siya dahil sa kanyang tiwala at paniwala naman sa aking kakayahan na siya naman mismo ang nagsasabi na okay naman yung akin performance at nakapagsilbi sa ilalim ng 4 na administrasyon.
Sa galang-galang ng Pangulo, minumungkahi ko na sana mahikayat natin si Secretary Duque, tulungan tayo imbestigahan ng PhilHealth. Total, siya naman ang pinakamatagal na opisyal dyan. Siya rin naman ang namumuno via DOH. Sana tulungan na lang tayo na malaman lahat ng nangyayari dyan. Total, tanggapin niya at inaamin na may sindikato at korupsyon sa ahensyang PhilHealth. Maraming salamat po.
Right. Thank you, Senator Marcos. Next is Senator Lito Lapid. Senator Lapid, I received the note. You are giving your 10 minutes to Senator. Senator Lapid. I received a note here.
Mr. President.
Attorney Kit,
Yes.
while we are searching for Senator Lito Lapid. Go ahead, Attorney Kit.
Yes, sir. May I just reply to the may I just respond to the reply of Secretary Duque regard that it is just malicious my claim that he is the godfather, because under Article 217 of the revised penal code, when a government official shall permit any other person to take such property wholly or partially, shall also be guilty of misappropriation or malversation, and it is a presumption of malversation under the rules of evidence, sir. So this is in relation also to the Republic Act 3019, Graft and Corrupt Practices Act, causing any undue injury to the government or any party, to include government corporations. Sir, so this is not his inaction equals to presumption of malversation. Since he's the chairman and he has already past experience with the Ondoy, and in the Ondoy there are claims. In here there are no claims. That's all, sir. Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you, Attorney Kit. Senator Lacson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to address my questions to Mr. Oscar Abadu. Yeah. One issue that has remained a mystery up to this point is the 9.7 million peso remittance or deposit to the Balanga Rural Bank. I understand that you were PRO2 head at the time. This deposit was made to the Balanga from Region 2 to Balanga in Region.
Good afternoon, Mr. President, Mr. Senator. So during the time, under the, since May 2, 2019, already turned over all my responsibilities as the RVP of Region 2. Since in March 25 of 2019, I got my appointment as the Vice President for Northern Luzon. But even then, I was reassigned immediately as the Quality Assurance Group Vice President. And I officially assumed my post at the central office in May 8, 2019.
But at the time that the deposit was made, you were the PRO2 director?
No more, sir. Because I turned over my responsibilities in May.
When did this happen? When was the deposit made?
Based on the information I got, is that the deposits made were in May 3 until I think May 22. So
May
4 times
3.
for the three B Brown facilities.
I think that the deposit was made, or the deposit were made, May 3 sinasabi mo?
Yeah, that's what I heard, sir.
So who was in charge?
I already turned over my responsibilities to acting regional vice president Salvacion Madarang then.
And
he's not here.
Who can answer? Yung nangyaring 12 transaction.
Sir, if I may.
Sige.
Okay. Just to point also the position that Attorney Kit raised last time. So on just to shed light on this, on April, sorry, okay. The matter was discovered by Philhealth Regional Office 2, actually, and it took necessary actions. It was discovered, by the way, in June 10, when B. Brown formally reported the matter. During the time, I was no longer the regional vice president since I was assigned as the quality assurance.
So you cannot contribute any information. So I'd refer to Colonel Aborte, who was the HEA at the time and who directed Attorney Kit to conduct the investigation. Now, ang recent development dito, yung Balanga Rural Bank President, Maria Rosario Banson, clarified na yung 9.7 million was credited by the Land Bank of the Philippines to their demand deposit account with the Bangko Sentral. Ang demand deposit account, ito yung deposits of banks and other financial institutions to comply with the reserve requirements. Meaning, as per BSP rules, kailangan mayroong mga reserve requirements at ayaw isauli. Ito yung sinabi ni Ms. Banson, ano, yung Presidente ng Rural Bank. There is nothing to open because there is no account. Because yung 9.7 di umano, sabi niya, pumasok doon sa kanilang demand deposit account. So, who can clarify this matter? Because as per your investigation, Attorney Keith, you're the one who initially investigated this matter upon the direction of
Yes, sir. There was an information, sir, that VP Oscar Abado reported to the central office only in July. And we can ask that from SVP Dennis Mas, Your Honor, sir.
So, will you confirm that, Mr. Abado? Sabi mo, tama yun, May 3 hanggang May 52 yung mga deposits.
Yeah.
Sabi mo, May 2, wala ka na doon.
Wala na ako na
But as per the investigation conducted, you reported to the central office only in July.
No, sir. Ganito yun. I officially assume my position as Quality Assurance Vice President in May 8. And then, in fact, what we're talking about probably in July is that I left. I was on leave that time. So from May 8 until June 20, I assumed my post as Quality Assurance Head.
You address the chair, Mr. Abado.
Yes, Mr. President, that I already
So where were you between May 2 and May 8? Or May 3 and May 8?
I was at home, sir.
No. Yung ano mo, yung designation.
My designation is Vice President pa rin as Quality Assurance Head na.
Ang relief order mo, ang designation mo, effective May 8. You formally took over on May 8.
Yes, sir.
So hindi mo basta i-abandon yung post mo effective May 2.
Yeah,
Kasi hindi mo pwede iwanan kagad yung post mo. As a matter of fact, hindi ka pa naka-formally assume doon sa central office. So you are still in PRO 2 at the time when this deposit was paid, May 3.
Yes, sir. But I'm already on travel that time. Yes, sir. Because I'm supposed to go to Manila to also prepare.
Haba naman ang biyahe mo.
No, sir.
May 8.
We have to prepare. I have to prepare my because I have to prepare the rental.
So in short, what you're saying is you don't know anything about this.
Yes, sir.
Ito kaya naging misteryoso ito because look, 9.7 million na walang parang bulak. And ang anomaly rito, Mr. President, Region 2, kasi online naman sila, computerized lahat yan, yung recipient na HCI, mag-a-apply siya at isasama niya sa application yung kanyang designated account sa kung anuman bangko. And I believe in this case, yung B. Brown Abitum, ang designated bank niya, if I'm not mistaken, is Deutsche Bank. Kaya nga nagtatalo rin kami ng staff ko, paano nagkaroon ng Deutsche Bank in Tugigaraw? Ganun ba karami ang Germans doon? Anyway, to make the long story short, napunta sa yung deposit sa Balanga in the name of B. Brown, sa account ng B. Brown, allegedly, and there's an account number. Now, here comes the president of Balanga Rural Bank, Ms. Pan, saying na, hindi, yung deposit na yan sa amin yan. Yan yung demand deposit account namin sa Central Bank. So, which is which? Anybody?
Yes, sir.
Attorney Labe, di ba nabanggit mo rin ito eh?
Yes, sir. I was
Okay.
I was informed by Heya regarding this one, sir. When I joined by Colonel Aborte, sir, when I
Okay.
joined Philhealth first week of August.
All right.
Yes, sir. So I remember some of the details of this case because this was handled by Attorney Pocalian,
Yeah.
the OIC. Then when the resolution, the administrative case resolution was forwarded to my office, I flagged it down because I noticed that there were material facts of the case that were omitted, and I wouldn't want the President Morales to sign it because there was only a simple neglect of duty, and I know how the case transpired because it involved 9.7 million, sir. And with that, I asked some of the documents from OPCAO to support my recommendation to Ricardo Morales, and I have here in my position the documents
Yes,
here
please.
that transpired.
Before submitting the document, can you more or less inform the committee?
Yes, sir.
Bakit mo pinlag? Ano yung mga missing material facts and so forth and so on?
Sir. On August
We might
19,
be able to unravel the mystery.
yes, sir, Mr. President. On August 19, 2019, the Vice President Area 1, Attorney Alfredo Pineda II, wrote a letter subject formal endorsement to the legal sector for filing appropriate legal action for the recovery of 9.7 million erroneously credited to Balanga Rural Bank. And this is addressed to the OIC SVP that time, Attorney Rogelio Pacaliana Jr. And on the same date, August 19, 2019, endorsement to OSBP legal sector forwarded to, this is a reply from the SBP, sir. In August 14, and in September 3, 2019, sir, endorsement to SBP legal sector, certified through copy of the documents for filing complaint bank. So they are filing the case against Balanga Rural Bank, sir.
Continue. Now, mag-interject lang ako. Erroneously deposited. Di ba online lahat ang transfer ng may mga accounts? Now, Colonel Laborte, is it at all possible that a deposit could be erroneously or an account to be erroneously deposited to a particular bank?
Sir, opo, pero in this case, sir, hindi. Kasi, sir,
Because
sir, hindi pwede
nag-crossover ng ibang region.
Opo, sir. At the same time, hindi lang basta-basta, sir, ilalagay din yung account number, sir, account name.
And who,
We have a procedure, sir.
and who is or who was responsible in registering the account number?
Sir, the quality assurance ng region, sir.
And who was
ACPS.
at the time, sino?
Dapat, sir, si Puliante. Kunel, sir, Puliante yun.
So siya yung responsible na mag-input ng account number.
Opo, sir. Kasi po, there are two requirements, sir. First is the letter from the hospital or the facility saying that this is my bank.
Okay.
And the other document, sir, is the bank certification that indeed this bank account number and account name belongs to the hospital or the facility.
So without human intervention, this could not have happened.
No, sir.
Please continue, Attorney Lave. Kasi hindi naman tayo papayag na nawalang parang bula yung 9.7 at nandun sa Balanga Rural Bank. Nawalang parang bula sa Philhealth. Go ahead.
All I have here, sir, is the attempt to recover the amount erroneously deposited to Balanga Rural Bank, sir.
How did it go, yung attempt to recover?
Until such finally, sir, that the Balanga wouldn't release the amount back to Land Bank because they are demanding for a particular payment,
Inconvenience fee,
which is
49,000 plus.
49,000 plus, sir.
Who paid? Nagbayad ba yung PhilHealth ng 49,000 sa Balanga para mabalik sa Land Bank account ng PhilHealth yung 9.7 million?
Apparently, sir, during the meeting, they paid 49,000, but it was as per their,
Who did?
was the employees involved, sir, who paid the
Who?
49,000. 50-50 according to records, sir. Both
50%
Jerome Poliante and Dr. Edith Siconel.
yung dalawa, naghati.
Yes, sir.
Why would they do that? para wag nang pag-usapan o para mabalik sa PhilHealth. Pero ba't sila mag-aabono ng sariling pera?
I was not privy to the meeting, sir, but there was a meeting attended by our acting SVP that time,
Who
sir.
would know?
Attorney Pucalyan.
Attorney Kit.
Mr. President. Sir, I believe, sir, that this is the style of the mafia in recruiting future syndicates, sir. They will have an agreement that you will do this part and then you will be assured a promotion or assured benefits in the future. That's according to my according to my investigation, sir. And the other one, sir, Colonel Laborte has an evidence that VP Abado reported in PhilHealth July, sir.
July.
Thank you, sir.
Would you confirm that? Na July pa siya?
Sir, I'm not. I'm confirming that I only saw Oscar Abado in July, and only Dennis Master can say it because the CPO he holds all the CP.
Dennis Ma? Ang status ni Mr. Abado, May 3 hanggang May 8. Anong status niya?
Status.
Yeah, status. Because yan sabi niya, he formally assumed office, the central office, May 8. Pero merong gap. Because ang sinabi niya, umalis na siya ng May 2. May 3 naman nangyaring deposit. So, in fact, he's denying that he had anything to do with the deposit. Because he was PRO2 and PRO2 was the one responsible for depositing to the account of the recipient HCI, which is in Tugigaraw. Pero napunta sa Balanga.
Sige, sir. So yung pinakatanong ay yung kailan siya nag-assume?
Yes.
Sige, sir.
Where was he on May 3?
Sir, hindi po awak yung report. Pwede sir, tawag ko
Sige.
lang sa office. Para
While
ma-verify.
you're
Sasabihin
calling,
ko tuti yan.
ang basic question is, where is the 9.7 million pesos now? To be exact, 9,705,332 pesos. Nasaan na ngayon yun? Sige, Mr. Abado.
Before I answer that, sir, I just want to have, because I have a memo, Mr. President, a memo addressed to Arsenio Torres, recommended action on the erroneous crediting of fund to Balanga Rural Bank. And it says, in view of the foregoing, we request your good office to direct said Pro2 personnel to pay in their personal capacity the bank charges being asked by BRBI to effect the immediate recovery by PhilHealth of the subject funds, assigned by Attorney Roger Pucalyan. So this was the memorandum that Attorney Labe was referring earlier on. Going back to the question of the 9.7, as mentioned by Attorney Labe, there was a discussion with Balanga Rural Bank based on the information given us from the discussions of those mentioned by Attorney Kit last week, that there was a discussion with BRBI, and then upon payment of the 49,000 inconvenience fee, that immediately, according to them, was the 9.7 million was immediately returned to Land Bank, and then it was credited back to BBrank.
Yeah, but here's now Ms. Banson, no, i-plus uli namin yan, nagbigay siya ng press statement no, on August 13, 2020. Pangalan lang. Batangas, or Balanga Rural Bank Incorporated, President Maria Rosario Banson clarified that the 9.7 million was credited by the Land Bank Philippines to their demand deposit account with the Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas in 4 remittances between May 3 to 22, 2019. As to the determination of the real owner of the bank account in Balanga, President Banson answered, there is nothing to open because there are no existing accounts in Balanga Rural Bank. So, which is which? Sinuli sa Land Bank o nandun pa rin sa Balanga dahil sa demand deposit account yun, naka-credit? Which is which? Where is the money now? That's the basic question because usapang pera ito, hindi naman to, sabihin natin pera ng PhilHealth, pero pera rin natin lahat yan eh. Kasama kami dyan eh. Kaya namin tinatanong. Where is the 9.7 million now? Who can answer? Mr. Lim Xiaoco, anything to say about this?
Mr. Chair, Your Honor, August 2019 to December, Your Honor, ay nasa study leave po ako.
Okay.
Pero I based on the information I got, Your Honor, ang pera nga po ay naibalik na po sa ating sa land bank po through the BSP's Payment and Settlement Office.
Can you submit the document to show
Yes po.
that it has been returned or the money was returned to land bank?
Yes
Meron
po,
kang
sir.
document.
Wala po akong dokumento na dala po dito ngayon, sir. Pero ang sinasabi lang po ay yung pera ay naibalik na sa land bank and nasettle na po yung yung 9 billion. Po.
Well, there's a problem here because that's what you're saying, but the president of Rural Bank of Balanga is saying otherwise. Sabi niya, wala kami ibabalik sa amin ito. Demand deposit account to with the central bank. Reserve fund namin ito. Unless you show me the document showing that the money was returned to land bank, then I will believe you. And we may summon the president of Balanga why, is maintaining that the money is still with Balanga Rural Bank under the demand deposit account.
Mr. Chair, Your Honor, i-verify po natin sa opisina po yung dokumento po na nasabi po na Senator po.
Okay, Attorney Labe, ano na ngayon situation? Ano na ngayon owner? Volante.
Yes, Mr. President, they are still connected with Philhealth Region 2.
For the sanction?
The sanction is, I have yet to remand the case already because I already informed Brigadier General Morales about the material facts that were omitted from the case. And
I thought they were just sanctioned and given ang kanilang offense lang simple neglect of duty, which carries a very light punishment.
That's the
right to 9.7 million pesos missing.
I agree, Mr. President. That's the recommendation of the ad hoc committee, Mr.
Headed by
Mr. Ray T. Balinya and Elena Herrera.
Yeah, under whose office is that? Sinong head nila?
The ad hoc head is he's the senior manager for corporate communication department.
Under
Mr.
what
President.
sinong SVP yung
Under corporate affairs group, Mr. President, Dr.
Under?
Shirley.
Under
Dr. Shirley po.
wala rin dito. Sinabi mo meron ka na discover na missing. Kindly elaborate. Ano yung mga missing na yon?
Marami pong material facts na na-omit dito,
Sige.
Mr. President. And in fact, it was not thoroughly discussed what it really transpired with the incident on how the Deutsche Bank account or the Balanga account rather was inputted into the system because this Balanga is not within the jurisdiction of the
Yes.
RO2, so it's
And Balanga has never been or has never had an account with Philhealth, di ba? Wala. Even under Region 3 regional office, mga rural bank pang account doon.
I'm not familiar, Mr.
But
President.
as far as you know, there's none. So imposible makapasok sa system ng Philhealth, much less sa PRO2, yung Balanga Rural Bank, unless there's connivance.
I would presume, Mr. President.
No, alam mo, mahirap tigilan ito kasi 9.7 million is 9.7 million. Hindi pwedeng goodbye na lang, bayaan na lang natin kasi wala makapagpaliwanag. At yung employees responsible, may slap lang ng kasong simple neglect of duty. So we need to really get to the bottom of. Alam nyo kung 10 piso ito, baka sabihin natin, sige na, kalimutan na lang natin. But it's 9.7 million. So what's happening to Philhealth? Sige, Mr. Abado.
Yes, sir. May I also suggest probably that the team who went to Balanga Rural Bank, that includes a central office team, including those coming from Philhealth Regional Office 2, to provide the minutes of the meeting or the discussion on how the money was returned to Land Bank of the Philippines and eventually going back to each main pay.
Attorney Labe, can you provide the committee yung sinasabi niya minutes of the meeting?
I only have
You
here
can have access, di ba?
I have here the corporate personnel order, Mr. President, who attended the meeting with the Balanga Rural Bank. Can I just
Okay.
read the names,
Sige.
Mr. President? Attorney Rogelio Pocalian, Cherry Carmen Divina, is Acting Senior Controller Department. Maria Lourdes Binaget, Acting Senior Manager Treasury Department. Dr. Salvacion S. Madarang, Medical Officer 7 of Philhealth Region 2 Office. And Attorney Joseph Pawig, Attorney 4 Legal Office, Philhealth Regional Office 2. These are the people from Philhealth who met the Balanga Rural Bank to get back the
ng report after the meeting.
there's no report on my record, Mr. President.
But they should have reported that, di ba? Kung ano yung nangyari sa meeting. Yung ba yung meeting na nagbayad na sila ng 49,000? Saka nakapagtaka, bakit sila mag-aabono ng sariling pera kung hindi sila nakinabang sa 9.7 million? Para lang matahimik, o sige, bayaran natin para baka just a motion of transferring or crediting sa land bank yung pera. Mr. Dennis?
Okay, sir, I already inquired from our HRD manager and he texted me yung assumption to duty ni Vicky Abado is March 29, 2019. Assumption to duty po yun.
Pakilakas lang.
Based sa records na PhilHealth. March 29, 2019.
Yung
assumption to duty na. Kung kailan siya nag-start sa central office.
March 29.
Oh, March 29.
So, effective, sabi niya May 2 eh.
Yan po yung nakalagay sir sa
ang gulo ng
assumption
record
to duty as forwarded to me by the HRD manager of PhilHealth. So March 29.
Anyway, Attorney Labe, kindly submit to the committee whatever documents you have. So, kasi si Senate President has a standing coordination with the Secretary of Justice. And we are committed to furnish the Department of Justice with all the documents, all the records of the proceeding.
Yes, Mr. President. May I just add something? I think this one is important, Mr. President. That the incident or this case of erroneous money transfer of 9.7 million was discovered when the Brown Aviton Philippines Incorporated through Finance Director Arsenia Siladores wrote a letter to our Acting Regional Vice President for Region 2 to Ms. Salvacion Madarang and inquiring on their collections, the aggregate amount thereof is 9.7 million, which unfortunately was not paid to their company. And when they checked the system, it was deposited to other bank, not the Deutsche Bank.
So, why did B. Brown Abitum keep quiet eventually? Kasi kung hindi, hanggang ngayon, naghahabol sila kung talagang na-missent yung erroneously deposited yung dapat pera nila. Naghahabol pa ba sila? Hindi na.
I think it was Mr. President, with regard to the collection, but it was triggered, the reason why this was found out, because it was triggered by the letter of B. Brown. As regards to the collection that they are collecting from PhilHealth, it was handled separately, Mr. President.
Mr. President?
Yes.
Mr. President, based on the records also that we got, there are 12 receipts, official receipts.
Yeah, 12. 12 transactions yan eh.
Oo. That the B. Brown, corresponding to the amounts credited to the Balanga, has already been paid under the account.
Ang gulo lalo eh.
Nag-issue na sila ng
lalong magulo, lalong masalimuot. Ang sabi ng B. Brown, nasa kanila na yung pera. Sabi ng Balanga, yung account sa kanila. Ang sabi ng PhilHealth, na ibalik na sa land bank. So, ibig sabihin, from land bank, na i-deposit na sa account ng B. Brown. Sige, Colonel Laborde. We're all the more confused.
Mr. President, hindi po aabot yan sa how many transactions, 11 transactions. Supposed to be, yung PhilHealth Pro Officer should demand the receipt, sir, weekly. In this case, dapat on the second week, nanghingi na sila before they deposit yung third and fourth tranches, sir.
Yeah.
So, may pagkukulang sa PhilHealth, sir. And then sa part
Sa
naman
regional
na,
office.
Opo, B-Brown, sir, bakit hindi niya minomonitor yung account niya, sir, na hindi siya nababayaran for several weeks? And,
correct. Kasi between May 3 and May 22, That's how many days?
Opo, sir.
That's 19 days, di ba?
Opo, sir. And sir, si Mr. Oscar Abado, nakita ko lang po yan sa central office July, sir. Eh. So it's impossible, sir, na nandun siya sa... Kasi sir, nakita ko siya mga third or fourth week na ng July, sir. Eh.
Mr. Abado, do you know anybody from Balanga Rural Bank?
Nobody, sir.
How would you...
Just to, Mr. Chair, just to correct the information of Colonel Laborde, as I said, you may ask, you may look at the logbook on when I officially assumed at the central office. You may check all the logbook because it's being logged by floor, by the security guards. So that if there are evidences to show that when at the central office.
Well, I hate to ask Ms. Argona again, anong kinalaman ng IT do sa system ng online transfers, deposits? Is IT or does IT have anything to do with that?
Meron silang system pero region po ang gumagawa.
Regionalized.
Sila po yung nag-encode ang region.
Walang control ng central office dyan?
Wala po. So region po ang transaction.
Don't want to consume the time of marami pa kaming colleagues dito, but kindly submit all the documents. But we're not done yet here, insofar as the 9.7 million is concerned. So, very quickly lang kay Colonel Laborde. General Morales, during the last hearing, mentioned that you failed to inform him of the observations on the internal audit report on ICT resources. Is it true?
Yes, sir. He denounced that I said that I didn't divulge all the information.
But did you inform him?
Yes, sir. Through a memo, it's dated May 21, sir.
You have a copy of that memo?
Opo, sir. We have a copy of it. And,
So he was well informed?
Yes, sir.
So ni-red flag mo talaga siya?
Opo, sir.
And what did he do?
Actually, sir, he's the one who directed me to look at the IAGA ICT report and then list 3 to 5 major findings that I can find. I told him that I do not have a copy, and then he produced a copy. So I browsed it for a few hours, and then I came up with the report. And then that May 21 report, I signed it, and I talked to him personally, sir. And one by one, I reiterate it. I explained to him about the overpricing and padded, overpricing and padded equipment. Proposing overpriced and padded equipment, ICT equipment, is a grave offense. Number 2, improper recording of hardware and software, which is according to the report, hardware and software that they inspected were missing. They do not know where is it, or where the location of each of the items. And number 3, the IT professionals, SBP Aragona and Mr. Gabuya, they've been in the IT profession for so many years. So making a very low level error is not supposed to happen, sir. So that's what I told General Manager.
Unless deliberate.
Yes, sir.
So, ano nangyari sa how did you send your recommendation? Verbal, written?
Written, sir, plus
Written.
verbal. Right there and then, I gave the letter and then explained to him one by one, and also my recommendation, sir. I recommended, sir, that...
And the more important question is, how did he act on your recommendation?
That I do not know, sir, because...
Hindi, you should know kasi nag-submit ka ng recommendation, binarbalize mo pa, what was his reaction?
Ano, sir, nothing, sir. It's just smile.
Was he smiling?
Yes, sir. It was
With
just
such
smiling.
a serious observation or recommendation?
Yes, sir. I told him that it's very alarming, sir, because if this overpriced equipment, proposed overpriced equipment, will pursue and approved by the board, sa bidding siya sa procurement, sir, it will give the supplier very high profit margin, sir.
Dati nga sa PMA, siya sabi, smiling yet. Diba? Smiling yet.
Opo, sir.
Anyway, the President, that's all for me. So, so we can
Mr. President.
our colleague has.
Thank
Mr.
you.
President.
Mr. Senate President, Mr. President, can I just make a manifestation in relation to the Philhealth Circular 2020-0007, which Senator, the Honorable Senator Lacson raised earlier? If I may, just very quickly, Mr. President.
Go ahead, Secretary Duque.
Thank you, Mr. President. Your Honor, Senator Lacson, yung pong na-review ko itong PhilHealth Circular 2020-007, yung item D doon sa circular, nakalagay po dito, claims for treatment done as an outpatient relative to the direct and indirect effects of the fortuitous event within the healthcare institution or in an improvised satellite facility. Kasi sabi niyo nga po kanina, Senator, na hindi mo pwedeng bayaran yung dialysis dahil hindi naman siya, walang basis at hindi siya kasama doon sa fortuitous event. Yung nga lang, when I was looking at this, naisip ko kasi kung ang hospital, marami siyang COVID patients na meron siyang dialysis facility, chances are, hindi pupunta yung dialysis patient doon sa hospital na yon dahil takot at baka mahawa, high risk siya kasi meron siyang immunocompromised siya at dinadialyze siya. So ang pupuntahan niya ngayon, just to be safe, is the independent standalone na mga dialysis centers. So yun lang po ang gusto ko pong i-point out. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Your Honors.
Mr. Secretary, tayo na rin nagsabi, fortuitous event. Hindi nawawala yung fortuitous event maski sa letter D. Maski sabihin nyo pang relative to the direct and indirect effects of the fortuitous event. Pag sinabi naman natin fortuitous event, nagkasundo na tayo, ang definition, acts of God or acts of man. Kaya nga lahat ng IRM circulars na lumabas, patungkol sa kalamidad. Ba't naman tayo mapunta sa dialysis? Anong kinalaman? Hindi natin niaalis yung dialysis tulungan, pero ibang programa po, hindi under IRM na ang dapat related lamang sa fortuitous event. Dahil nga to rebuild, para hindi ma-hamper yung operation ng mga ospital, mga HCI, bibigyan ng pera ng PhilHealth tulad sa Undoy, Marawi, Aal, yun ang tinutulungan. Kaya
Yes, sir.
kung paikot-ikuti natin, hindi rin papasok yung IRM na yan sa mga dialysis centers, pati sa maternity care.
Salamat po. Ang sa akin lang po, sir, yung fortuitous event, hindi ba siya pwedeng, yung pandemic, hindi ba siya pwedeng, yun ang iniugnay natin sa fortuitous event? Yun lang po.
President, marami pa nakalinya. Sige, may tumataas yata ng kamay.
Yes, let's listen first to Attorney Kit. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. I'm just worried about this case, sir, because even SVP Renato Limsiaco said that this was not the first time that this happened, sir. In a memorandum dated June 28, 2019, from President Fund Management Sector Renato Limsiaco Jr. Made a memo for Major General Ricardo Morales. And in number 3, he said that for the appropriate PhilHealth office to conduct an inquiry, as this is not the first time an error in encoding of the bank name and account has happened. So this has been happening for more than once, Mr. Chair, because of this memorandum, sir. And this was, and I think all the documents are with the CLC, sir.
All right.
Yes, sir. My point, sir, this was not the first time that this happened, sir. Because there is a memorandum, in which case it was signed by acting SVP Renato Limsiaco for Major General Morales. He said in number 3 of the memorandum, for the appropriate PhilHealth office to conduct an inquiry, as this is not the first time an error in encoding of the bank name and account has happened. So this has been happening for many times already. That's why this is my concern about this case, Your Honor.
The President,
Alright,
I
thank
think
you.
Mr.
Madali po.
Calixto is raising his hand.
Mr. Galicto, you are raising your hand. Please, sir.
Yes, Mr. President. Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Yes, Mr. President, honorable senators. I I just would like to comment on the manifestation of Secretary Doki about the inclusion of the dialysis centers.
Can you please give us your designation?
Attorney Bong Galicto, Your Honor. I'm not anymore with Philhealth, Your Honor, but I was included. I was invited, so I joined.
All right, you were formerly with Philhealth.
Yes, Your Honor.
As what?
As the legal officer of Philhealth Caraga, Your Honor.
Before Attorney Del Rosario.
Yes, Your Honor. I was designated also as SVP for the legal services prior
All
to
right,
Del
go ahead.
Rosario.
You were raising your hand. Go ahead.
Yes, Your Honor. I'd like to comment on the manifestation of Secretary Duque on the inclusion of dialysis center as a fortuitous event in circular number 2020-007. Your Honor, notwithstanding the provisions of the circular, the controlling document would be the PhilHealth Board Resolution 2515, Your Honor, which says that the management deem it urgently required to implement IRM to ensure that healthcare institutions nationwide will remain financially viable and that PhilHealth benefits will continue to be accessible to members during the COVID-19 public health emergency.
Dahan-dahan po, hindi namin masundan.
Yes, Your Honor. I said, notwithstanding the provisions of the circular number 2020-007, whatever they invoke there, that would not prevail over the PhilHealth board resolution, which is the approving document, actually, Your Honor. And it says there that the board resolved to ratify the implementation of IRM nationwide due to the coronavirus pandemic, Your Honor. Which means practically the board itself, the board resolution itself, Your Honor, limits the application of the IRM to the COVID-19 pandemic. So, Your Honor.
Except that the board resolution authorizing the release of the circular came after the signing of the circular. March 31
Yes,
yung
Your
board
Honor.
resolution 2515.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yung circular,
Practically, the PhilHealth. Yes, Your Honor. Practically, the board resolution limits the application of the circular. So whatever it is that they reflected or stipulated in the circular, that's practically limited by the PhilHealth board resolution.
Yeah, I understand
Because
your point.
at the end of the day, Your Honor, Your Honor, it's the PhilHealth board resolution that would govern the program.
Okay.
I agree.
Thank you. Thank you, Attorney.
Your Honor.
Is Senator Joel Villanueva. You have 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, magandang hapon po. Una, gusto kong batiin ang ating Senate President dahil grabe, pangatlo na po ito at talagang marathon hearing at kita naman natin hanggang ngayon siya yung nag-preside. Well, Mr. President, yung top 3 most urgent personal concerns ng ating mga kababayan the past decades sa mga surveys, laging kalusugan, trabaho at edukasyon. Kaya nauunawaan po natin kung bakit ang DOH, ang PhilHealth, ang ating mga education agencies, TESDA, DepEd, CHED, of course, ang DOLE, pinaka-inaasahan po ng ating mga kababayan. No? And sabi ng Biblia, much is given, much is required. So allow me to ask my first question, and because I think Secretary Bello is also with us or someone from DOLE. Kasi po, tinitignan po natin yung mga reports dito sa high incidence of COVID transmission in workplaces. Alam natin na importanteng buksan ang ating ekonomiya. But if you look at data right now, meron pong binanggit dito na cover ng DOLE at DTI guidelines out of the 35,729 establishments covering 1,355,129 workers nationwide. Sabi po dun sa guidelines, no, na kinover nila, na tignan, only 77.24% were found to be compliant. Actually, okay naman po, passable naman, no? While 8,131 establishments were noted with deficiencies. Ang point ko lang, Ginoong Pangulo, at nais natin tanungin ng DOLE at DOH, ano ba yung ginagawa ho natin? May pagkukulang po ba kung bakit patuloy po ito na nangyayari?
Mr. President.
Yes. kindly introduce yourself.
Mr. President, Benjo Benavides po from the Department of Labor and Employment.
Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. Totoo po yun sa tinuran po ng ating minamahal pong senadors kay Senator Joel na nagkaroon po kami ng DTI Dole Interim Guidelines patungkol po dun sa observance po ng minimum health protocols sa ating mga pagawaan. At ito po ay inimplement po natin sa pamamagitan po ng pagpapadala po ng ating mga kawani. Katulong na din po ang DTI at ang LGU. At totoo po, meron po kami mga nabisitang mga pagawaan at meron po doon ang iba po doon ay hindi po tumalima o nakasunod po doon sa tinatawag po nating minimum health protocols. Gayunpaman, inadvisean po namin sila na sumunod upang maiwasan po yung pagkalat po ng virus. Actually, Mr. President, naglabas po kami ng supplemental guidelines. Ito po ay na-publish po nitong Sabado at dito po ay ini-encourage na po namin. Actually, meron po kami mga requirements na bago pong iniutos po sa mga pagawaan upang malimitahan po natin yung pagkalat po ng virus.
Pwede ko kayong mag-interject, no? Meron po kayo nung April 20, yung DOLE at DTI interim guidelines. Meron din po itong August 16 na mandating testing in hospitality, tourism, manufacturing, frontline, and economic priority employees to undergo regular RT-PCR test. Pero, Asek Benjo, kung titignan natin, no, for example, last June sa Taguig City, isang workplace, 394 workers were tested positive. Buti na lang, magaling yung mayor doon, si Mayor Lino Cayetano. At proactive po sila. Nung last July, doon naman sa Laguna, 290 employees tested positive. Ang ginawa po dito, nagkaroon ng outbreak yung factory, kaya 24-hour shutdown. Ang point ko lang, Asik Benjo, and I'm sure si Secretary Duque is also listening, who's the chief of IATF. Is there anything that DOLE, DOH, IATF, o Philhealth may plano po to assist our small businesses to implement itong I'm not supporting yung lahat kailangan i-test, but yung regular random testing, because I think it's very important to have this, I'm not a doctor, I'm not an expert, yung tinatawag na epidemiological surveillance. Ano ba ibig sabihin nito? Kung 100 yung worker mo, ano ba naman yung mag-test ka ng 4-5 every week or every 10 days? Para nang sa ganun, nakikita mo. Ito po yung ginagawa ng CDC sa Amerika, Center for Disease and Control Prevention. Sa Iceland, ginagawa din po at ginawa na nila. Sa New Zealand, ganun din po. Ang point ko lang po is that we cannot make a conclusion on incidents based on who are tested in the hospitals kasi po symptomatic po yun eh. The only way for us to capture yung asymptomatic individuals who can be what you call super spreaders is to do a random testing. Would you agree with me, Asek Bello and Asek Benjo and Secretary Duque?
Mr. President, Senator Joel, actually ito na po yung nilalaman ng bago pong inilabas na supplemental guidelines ng DOLE at DTI. Yung importansya po ng pagkakaroon po ng testing. May mga na-identify po tayong mga industriya po doon, especially yung mga frontliner, kung saan po ay kailangan na po yung pagtetest through PCR test ng mga manggagawang pong ito upang nang sa ganun ay ma-identify po natin kung sino po yung positive at para po mapaigi po natin yung contact tracing. Actually po, ito pong guidelines na to ay nakabase din doon po sa DOH Department Memorandum na nailabas pa po nung Mayo, kung saan may mga pili po at may mga cluster o mga grupo po ng mga manggagawa na kailangan pong sumailalim sa RT-PCR testing po, Mr. President.
Tama po, no? I agree with that. And in fact, the President himself, and I'm fully supporting the President, when he made mention last night, and I quote, but the employers, yung mga amo, are highly encouraged to send their employees for testing at no cost to the employees. So, no cost po, no? Ang Philhealth po ba ay papasok dito? Nagkausap na po ba kayo? I saw Senator Dick Gordon, nandiyan yung Philippine Red Cross. Maybe we can also tap Philippine Red Cross to, when you conduct your inspections, pwede silang mag-test random, regular testing lang po.
Opo, Mr. President, Senator Joel. Ang rule naman po kasi sa financing po ng PhilHealth, it just so happen na ako din po yung alternate po ni Secretary sa board. I-finance niya po yung gastos po sa PhilHealth kung ito po ay nakabase doon po sa regulation o protocol na inilabas po ng Department of Health. At kaya po ibinase din po namin yung DOL DTI supplemental guidelines doon po sa dati nang nai-issue ng DOH na Department Memorandum 2020-02-1558, Mr. President.
Hear from Secretary Duque about this.
Secretary Duque, are you still around?
Yes, I confirm what USEC Benjo Benavides just said. And the random testing that you are suggesting, Your Honor, is well taken. The population usually for a random testing should reach about 5%. So we're talking
Yes,
about 1.3 million. So 5% of that ought to be tested, and there needs to be a scheduling of that, because 1.3 million will be about 65,000 needed to be tested, Your Honor. So we need to plan.
Secretary Duque, I'm more interested na may pondo para pambayad po dyan. I think we both agree na importante yung epidemiological surveillance para nakikita natin as we open our economy, alam natin na hindi magkakaroon ng widespread transmission kagaya ng mga nangyari nitong mga nakaraang linggo. Ang point ko is may pondo ba tayo? Because if I'm not mistaken, less than 7 billion yung nagastos for testing. Ang budget is about 22 billion, so roughly about 15 billion pa yung natitira. And may bayanihan 2 coming, may 10 billion na inilaan para din po doon. So, do you agree with me na may pondo naman talaga?
Meron naman hong pondo, kailangan lang pong planuhin at saka yung program nito para maayos ho ang implementation. Pag-aaralan po namin kung ito ay nakasama po. Kasi yung pong testing plan ng gobyerno ngayon patungkol sa ito po yung expanded testing program ng gobyerno. At baka naman nakasama na ho. Hindi ko lang dala-dala kasi yung 8 subgroups that when ito yung mga taong pwedeng i-test, babayaran ng PhilHealth. Meron pong gano'n. So titingnan ko lang po kung kasama.
Salamat po kasi mismo ang ating Pangulo ay nagsalita na kagabi at yun po yung nais niya. Yung mga employees, hindi sila yung sasagot nito at makatulong ang pamahalaan. Secretary Duque, on another topic regarding PhilHealth naman po, no? Considering po that kanina binanggit niyo po, hindi ko kayo makasagot ng malinaw kanina whether or not si General Morales may kasalanan o wala, and binanggit niyo halos 1 year o 1 year pa lang po siya. Kayo, medyo matagal na po dyan. But hindi ko kayo tatanungin no, kung sino ang may kasalanan. Dahil klaro, meron talagang may kasalanan at mismo kayo, nabanggit nyo, may sindikato, may mafia, lahat po dito sa hearing. Pangalawang hearing na po ito. Walang magkakaila na merong kalokohan, may overpricing, merong gagawa ng kalokohan dito sa PhilHealth. Dito po sa usapin ng case rates, ito pong case rates, if I'm not mistaken, ito po yung fixed price na PhilHealth pays. No? And I've been asking this question for the past 2 hearings, yung basis po ng ating mga case rates. Si General Morales is not a doctor. Kayo, doktor, kayo yung chair. Ano po yung role ninyo in guaranteeing na yung case rates for COVID patient ay yung package po is fair to both PhilHealth and to its members?
Salamat po. Noong January 2020, the PhilHealth Board directed the Benefits Development and Research Department para ripasuhin yung lahat ng all case rates system following the Diagnostic Related Groups Framework. Ito ay nakalinya po ito with our provider payment reform under the Universal Healthcare Act. Ngayon, papaliwanag ko lang po yung case rates, parang package deal po yan. Imbis na yung dati pong payment mechanism na fee for service, ang nangyayari po doon, lahat ng inputs yun ang babayaran mo. Ilan gamot, ilan antibiotics, ilan tubes o ilan dextrose. So sa mga gamot halimbawa, mas maraming pagkakataon makapang-daya. Kasi halimbawa, 2 gamot lang binigay mo, lagyan mo ng 5, 20 gamot bigla yung papalabas, sa milyon-milyon na dokumento na pinuproseso, pwedeng malusutan ka sa mga ganon mga kalokohan. Kaya ito
Sige.
naman at saka sa fee for service, meron pong tendency na patagalin mo yung stay ng pasyente sa hospital. Because of course, the longer the patient stays in the hospital, mas makakakubra po na mas mataas ang ospital. Under the case rates, pagka sinabi, ito ang kaso, 3 days ka lang sa ospital, ito yung operation package na yan. So, magiging more efficient, mas magiging more efficient siya kesa yung proseso ng fee for service na iisa-isahin mo lahat ng components. Ang dami po niyan. So very inefficient and more prone to fraud.
Secretary Duque, pa-flash ko lang dito sa screen yung isang chart, no? Dito po, sinubmit po ito ng Philhealth to the Committee of the Whole. It shows that on average, kung pwede sanang i-flash sa screen, on average po dito, patients admitted for critical pneumonia paid 511,796 for their hospital bills. Meanwhile, the case rate ng PhilHealth for this is 786,000, exceeding an average bill of 274,588. Ang laki po, no? Doon naman sa una, yung sa mild pneumonia, makikita niyo po dyan, underpayment naman. So, tinatanong mo natin ano yung basis nito. Kasi ang hirap dahil kung titignan niyo din po ito, yung case rate for mild pneumonia, kanina binanggit natin, only 43,000, pero yung charge naman is 122,000 or more than double. This means 78,000 was spent out of the own pocket. So parang hindi masyado nakatulong. Kaya tinatanong to dahil I've been asking these questions, saan ba talaga yung basis nito? Kasi kung titignan natin at narinig na natin sa aking mga kasamahan, yung upcasing na tinatawag, kunyari, kung titignan nyo po yung chart na yan, moderate ka lang po, moderate pneumonia ka lang, gagawin ka na lang kita na critical kasi mas malaki ang kita. So, paano natin ma-check ngayon yan?
Napakamahalaga po rito yung audit ng mga case rates. Pero I'm glad, Your Honor, na binanggit nyo na kasi madalas po natin marinig na nawawala ng pondo ang PhilHealth dahil sa mga overpayments. Ito pinakita niyo sa critical pneumonia, parang yan ang halimbawa, no? At lumalabas sa support value 153.7%. Pero hindi naman po yun lang isang panig nung issue ang dapat maintindihan natin. Dahil sa kabilang panig naman, itong underpayment. At ang nasasaktan nga dito ay yun naman na miyembro na kailangan out-of-pocket payment or balance billing. Kaya dito, nakita niyo ang support value ng PhilHealth ay 36% lamang. Ngayon po, ang costing formula ng case rates kasi, this is an average of the actual cost of a particular procedure across all hospitals, no? Levels 2, 3, kadalasan. At ina-average po para marating yung tinatawag natin case rate. So, meron po talagang pagkakataon na ganito ang mangyayari, na meron pong overpayment at meron din pong underpayment. Yung naman pong issue na kung meron overpayment, mali yung policy ng PhilHealth kasi ibig sabihin niya, nagbibigay kayo more than what is being charged. Ito po ang pagkakaintindi sa case rate. Meron pong tinatawag na efficiency gains. Yung pong mga marunong pong talagang mas magaling mag-manage, shorter period of time, parang na-incentivize po sila. But ang importante, gumaling ng maayos gumaling yung pasyente at with the least possible cost, no? So, meron po
ang point lang natin, Secretary Duque, ang point lang natin, may problema dun sa sistema natin. Perhaps there are some lapses that we need to correct. Kasi kung isang pasyente lang po yung critical pneumonia, kumikita ng 274,000, hindi po imposible na gawin po yan ng ibang hospitals. Tama po ba?
Meron po kayong punto dyan. Yung theoretically kasi, Your Honor, yung case rates were the right direction as a policy for PhilHealth. Ang nagiging problema minsan yung implementation. Kaya yan po ang makukorek po yan sa pag-implementa ng Universal Healthcare Act. At
Sige po.
sa PhilHealth ay yun lang po. Salamat po.
Thank you, Secretary. I'll move forward. No, I don't have the luxury of time to ask all my questions. Ito pong gusto kong tignan natin yung maraming binabanggit, sabi, kumpleto tayo, marami tayong ospital, enough yung hospitals natin na makapag-serbisyo sa ating mga kababayan, especially kung magkaroon ka ng COVID. Do we have enough or do we have adequate COVID-19 hospitals, Mr. Secretary? Kasi kung titignan din natin itong data, alam nyo, Secretary, namatayan ako ng dalawang immediate family ko. Napakasakit to eh. Lalo na siguro, mas
our
masakit.
condolences,
Yeah. Thank you. Mas masakit po, yung pag tinignan natin itong data na ito, halos kalahati, 48% ng mga namatay dito po sa COVID-19, hindi man lang po na-admit sa ospital. Gusto kong maintindihan, Secretary, adequate po ba talaga ang ating mga ospital?
Patuloy po ang ating pagpaunlad ng health systems capacity po natin at kahapon nga ng umaga, nagbukas po tayo ng 250 bed capacity hospital with 30 ICU beds. Isa po yan. Pangalawa po ay tuloy-tuloy na pagpaparami ng ating isolation and quarantine facilities dahil yan po ang kinakailangan ng mga pasyente na mild or mga asymptomatic positive COVID, imbis na sa ospital po sila papupuntahin at magiging madaling mapuno ang ospital kung gano'n ang mangyayari. Kaya nagdadagdag po tayo ng tinatawag natin intermediate facilities na kung saan ma-decongest yung ospital at siguradong yun lamang severe and critical ang maaasikaso sa mga ospital. Pero yung mga mild cases ay doon naman sila, hindi naman sila pababayaan, bagkus doon po sila sa mga intermediate treatment and monitoring facilities. So,
Secretary, mawalang galang po. So, ibig sabihin, kulang pa rin po talaga, di ba? Hindi pa rin enough yung ating mga ospital.
Tama po kayo. Sa ngayon po kasi mas mahirap din yung health worker density din ang problema natin eh. Yung
I will go there later,
Yes,
Secretary. I will go there kasi importante talaga yung may ma-accredit tayo ng mga ospital, ma-accredit din po ng PhilHealth. Tignan lang po natin itong chart po na ito, no? And as I mentioned earlier, sa mga namatay na 2,681, 1,286 ang hindi man lamang na-admit, no, sa ospital. Moreover, if you look at this data, I wanted to find out kasi what explains the fact na among active cases, there are more patients with severe and critical conditions who are not admitted than admitted. Tingnan niyo po yung table na yan. Baka pwedeng balik po doon, sorry. Pakibalik lang doon sa table. Kasi pag in-add mo yung 113 and 509, yung not admitted is 622. Doon po sa severe and critical cases. Tatlo lang yung possibility ho dyan. No? Una, maaaring walang ospital. Pangalawa, full yung hospital. Pangatlo, natatakot silang magbayad at wala silang, hindi nila alam na ang PhilHealth ay makakatulong sa kanila.
Thank you for bringing this to my attention, Your Honor. Medyo nakakabigat nga ng loob ito na hindi sila na-admit despite their being severe and critical. So, pwede sigurong makapagbigay kami ng contact number namin para ito po ay ma-follow up. Iba-ibang lugar po ito, no?
Yes, yes. And the data came from DOH, Secretary.
I will have this validated, Your Honor. because this is not good to see na hindi na ospital yung mga dapat na ospital. As a
And second,
percentage of the yung sa admitted, compared to admitted, malaking porsyento yan na hindi siya na-admit, ano? At saka ganun din, lalo na yung doon sa 509 not admitted, 185 lang. So titingnan natin, baka yung mga ospital na napuntahan naman ay na-overwhelm na or over capacity na. So dapat may referral system tayo sa one hospital command system. Yan na po ang pinagana natin simula nung 2 linggo nakaraan. At sila po ang may database ng mga ospital o ng mga isolation quarantine facilities, mga hotels na kung saan pwedeng ilagay yung mga asymptomatic and mild, pero yung severe and critical, isa lang po pupuntahan yan dapat sa hospital.
thank you, Secretary, and I hope kumilos agad ang DOH, siguro yung Philhealth para malaman din natin na may katuwang yung ating mga kababayan. Last point po na gusto kong i-raise ngayong hearing natin, Secretary.
Yes, please wind up after that.
Yes, sir. SP, thank you. Itong providing, ito pong IRM ulit, kasi pakahirap po talagang lunukin, Secretary, if you have been following this hearing for the past 2 weeks, napakasakit sa loob na makita. Yung kanina lang narinig yun sa mga binanggit ni Senator Lacson, talagang klaro naman na may sindikato, klaro na may favoritismo, at klaro na mayroong gumagawa ng kalokohan. Pero ang gusto kong malaman, Secretary, you being the chair of the Philhealth Board, may I know if you were present during the board meeting nung diniscuss po yung paggamit nitong interim reimbursement mechanism for choosius event?
Noong pong I am told na 2 pong meetings na naganap ang pagtalakay nito. Noong pong January 30, dahil yung unang IRM patungkol po sa Taal volcano eruption at isinama din po doon sa resolution yung other fortuitous events, no? Kasama po doon.
Secretary, I'm sorry, para mabilis kasi I'm sure maraming colleagues ko wanted to ask questions. Doon na lang po nandun po kayo nung pinag-usapan kung paano gagamitin itong IRM. You were there.
Doon sa kung paano gagamitin, noon hindi wala po ako doon.
So wala po kayo, meaning to say inaprubahan ng board itong 200 at itong 27 billion IRM without your attendance?
Wala po ako at ang chairman naman kasi po ay
Sige
hindi rin
Okay
voting member. Salamat po.
Ganito na lang po, Secretary, wala po kayo. But you are the chair and you're talking about 27 billion worth of government programs ng IRM na inaprubahan. Kayo ho yung chair. But most likely, I'm sure, knowing you, Secretary, you would look into it and ensure na walang kalokohan ito at the mechanisms are all in place. Am I correct? Kasi Secretary, in 2009, kayo din po ay nasa Philhealth na. Itong IRM, controversial na 2009. In fact, yung pong mga regional vice presidents shared that back in 2009, when you were DOH Secretary, na a number of Philhealth officers opposed the granting of cash advance to hospitals. Ang mas malupit po ngayon, itong mga nakaraang pagdinig namin, halos wala nang basihan, basta release na lang, no? Yung last hearing po, meron po tayong data na pinakita rin dito na yung IRM limit 100% binibigay sa mga ospital na may kaso sila, na may mga legal cases. So ang point ko lang, Secretary, you are the chair, inaprubahan po itong 27 billion IRM na wala po kayo pala. Hindi ba kayo nagtanong at siniguro na, teka lang, baka dapat alam ko yan at dapat tama yung gagawing paggastos dyan sa IRM funds na yan?
Tama po kayo, Your Honor. Ang unang-una, yung pong kasing IRM, ito po ay panahon nung Ondoy, 2009. Ang decision po dyan, dito sa 2020, was to make it applicable itong IRM to all fortuitous events, no, instead of specific events. Ang layunin po dito ay ang access ng ating mga kababayan sa healthcare services na naapektuhan itong pandemya. Kaya,
Secretary,
ganun
if
po.
I may, I'm sorry. I think we all know the noble intention of IRM, but we are also aware that in the past, there has been a lot of reservations tungkol po dito dahil maaaring maabuso, dahil imagine, tulad sa nangyari ngayon, kayo ho ba nag-a-agree na hindi talaga napatupad ng maayos itong IRM funds?
Nire-review ho yan at pinatigil ho nga natin na itong nakaraang linggo ang
So siguro
implementation.
nag-agree po kayo, kaya po pinatigil, kaya po nag-agree kayo na tignan natin ulit yan sapagkat alam niyo na mayroong kalokohan nangyayari ngayon. And alam niyo, the past hearings, mismong mga taga-Philhealth, sila mismo sinasabi may mafia. It's just a matter of kaninong mafia ka kasali. Yun ho yung nangyayari.
Pinasuspindi po natin ito dahil ang Congress po, ang Senado at ang House ay meron silang issues for, no, yung withholding tax, yung palakasan daw in the implementation, yung legal basis, at saka meron pa isa hindi ko maalala, pero kaya sabi ko you have to address all of this. Sinabi ko sa management na hindi pwede ipagpatuloy ito na may mga ganitong mga issues na nakabinbin. So dapat malinaw, sagutin ang bawat isa.
Well, thank you, Secretary, at kayo naniniwalang hindi malinaw at kailangan ng transparency at kailangan na double check at ito lang po, no, nakakalungkot lang kasi kapag baliwala na lang yung usapin ng korupsyon sa isang ahensya, may sindikato, may mafia, overpriced yung equipment, may favoritism, especially sa IRM funds, walang matakbuhan na ospital, 50% ng COVID patients na namatay, hindi man lang pala nakatungtong sa ospital. Pagka po ganyan yung naririnig ng ating mga kababayan, napakasakit po na baka bumagsak ng gusto yung moral ng ating mga kababayan. At kapag bumagsak po yung moral ng mga Pilipino, mas nakakatakot po ito sa COVID-19. So maraming salamat, Secretary at Ginoong Pangulo. I hope and pray na lahat po tayo na naririto, alam ko, kaya tayo narito dahil gusto natin bigyang pag-asa yung ating mga kababayan na siniseryoso natin yung ating mga trabaho, yung ating role, at mga dapat nating gampanan bilang mga public servants. Muli, maraming salamat po, Secretary, at sa lahat po.
Yes, sir. Maraming salamat po. Ang ulitin ko lang po, bigyan din ko lang po, Mr. Senate President. Kahit na suspendido po ang IRM, patuloy po ang PhilHealth members na makakapag-avail ng PhilHealth benefits.
All right. Attorney Galicto, you're raising a hand. Thank you, Senator Joel, the best Joel Villanueva.
Yes, Mr.
Thank you, best
President.
SP. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Anyway, Mr. President, I just would like to negate the assertion of Secretary Doki and all other officers of PhilHealth that there is a precedence for the IRM. There is no precedence for the IRM, Your Honor. The Ondoy is not IRM. The Yolanda is not IRM. The Taal is not IRM, Your Honor. What happened to those previous incidents, Your Honor, are called accelerated reimbursements. It's not cash advance, but only accelerated reimbursement. In fact, if you look at the title, Your Honor, of PhilHealth Circular number 34, series of 2013, from which that accelerated reimbursement is based, it says there special privilege due to fortuitous events. There is no RIM yet, Your Honor, in those particular times. The IRM was inserted only on March 20, 2020, Your Honor. If you look at the PhilHealth Circular number 2020-007, Your Honor, it says there revision 1. It's the first time that it was revised because IRM was inserted, Your Honor. So there is actually no precedence for the IRM, Your Honor. I mean, Mr. President. Thank you.
All right. Anyway.
Mr. President, Mr. President, papakita ko lang po sa screen yung po nakalagay na PhilHealth Board Resolution even in 2013. Nakalagay po IRM, nakabanggit na po dito sa PhilHealth Board Resolution na nakapirma po andyan po. Can you just point out for the guidance of our committee.
Yes, but I think walang advance. Accelerated reimbursement.
Hindi, nakalagay lang po, Mr. Senate President, ay yung
13?
interim reimbursement mechanism.
Yes, reimbursement.
Yeah, Mr. President, may I?
Senator Lason?
Yeah, yung nomenclature, IRM. Kaya lang, yung implementation, hindi katulad ng IRM ngayon na advanced. Ang sinasabi ni Atty. Calicto, yung mga naunang issuances, mga circulars patungkol sa IRM, ina-accelerate lang yung reimbursement. Pero IRM pa rin. I think medyo mali rin yung pagkasabi ni Atty. Calicto.
Yes, Mr. President, Mr. Senator, it's already accelerated reimbursement. So in essence, Mr. President, there is no RIM in those particular incidents. In essence.
Nevertheless,
Mr. Chair,
Thank you, Mr.
Attorney Makabato po, pwede po ako mag-ano.
Attorney Makabato, go ahead.
Yes, Mr. President, the application of the 42th event was applied in our region. The situation then, and including the previous one, was the claims were already in the hands of PhilHealth. The problem is we could not pay them because all the records that were submitted to us by the hospitals were actually destroyed by, in the case of Ondoy, the records were flushed out um, by the flood. And in the case of Marawi, nasunog po yung mga records namin. So the problem is, how could we pay those already submitted to us as claims of this hospital? And so they adopted this scheme of paying them by making an estimate based on their previous claims as a basis for payment for the rehabilitation of the hospitals which was then destroyed by these calamities. Thank you po.
Kaya nga, reimbursement, hindi advance. Itong IRM ngayon, advance eh. Yun ang malaking diferensya nun. But nevertheless, I'm sure the members of the Senate Committee of the Whole are more or less have a fairly good idea of how this committee report will turn out regarding this particular issue. Yes. Attorney, yes, Mr.
Yes.
Abado.
Mr. President, may I make a manifestation just to answer some certain allegations made by Attorney Kate and the previous
God, please try to make it as brief as possible. There are other senators waiting. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yeah. I'll just make it short. Attorney Kate alleged, but without evidence and basis for his conclusion, that I personally paid for the bank charges, despite things of his malicious innuendo that I was maintaining a mistress in Bataan. These are utterly false. This is not true. May I also respectfully attach in my memo later on that said memorandum directed Pro2 by the legal sector to personally pay on their capacity the bank charges being asked by BRBI and to effect the immediate recovery of Philhealth of the subject funds. Attorney Kate made his statement in the Senate and he omitted to mention that amount erroneously credited to BRBI was recovered and returned to Philhealth and eventually credited to B. Brown. There are evidences. I just gave the notice to Attorney Lam, the actual receipt of transfer from Balanga to Land Bank and then from Land Bank and then to B. Brown. I think Attorney Labe will submit all the documents pertaining to this. Attorney Kit knows this is a matter, but deliberately left these two important facts that, like when he conveniently left the fact that the charges has been filed against erring Pro2 employees, and that these Pro2 employees had owned up to their mistake. Attorney Kit has been providing incomplete information. For reference, we have the official receipts by B. Brown that they have indeed received the 9.7 million. Most importantly, I do not have or kept a mistress Attorney Kit.
Wait, Attorney Mr. Abado. Then you know B. Brown. Kilala mo kung sino yung mga tao doon.
I was informed. I made a manifestation earlier on because my name was dragged into this situation.
Yes, who are they? Who are they? Who's the president? Who are members of the board?
I have no personal knowledge
Yeah,
as to the
Mr.
members.
President, no, ang daming transaction sa B. Brown, Abitum. 811 from 2015 to 2018, another 45 million para dito sa COVID-19. And yet, nobody from PhilHealth, not one of them, seems to know sino may-ari ng Abitum. Even SEC does not know. Even the Securities and Exchange Commission doesn't know because there's no record. How can you beat that? You're releasing hundreds of millions of pesos to an entity, to a firm that you don't even know. Please answer, anybody?
No, Mr. Abado just mentioned just now. Sabi mo, nag-transaction sa'yo. Diba? Ulitin mo yung mga last two sentences mo. Ano sinabi mo?
For your
About B. Brown.
reference, we have attached the proof of payment to B. Brown as annex because the 9.7, as mentioned earlier, there is also a receipt coming from Balanga to Land Bank, and in effect, the receipt by B. Brown on the 12 transfers that are supposed
You sound like kilala mo yung B. Brown. Sabi mo pa nga, you paid, di ba?
Yes, sir, because
You gave,
I got the information.
Kanino mo binigay? Sino na kausap mo? Kanino mo binigay?
I got the information
From who?
From Region 2. I
Who
requested
in Region 2?
from the RVP, Arsenio Torres. I requested them heard the documents on regarding the issue because
Region 2 VP Torres.
Arsenio Torres.
Ha? Virginia? Arsenio Torres. Oh, siya ang nagsabi sa'yo.
Yes, sir. Because when my name was dragged into this particular issue, that I immediately made a research and then of course asked the actual facts on what happened to this particular case, so that the documents I requested from Region 2. I've already also submitted through email my actual assumption of duty to the Secretariat, Mr. Chair.
Mr. President.
Anyway, yes, Senator Lacson.
Since binalik din ni Mr. Abado yung usapin ng Balanga, Rural Bank, tanungin ko ulit si Mr. Lim Chao po. Pakiulit mo nga, wala kang alam tungkol sa usaping Balanga Rural Bank. Because
Mr.
sabi
Chair.
mo, you were on study leave.
Mr. Chair, Your Honor, prior sa study leave na mayroon na ho, lumabas na mga information about this thing.
Hindi, may alam ka ba o wala tungkol dito?
May laman po. May alam po. That's the reason why
But sabi mo kanina wala kang alam.
No, sir.
Well, I'm going to tell you, there's a memo dated June 28, 2019. Ikaw ang nagpadala eh. Look, third paragraph, immediately after receipt, ikaw nagsulat ng memo papunta kay Jar Morales. Immediately after receipt of a copy of the above letter of Pro 2 addressed to Land Bank, the department, meaning the Treasury Department, coordinated with Ms. Josan Paderoga, branch manager of LBP Pasig Capital Branch, to recall, subject to bank service charge, the aforementioned amount erroneously credited to the Balanga Rural Bank. And then, skip ko yung sunod na paragraph, sinabi rito, in view thereof, and to avert similar incidents that may affect PhilHealth's reputation, the fund management sector would like to recommend the following remedial and preventive actions. 1, to consider payment through issuance of check in favor of the subject healthcare institute, referring to B. Brown. Right? So pinababayaran mo muna yung B. Brown. And second, for our legal sector to issue a demand letter to the Rural Bank for the immediate restitution of the amount. So pinababayaran mo muna yung B. Brown. At pagkatapos, saka pa lang mag-i-issue ng demand letter. What's so special about B. Brown?
Mr. Chair, Your Honor, as I mentioned, Mr. Chair, Your Honor, ay nalalaman po natin prior kami pumasok po sa
Mo,
Yes,
you
sir.
claim kanina na wala kang alam dito. So niloloko mo na naman kami.
No, sir. I'm sorry, sir, if that is the...
Ilang sorry ka na?
I'm sorry, sir. Yun po, alam po natin yan. That's the reason why nag-memo ho kayo tayo sa Presidente on upon the knowledge of that case.
So ngayon,
po.
sinasabi mo, alam na alam mo yung background nito. Kanina, sabi mo, wala kang alam. Di ba?
Sorry po, Mr. Chair, Your Honor. Ang sabi ko po na ang information po, alam po natin to and pumasok na po kami sa study. That's the reason why po hindi ko na po nasubaybayan ang takbo ng pag-retrieve po ng
Now,
pera
tell me, why did you recommend na bayaran mo na yung B. Brown at pagkatapos saka mag-issue ng demand letter?
Mr.
Ang
Chair,
tanong ko, what's so special about B. Brown? Sino talaga may-ari niyan?
Mr. Chair, Your Honor, ang recommendation po ay because during the time po ay matagal na po na ang pera ay nagdidemand na po si B. Brown, Mr. Chair, Your Honor. And ito po
Sino si B. Brown na nagdidemanda? Saan nagdemanda?
may letter po sila na request po para ma-release ng kanilang pondo po.
May letter kanina pinadala.
Hindi ko lang po makita yung letter po ng B.
Baka
Brown. But
non-existent
mayroon
yung
po
letter
silang
na yan
request po.
dahil
Mr. President, wala man lang personal follow-up ito, puro letter, ganito kayo kabilis mag-aksyon. Yung ibang ospital, nagkukumahog maningil sa inyo, hindi nyo binabayaran. Itong B. Brown, you never met them.
Mr. Chair, Your Honor, as I mentioned po, the transaction ay nangyari po sa Region 2. Sa Region 2 po yan. And yun po ang information na po that ngayon nangyaring transaction na hindi po pumasok sa account ng B. Brown yung pera.
I'll tell you yung remittance nito hindi nanggaling sa Pro2 Land Bank. Look, LBP Pasig Capital Branch. Where is Philhealth's office? Diba sa Pasig? So
Yes,
release
Mr.
ang
Chair.
pera dito from central office diretso sa Balanga. Hindi ito dumaan sa Pro2. Correct?
Mr. Chair, Your Honor, yung pan-transfer po.
No,
galing sa
sagutin
central
mo
office
muna.
po. Hindi po, mali po, sir.
LBP Pasig Capital Branch
Yes, sir. Ang
Wala
pera,
bang land bank sa Tugigaraw?
yung pera po natin sa...
Turo ko ng turo sa regional. Pero yung galing yung bayad, yung deposit papuntang Balanga from the central office.
Mr. Chair,
Don't fool us, Mr. Lim ko.
Mr. Chair, Your Honor, po pwede po.
You should know better by now. Hindi mo kami pwede lukohin dito.
Mr. Chair, Your Honor, pasensya po, hindi po ako nagluloko po. Ang situation po on the part of benefit payment natin po, naka-off na po tayo, one fund po, that ang account po natin sa benefit payment po ay nasa LBP Pasig po. And yung mga payment po ng ating mga claims po sa regional office ay nagpapa-transfer po tayo sa regional office. And then sila po ang nag-facilitate ng advice, ng ADA, advice to debit account to the hospital po kung saan po papasok yung pera. So yun po ang
Alam nyo,
pagbayad po natin
malapit na
sa mga
kayong
hospital po.
humarap sa DOJ. Kung nag-iisip kayo, sabi ko nga kanina sa opening statement ko, maliligo kayo ng kaso rito. For every count of illegal disbursement, for every count of malversation, at more than 8.8 million pesos, ang hinaharap mo, reclusion perpetua. That is as far as Article 217, Penal Code Chapter 4, as amended by 10951. Tinaas yung penalty. You better think 10 times, Mr. Lim ko.
Mr. Chair, Your Honor.
Hanggang ngayon, wala makapagsabi, sino ba si B. Brown, Abitum? Even SEC doesn't know. And yet, you kept releasing hundreds of millions of pesos.
Mr. Senator Lacson, I know B. Brown. Senator Lacson,
Yes.
B. Brown is a German pharmaceutical company.
Yeah, I know that.
Yeah, so
B. Brown Medical Supplies, yun po yung German firm.
yes,
B.
This
Brown
is
Abitum Dialysis Center, na
it's
wala,
I think a subsidiary of B. Brown.
ang problema, wala nga record sa SEC
It's part of B. Brown, yung Abitum. So, tanongin nyo na lang sa German Embassy para sikat yatang kumpanya yan sa Germany.
That's not the point The point is the PhilHealth officials. And,
Ayaw lang nila sabihin, but it's a famous German company, B. Brown.
wala nakakakilala. Ang daming transaction sa kanila.
Kaya nga. Ayaw lang nila sabihin.
Padalang-dalong na sulat. Hindi pa pwede sa DOJ yan. I'm sure Secretary Guevara is going to have a field day and is laughing and smiling at this point. Anyway,
I'm
it's your
submitting this
turn.
document, Mr.
Mr. Chair.
President,
Yes,
to the Secretariat.
submit the records. All right, thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Senator Villar, it's your turn anyway, so you have the floor. You have 10 minutes. Go ahead.
You kept on asking on Big Brown. Alam ko, German pharmaceutical company yung Big Brown. Siguro, yung, ewan ko kung ano relationship sa DOH. Anyway, in the August 4 hearing, we asked for the list of the accredited healthcare institution na beneficiary ng IRM. And it was submitted to us in August 11. There are 728 institution. Ang 219 ang government at saka 500 plus yung yung private. Yung private institution. Yeah, 509 ang private, 219 ang government. So, ang question lang natin ang nakita natin nung inisa-isa natin tong beneficiary ng IRM, there are some regions na parang there is inequity in some regions like what is mentioned by Senator Drilon, yung Region 6, napakalaking region, binigay lang 121 million. To one hospital, the Western Visayas Regional Hospital. At doon sa Region 9, nakita namin parang binigyan lang ay yung Zamboanga del Sur. Wala nang ibang probinsyang binigyan dun sa kanilang IRM. And then, in August 11, tinanong naman natin kung ano yung mga healthcare institution ng Philhealth. Para alam natin kung saan nanggaling yung 728 na to. And they submitted, and there are 8,477 accredited Philhealth health institutions, 4,294 ang government, and 4,183 ang private. So, doon sa 8,477, nagbigay sila sa 728 institution, which is about 8% of the total, 509 sa private, and then 219 sa government for an amount of almost 15 billion pesos. Ang tanong lang natin dito, paano pinili yung 8% na yon? Kasi 8,477, ang pinili lang ay 728, which is 8% of 8,477. Iyon na lang ang question natin. Paano pinili yung 728 hospitals na yon? So, yun yung naaalala natin sa hearing natin. And then, tinanong din natin nung August 11 sa DOH, how many DOH-operated hospital in the Philippines? Para nga malaman natin kung saan nanggaling yung 700. At nag-submit nga sila nung 8,477 na yon. Ngayon today, I want to ask DOH, ilan naman ba yung DOH-operated hospital dito sa mga institution na to? Pwedeng sagutin ni Secretary Duque. Yung DOH-operated hospital. Kasi maraming hospital ng government operated by the local government. Pero meron DOH-operated hospital. How many are they?
Mga 72, Your Honor.
72. And ilan ang may COVID lab dito sa 72 na to?
Probably about, titingnan ko lang po ulit ma'am kasi hindi ko po memoryado
Kasi parang nakita ko na kung DOH operated hospital, dapat nung beginning ng pandemic, nilagyan nyo lahat to ng COVID lab, di ba? Kasi napaka-importante to because they are all over the Philippines. Dapat lahat sila may COVID lab para yung mga tao, alam nyo naman, gusto nilang pumunta sa government COVID lab kasi siyempre ako, katulad ko, ang feeling ko mas mura doon kesa sa private, di ba? Kaya, and kung sasabihin na mahal ang COVID lab, hindi naman, parang around 7 million, ang dami-dami naman nating ibinigay na pera para sa COVID-19. So, I thought na kung 72 sila, dapat lahat yon may COVID lab, di ba? Para merong government COVID-19 lab na makakapagpa-test tayo all over the Philippines. Do you think that's a right policy?
Yes, ma'am. Palalawigin po natin ang government COVID RT-PCR lab or gene expert.
Ang problema, dapat nung March pa yon. Para ngayon, nakakapag-test na sila. Kasi kung ngayon, baka dumating na yung vaccine, di pa nayayari yung COVID lab. Diba? Para lang nagulat ako kasi from my experience, bayan ko ng Las Piñas, may DOH operated hospital kayo. Nung March ko pa sinasabi na magtayo sila ng COVID lab. Oo. And willing naman kami mag-donate ng equipment basta itayo nila kasi sila yung mga may personnel na kayang gumawa nun. But nung una, ayaw nila eh. Nagtaka nga ako why DOH operated hospital para hindi sila interesado. And then nung gumagrabe na, sinabi sa akin nung DOH NCR director na pag nag-donate daw ako ng certain equipment, they can build it in 3 weeks. Kaya ako naman, nagmadali akong bumili ng equipment, mahigit 1 milyon, para ibigay sa kanila para makapagtayo kami ng COVID lab. Tapos nakiusap pa kami sa San Miguel Corporation na magbigay din. So dalawa ang equipment na pwedeng itayo. But unfortunately, after sabi niya sa akin 3 weeks, after 1 month, tinanong ko, mayayari na ba yung COVID lab natin? Sabi niya, wala akong contractor eh. Imagine, pinangakuan kami ng 3 weeks tapos after 1 month sasabihin sa amin walang contractor. Di sana sinabi na nila agad na walang contractor, di ako na lang ang nagbigay ng mga trabahador. Kaya nga noon sinabi nilang walang contractor, pinadala ko na agad yung aming construction company at kami na nagko-construct ngayon. Kaya lang, mabagal na mabagal pa rin kasi kami nga magko-construct, hindi naman bumibili ng raw materials na gagamitin. So, mabagal din. So, ang pangako sa akin, August 15, ngayon August 25 na naman. Parang yun lang ang question ko sa DOH. Dapat, nung magsimula to, dapat lahat ng DOH-operated hospital, 72 lang naman, nilagyan na natin lahat ng COVID-19 laboratory para nakatulong din tayo. At ang maganda sa kanila, they're all over the Philippines, so mako-cover natin ang buong Pilipinas. At yung mga tao gustong pumunta sa government hospital kasi tingin nila mas mura yung government hospital kaysa pupunta sila sa private hospital, especially yung mahihirap nating mga kababayan. So I hope na si Secretary Duque will help us in building as fast as we can our COVID lab. In yung mga lugar na wala pang COVID lab na DOH-operated hospital, sana lagyan nyo din para matuto rin yung ating nasa DOH-operated hospital how to solve this problem na better. Diba? Anyway, yes, Secretary Duque.
Yes, ma'am. Maraming salamat po doon sa inyong pagtulong doon sa Las Piñas Medical Center para sa laboratorio at finalo up ko nga po yun doon sa engineer ninyo at this was about 2 weeks ago at balita ko nga na hindi pa rin daw natatapos at yun naman po sinabi nyo earlier na dapat padamihin ang COVID, ang RT-PCR labs sa mga DOH retained hospitals. Susundin po namin yung inyong
sana bigyan nyo po ng listahan na yung mga ano yung DOH operated hospital at sino yung may COVID lab at sino yung wala.
Padadala po namin kaagad para maisama po sa budget for 2021.
Okay.
At sana masuportahan po ito at ang ating pong pangkalahatan na pinupuntiriyang RT-PCR labs ay mga 180. So makakadagdag po ito.
Kalahati yun sa inyo, di ba?
Mga 67 DOH hospitals po ang dapat malagyan ng RT-PCR. Salamat po.
Another question po, as a Las Piñero, tiningnan ko kasi yung listahan ng binigyan nyo ng IRM sa Las Piñas. 4 na private hospital worth 100, almost 100 million, 98 million. At yung aming Las Piñas General Hospital na government, 41 million. So almost 150 million. Ngayon, gusto ko lang pong malaman, ano ba ma-expect namin sa kanila considering we gave them 150 million kung ako isang Philhealth member sa Las Piñas, ano ma-expect ko sa kanila? Natulong sa amin or kung hindi sa akin, sa aming mga kababayan.
Yung pong 150 million na nilagay ninyo, ma'am, para saan? Sa enrollment?
No. Yung binigay nyo sa IRM. May 4 na private hospital dito kay sa Las Piñas na binigyan nyo ng almost 100 million. At saka yung aming Las Piñas General Hospital, binigyan nyo ng 41 million. Sa IRM, ha? Kayo nagbigay, PhilHealth. Ngayon, ang tinatanong ko lang, ano ba may expect ng isang PhilHealth member sa Las Piñas na itutulong sa kanya yung binigay na pera na yon?
Una-una ho, ma'am, ay kinakailangan silang pagsilbihan ng mga ospital na ito. At kung yung government hospital naman nakatanggap ng, sabi ninyo, 41 million, under the no balance billing policy, lahat po ng mga pasyenteng pupunta doon ay sapat na po yung pera na ibinigay ng PhilHealth na hindi na po kinakailangan magdagdag ng bayad. Ngayon po, sa mga private hospitals naman, meron na pong mga co-payment. Meron po balance billing. Ano po, ma'am? So, yan po, at least yung access ng mga PhilHealth members, yung mamamayan, ay mas mapagsisilbihan po sila ng mas maraming ospital sa inyo pong lugar.
Halimbawa, gusto mo magpa-PCR test. Libre ba yon sa kanila?
Yung sa pribado ho, bukang baka hindi ho siguro libre yan eh. Dahil,
sa pribado, kahit IRM yan. May IRM na ang laki-laki, 100 million. Apat na ospital 100 million
Mr. President, can I just request PhilHealth SVP Ispargas to respond?
Mr. Chair.
Yes, go ahead.
Yes, Madam Senator, good afternoon po. Opo, yung pong polisiya natin for the COVID testing package, dapat po siya ay no copay.
Ba't pagka tumatawag kami doon, nagbabayad kami? Hindi sila papayag na hindi kami magbabayad.
Para po dun sa ating mga accredited SARS-CoV testing laboratories, ang polisiya...
Binigyan nyo ng IRM di ba? Dapat pag binigyan mo ng IRM, pag pumunta kami doon, PhilHealth member kami, libre kami, di ba? At sinasabi nila magbabayad muna kami, tapos i-reimburse kami pag nakasangil sila sa PhilHealth. Nasa kanila na yung pera ng PhilHealth
Mr. Chair, opo, tama po yun. Dapat po ay hindi kayo nagbabayad kasi nga po yung polisiya natin dapat no copay. At ang sinusunod po natin guidelines kung sino po ang mako-cover para po, for example, sa testing, ayun pong ating DOH guidelines on the expanded testing. Sige po, we will check with the whole...
Siyempre, kaya naman hindi nadala dun sa testing kasi merong contact tracing na ano sila, na nakakontak sila ng meron. Hindi mo naman dadalhin doon ng asymptomatic at walang contact to anybody with COVID-19. Kaya namin dinadala doon, may reason to bring them there. Pero parang kahit sila, kasi hinanap ko sa listahan ng IRM nyo, yung mga taga Las Piñas, kahit sila nag-benefit sa IRM, hindi kami libre sa kanila. Ako okay lang kasi ayoko naman makipag-away na malibre. Baka sabihin, ang kurikuripot ko. Pero ang iniisip ko, yung mas mahihirap na mga kababayan namin na hindi makaka-avail. When in fact, binigyan nyo na ng IRM. Di ba? Dapat libre na sila kasi naandun na yung pera. Di ba?
Yes, Mr. Chair and Madam Senator, yes po. At yun nga po, ang nakasulat po sa polisiya natin ay dapat po ito ay wala nang babayadan pa or no copay.
Dapat yata i-press release nyo yan para alam ng mga PhilHealth member kung sino yung may IRM at doon sila pumunta. At doon, ako okay lang sa akin pero yung mahihirap natin kababayan, kaawawa. Kasi sila yung wala namang ibabayad. Mahal din ang ranges nila 4,000 to 7,000. Di ba? So kung ikaw ay mahirap at nawalan ka pa ng trabaho, saan ka naman kukuha ng 4,000 to 7,000 na ibabayad nyo para sa PCR testing? At another question, meron ba kayong case budget for COVID? 'Di ba? May case budget, may budget kayo, case rate sa lahat ng sakit, 'di ba? But during the COVID, meron ba kayong case rate na ginawa? Para alam naman namin kung halimbawa may na ospital na mga empleyado namin, mga member ng Philhealth, mga kababayan namin, masasabi namin na you are entitled to this amount. May case rate ba ang COVID?
Mr. Chair, yes po, Madam Senator. We have the case rates for the testing. We also have the case rates for inpatient. And we also have the case rate for community
Pwede
isolation.
bang ipadala nyo sa amin yan? At
Yes, Madam.
kasama next sa Senate kasi doon namin kinukuha yung lahat ng mga pinadadala nyo. Kasama yung sinasabi ni na listahan ng mga DOH operated hospital at
Excuse
yung
me,
may
Mr.
mga
President.
COVID lab. Oo. Yes.
Just a point of information, Mr. President, for
Yeah.
Senator Gordon,
Yes.
with the permission of Senator
Yes,
Villar.
yes. You have my permission.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Mr. President. There is a case rate that was announced that Senator Dillon and I discovered. They were charging us 8,150. That was the first hearing on Bayanihan. And then
Yes.
they brought it down to 3,409.
Yeah.
That is the case rate, if I understand it
For
correctly.
testing. But pag halimbawa na hospital ka because of COVID,
Meron rin ho yun. Meron yan.
yun ang hinihingi ko. Oo.
Meron ho yun. Yung, correct me if I'm wrong, pagka pneumonia, they charge as much as 750,000.
Yung case ng
Tapos yung,
pneumonia.
samantalang, ang talagang resulta po, 500,000 plus. So dapat ang pinopropose po ni Senator Gordon, whichever is lower, dapat may nagmo-monitor. Kung nakikita natin excessive yung case rate, tingnan natin yung actual cost and then bring it down to the lower rate. Tama po ba yan?
Kaya nga po hinihingi namin yon para guided kami accordingly para ma-share namin sa aming kababayan para alam nila kung ano yung really their entitlement.
Yes, ma'am.
Earlier, they answered that question by saying that mild cases for if hospitalized and a maximum of around 750,000 if very serious cases. That was the answer given earlier.
Okay.
Chair, we will try po to
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
So,
Alright.
hinihintay ko lang po yung list ng DOH hospital at sino yung may COVID lab at saka yung case rate ng with regards to COVID-19. Yun lang po. Marami pong salamat.
Thank you, Senator Villar. Senator Pia Cayetano.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. Good evening, everyone. I'll be very brief. I think it's VP Vargas who can answer my question. Follow up to the question of Senator Ralph Recto earlier. Actually, sorry, I'm not sure if it's you. So whoever in Philhealth, baka it's our actuarian who has to answer this. On the reserved funds, are there any limitations set by law or specifically by the Philhealth Charter that prevents you from using the reserved funds for emergency response? Is there any limitations? Or even in the rules? Just a quick response.
Mr. Chair, Madam Senator, our actuary, Ms. Nerissa Santiago, will respond po.
Okay, please proceed with the permission of the Senate President.
Yes, Mr. Senator. There is no limitation in our charter in using the reserve fund for any claims payment po. So, ang limitation lang po na nasa law is the ceiling, which is 2 years program expenditures, but the minimum is there's no limitation po.
Thank you. May I also request from Ms. Nerissa that you submit in writing yung position nyo when in the very first hearing, you made a statement about the funds running out because subsequent to your statement, there were interventions from various senators, including Senator Ralph Recto. I think your first response was in response to Senator Frank Drilon, but then later on, wherein you said it's going to run out of funds, and then later on, upon questioning of Senator Ralph, wherein he brought up how much funds you have coming in by way of the payments and then that we would have probably reduced demand because many people pay out because less people are going. Can you put that in writing, even though it's an estimate, so that we can study it properly? Because I'm having a hard time tracking the various statements that came out in response to various questions. So can you just put that down in writing, yung position nyo about the lifespan?
Yes,
Okay.
Mr. President, Madam Senator.
Sige, thank you. I'll move on to my next point, and this is my last point, Mr. President. I think I will direct this in general, no, to the whole Philhealth family, but specifically kay Secretary Duque. You know, the case rate versus fee for service is a bit technical. Not that technical that hindi kayang intindihin, but technical enough that if you don't understand it, it's easy to criticize, it's easy to give your recommendations, of course, based on our understanding. So, if I may suggest that PhilHealth comes up with a layman, easy to understand explanation so that people understand na matagal na, 10 taon, 20 taon na pinag-aralan yung pros and cons ng case rate versus fee for service. Kasi because naabuso itong proseso, and if I'm not mistaken, it was established during one of the questions of my colleagues that itong IRM included precisely advance, parang advance payment na siya, no? So kung ano yung case rate, hindi pa nangyayari, nabayaran na sila. So biglang parang naging napakasamang word nitong case rate. When in fact, if it's not being abused, it's a system that is much easier to monitor, much easier to pay out compared to fee for service. Tama ba ako, Mr. Secretary? I'm not sure if the Secretary heard me. I'll repeat my question, Mr. Secretary. I was simply saying that matagal nang pinag-aralan ang difference ng case rate versus fee for service. Yung fee for service, bawat Q-tip, bawat karayom, bibilangin yan. So abutin tayo lalo ng siyam-siyam pag bumalik tayo sa sistemang ganon. Tama ho ba na mas simple ang case rate method?
At tumpak po kayo, ma'am. Tama po kayo. At ang fee for service is more prone to fraud.
Yes, because nga madaling dagdagan, madali nilang sabihin, 10 na gamit namin karayom. Kaya nga nyo in average, precisely to simplify it. Yes, it is impossible that every hospital will have exactly the same expense. Kasi iba rin ang supplier nila, iba din yung case management ng doktor, di ba? That's why sometimes yung mga may kaya, may second opinion, may third opinion, because they can afford to get those opinions and the doctors might treat them differently. And even on the spot, yung surgery na yon, I would suppose may kanya-kanya ding style ang bawat surgeon. Am I correct?
You're right, Your Honor.
And that's why you have this case rate because you summarize it kasi yun yung average. So, ang kailangan gawin, katulad nga po ng sinabi ni Senator Cynthia, is that, and pointed out also by Senator Joel, is that binabantayan to ng husto para makita natin, of course, bago si COVID, so we need to really monitor regularly to see kung ano ba talaga ang average expense nitong mga mild, moderate, and severe cases. Tama ho ba?
Tama po kayo.
Yun lang. So anyway, I'm just saying that I feel that many people now feel like they're an expert. I'm not referring to my colleagues, okay? I'm referring to other people out there who suddenly vilify the case rate system when in fact all over the world, the countries that have a more mature health system are all case rate. And the US, na modern country, mature supposedly, lahat na ng problema nila is because fee for service sila. Hindi ho ba?
And that makes the US one of the most expensive
Exactly.
places to get treated.
I just wanted to put that out there because I am not justifying anyway the abuses that certain hospitals and hospital managers and other professionals have involved themselves with. It can happen in every system. But I just wanted to ask if tama yung understanding ko na ito talaga yung system, given the pros and cons of all types of system, pinaka-okay na. And what we need to do is be sure na lahat ng safeguards na nilagay naman dyan in the law, nagagawa. Yun lang naman.
Yes, ma'am. You're absolutely right. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. And I think Senator Gordon is raising his hand, but I'm done with my questions. Maraming salamat.
Thank you, Senator Cayetano. He doesn't have to raise his hand. He's the next on top anyway. So you have the floor, Senator Gordon, because Senator Manny Pacquiao, who's supposed to ask question, has withdrawn, and we'll reserve it if there will be another hearing. So Senator De Gordon, you're recognized.
Just to make sure that it's not deducted, I just want to follow up on Pia Cayetano's remark the case rate system is indeed worldwide accepted. But the problem is, Mr. President, that is really a general average. Whether you go to St. Luke's or whether you go to PGH, PGH should even get no balance billing. But when you go to any hospital, yun ang range. Hindi pwedeng itaas because St. Luke's. Dapat kung anong siningil sa inyo, yun ang case rate. Tama po ba yun, Mr. Secretary? Hindi porke St. Luke's magiging malaking-malaki.
You're absolutely right, Mr. Senator.
So that is really just, batayan lang yon para hindi lalampas sa buwan yung singil. Kaya mahirap yung private hospital o mayaman yung private hospital, ang babayaran yung talagang predetermined case rate. That's all I wanted to point out, sir. Now,
You're
Mr.
right,
President,
sir.
may I proceed with my questions?
Yes,
Mr.
yes,
President,
of course. Go ahead.
I will try to be very fast because marami akong tatanong talaga. But I would like to put it back into focus. Number one, kaya po tayo nagkakaloko-loko dahil hindi natin talaga, wala tayong napapakulong. Now, let me just point out right away. Ito po nangyayari sa Philhealth. Matagal na nangyayari yan, like I said the other day. I will now focus on certain things. Number one, ang ating pong premiums dapat na na-collect 10.89 million. Can you please show the slide, James? 10.89 million. Pero ang nangyari po, sometime in 2015, makita nyo, 10.489 po dapat. Ang nangyari, the claims and operating expenses of Philhealth exceeded the premium contributions. A good manager will make sure that the premium contributions can pay for the benefits that are given to the public. Di po ba? Tama po ba yan, Mr. Secretary?
Yes, Your Honor.
Para hindi tayo magbibigay palagi ng extra, okay? Nagbibigay tayo ng another extra 175 billion. Now, when you look at this now, Mr. President, take a look at what happened in 2015. In 2015, the former Secretary of Health took out 10.6 billion and another 3+ billion. Kinuha yan doon sa premium na dapat ibayad para ng senior citizen. Sa madaling sabi, nawala ng premium payment, nawala ng kita yung ating Philhealth dahil napunta doon sa project at yan ay ginawa bago mag-eleksyon. Kasama na dyan yung Dengvaxia pero hindi natin pag-uusapan yan. Sabay ginawa yan. Ang kasama niyan ay yung barangay health stations na nagkakahalaga na umaabot na nag-mobilize fund muna ng 1.2 billion. Only 400 out of the proposed 3,200 BHS were built. No investigation. Phase 2, 4.5 billion ang nilabas. Only 47 po ang out of the proposed 2,500 BHS were built. Tama po ba yun, Mr. Secretary?
Yes, 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 sir.
So nawalan tayo ng perang malaki kagad doon. Hindi pa natin naalalaman kung saan napunta yung pera. Tama po ba yun?
There was an explanation, hindi ko lang humaalala, by our...
Yes or no? Nawalan tayo ng pera. Malaki.
Don't have the data right now.
Parang I shot an arrow into the air. It fell to earth. I know not where.
Who was the Secretary of Health during that time?
Si Karin. Let me proceed, sir. Again, on the same year, tinira naman nila same amount of money. Ang binanata naman din ang nagpagawa ng dental vans. For ang gagastusin doon ay lumabas 4 million per dental vans when you can buy the dental vans at 2 to 3 million. Binahagi raw yung dental vans. I don't know where it went. Pero walang dentista halos lahat yan. I hope nagagamit yan. Ginamit na naman yung premium ng mga senior citizens so nawala na naman ng pera ang Philhealth. And then third, may kasama pa mga binigay para barangay health workers. Panahon ng eleksyon. Lumabas po ang pera niyan December 2015. Ang eleksyon, May 2016. Sabay nung nilibas nung Dengvaxia na 3.9 billion. Sabay rin ito, 10.6 billion nilabas for the 2016 elections. Maybe. I'm just speculating. Pero napakabilis nung saro, if you will remember. Ngayon, ang pangatlo po, naglabas sila ng pera para sa tinatawag nilang barangay health workers. Nagbigay sila ng tinatawag na barangay health kits na kasama yung mga speed manometer na nagkakahalaga ng 2,500. Mabibili mo naman sa bangbang ng 600 pesos. Tama po ba yun, Mr. Secretary?
Yes, Your Honor.
Oh, tapos nag-overprice sila ng 85,000 per piece na mabibili for 25,000 per piece. Ang supplier, William Valio, outsourced from China. Yan. So, ito pa po. Ang nangyari pa dyan, pakitaas nga lang yung presentation, James. Tapos po yan, yung school-based na yan, ang dinabas, 4.9 billion. Kinapos na sila ng pera. So, kumuha sila doon sa pera na tinatawag na, James, ano yun? TCPB? Hello?
MPBF,
Miscellaneous
Personal Benefit Fund.
Miscellaneous Personal Benefit Fund na 3.6 billion. Tapos binigay nila sa mga health workers. Hindi natin alam kung nabigay o nagamit. Ang nangyari, nawalan yan. So, suma total, nawalan tayo ng almost 14 billion. Tapos ngayon, kinakapos ang PhilHealth sa mga panahon na ito ng ganun kalaki, 10 billion. Lalaki pa yan dahil nagbabayad tayo sa testing, nagbabayad tayo sa iba't ibang mga gastusin ng mga tao. So sa madaling sabi po, we have to go back there and really prosecute those who did that. Wouldn't that be correct, Mr. President? Mr. Secretary?
Yes, Your Honor.
Otherwise, they get away with it. And the long arm of the law must catch up after this. And to cap it all, Mr. Padilla, Alex Padilla, was cajoled into signing that document on August 5. Then sometime in December before the SARO was released, sabi niya, hindi na ako payag dyan, mali yan, kukunin niyo yung pera ng Department ng PhilHealth, ilalagay niyo yan sa Department of Health. So ano malawag yan, parang technical malversation. He tried to withdraw his signature and there is a letter to that effect. Tama po ba yan, Mr. Secretary?
Yes, I'm told that's right.
All right. Now, having said that, Mr. President, this is a clear case na talaga naglulukan tayo. Now, let me go to another point. Please take note in our report. Mr. President, I've already made a report doon sa investigation ko previously. Out of respect for the committee, I will bibigay ko sa inyo para sabay na tayo magre-report. Second po, ito tinatawag nating mga hospital. O, ipapakita ko sa inyo, ulitin ko ulit. Walang pinipili. Walang kinikilingan ko, no? Hindi po. Ito po, yung Oligario General Hospital, Misamis Occidental, ang binayad actual charges 5 million. Ang reimbursement ng PhilHealth 38.2 million, ang overpayment 33.16 million. Sino ang regional director diyan? Isang tao nangangalan Masiding Alonto. How many years has he been there, Mr. Secretary? Or Dr. Marquez? How many years has he been there, Mr. President?
Okay.
There's about 18, 20 years or more.
So hindi na papalitan. 15, 20, 22 years. Again, Dr. Samili, Health Service, 3.8 million ang charge. Ang binayad, overprice, 20.7 million. Overpayment, 17.62 million. Sino ang regional director? Rulyoda Gregorio. Sa Taguig yan po mismo. Doon po kay Senator Cayetano. Ang binayad, overpayment na 17.62 million. Tapos isa pa ito, marami ito eh. Eastern Sun, Medical Diagnostics Zamboanga. Ang charge, 4.7 million. Ang binayad, 24.9 million. Acting Regional VP is Edgardo Faustino. Did we ever punish these people? Did we ever investigate them? Have we ever prosecuted anybody? The answer, sir, is no. Zero ang prosecution. Zero. Is that correct? Mr. Secretary?
I'm not sure about if there was a cases filed, Your Honor, because what year was this?
I will again highlight another one. There was a certain guy by the name of Perez, nag-birthday siya, taga Region 4A. Yung birthday niya, Mr. President, and Pia Cayetano and all the women should really go ballistic over this. Nag-birthday siya, anong ginawa niya? Nagbukas sila ng box, parang yung under siege, lumabas, babaeng nakahubad on his birthday, Mr. President. Ang daming kasong tinawakan niyan. Can you put Mr. Ano pa nun? Hindi makasunod yung aking kwan eh. Sa Misamis. Sa Misamis ba yan?
We're not seeing yung presentation mo. Can we have it on screen, please?
Can you put it on screen? Athena. Chavez is in Region 7. Ang sinasabi ko, yung nagpakita ng palabas na lumalabas yung babae nakahubad doon sa sa Region 4A yon. My gosh. Corby. O sino yun? Ano pangalan? Pakita nyo sa Senate. Johan Perez. Johan Perez. Oh, ano nangyari kay Johan Perez? Wala, Mr. President. So talagang, over the years, eto nakikita natin to, he received a gift in an enormous box, a girl dressed in nothing but her underwear, danced and gyrated provocatively in front of Perez. Perez enjoyed the performance and was seen smiling in the video. He did not prevent the incident or report and issue any reprimand to the employees who brought the girl. Masyado pinapatagal. Sir?
Sagutin si Mr. Perez, nandiyan dyan. Online.
Andiyan ba si Mr. Perez?
Paulo Perez, di ba? Sabi mo.
Sir?
Yes, he's here. Go ahead, Mr. Perez.
Sir, ano po,
Lahat.
Mr. President? Mr. President,
Yes, go ahead.
birthday ko po noon, meron pong hinandang program yung mga staff ko. Hindi ko po alam na isang division, hindi sila nakapag-prepare dahil busy sila. So kumuha pa sila ng talent na kakanta. Eh, hindi po totoo na nakahubad yung talent. Ang nangyari po noon, hindi siya pa makapasok doon sa, dahil na maingay po yung crowd, hindi po siya nakakanta. Yun po yung nangyari noon. And wala po akong alam doon kasi po birthday ko and it came as a surprise to me, Mr. President.
And what did you do about it? Did you stop it immediately? You were seen smiling? And I didn't say nakahubad. I said merong undergarments na pinapakita.
Yes, after, pinahinto ko na po yung program, sabi ko po kumain na tayo. And then tinawag ko po yung head ng FOD, ng division.
Apply nyo nga lahat yan.
Para tanungin po kung ano yung...
Mga tao ngayon na nagmamanyanita, lumalabas, nagpa-party. Eh yan, napakasahol lang ginawa nyo eh. That means talagang walang control yung mga nagpapatakbo. So, office hours po yan, Mr. President. Office hours.
Lunch break po yun, Mr. President.
Nagpapalakpakan sila. Now, Mr. President, I'm not trying to nitpick. I'm just trying to show the public. Ito ang nangyayari na dapat malaman ng publiko na talagang umaalingasaw ang Philhealth dahil ang tagal-tagal na ng mga regional directors hindi mailipat. Pag ililipat, kinakasuhan. That is why lumalabas po ang mga presidente ng Philhealth 1.5 year. Consider Mr. Banson. ADB po yan. Kinuha sa ADB. Pinatanggal po yan. Ang dami tinagal dyan. 1.5 taon, 2 taon, tanggal ka agad. Ayan o. Ang tumagal lang dyan, nung unang-una, si Francisco Duque, 4 years. Si Enrique Salamea. Tapos ito, si Lorna Fajardo, 2 years. Ray Aquino, dating mayor na San Fernando, 2 years. Dinimanda hanggang Supreme Court. Eduardo Banson, yan yung ADB, 2 years. Attorney Alexander Padilla, 2 years. Yan yung nagbawi ng kanyang pirma. Secretary Garin took over it for 1 year. Attorney Ramon Aristosa, 1 year. Attorney Hildegard Dineros, 1 month. Ginawa niya, pinapalitan niya lahat yung mga tao doon. Nagrevolusyon sa loob. Celestina Maria Jude P. de la Serna, the daughter of the former delegate of the Constitutional Convention who passed away recently. Tanggal yan. 1 year, 2 months. Ito si Roy Ferrer, 1 year. Maraming nalalaman yan. Pati yung tao niya, nasa BOQ yan, quarantine. And now, Brigadier General Ricardo Morales, the whole roof is falling upon him. Kaya lahat ng kasalanan, hindi ginagalaw, hindi ginagamot. That's why we are in this hole right now, Mr. President. And on that note, Mr. President, marami pa ako. Anyway, i-report ko na lang ho sa aking committee report. At talagang nakakasuklam. Nakakasuklam, Mr. President. Eh, isa pa, yung Katarman, halimbawa, babayaran ni wala sa listahan. Hindi accredited, Mr. President. Yung Katarman. O, tapos yung Borongan Doctors Hospital in Borongan with only 40 beds. Ang billing nila 50.16 million. Oras Doctors Hospital in Eastern Samar. Both hospitals, Borongan and Oras, are owned by somebody close to Katarman. Ang may-ari niya, kamag-anak ni Senior Vice President Renato Limsiaco Jr. An accredited hospital, but the first to accept interim reimbursement mechanism worth 40 million ba yan? 20 million. Katarman. Natatakpan nung pangalan ninyo. And then yung mga IRM was released on April 15, 2020, Mr. President. SVP Lim Shaco's brother and sister-in-law are incorporated as Dr. Elizabeth Nochete and Dr. Jesus Emmanuel Nochete. So makita nyo, may favoritism eh. Nakikita nyo, halimbawa doon sa Zamboanga, hindi rin pinalitan yan. Yung doon sa Misamis, hindi rin pinalitan. Ayan o, Oligario, Misamis Oriental, ang kwan si Alonto, 33.16 million of repayment. I already said that kanina. Walang pinapalitan, walang pinaparusahan. So they got away with it for the last 20 years na talagang naubos ang pera ng tao. That's why ang credibility ng Philippine Health, ang Philhealth or Philhealth, ang tawag ko dyan ngayon, Philhealth, eh talagang niloloko sila. Sa nakikita nyo sa ating mga Facebook, nakalagay, may buhaya. Nahuli yung buhaya doon sa PhilHealth, nakalagay doon. They are being ridiculed. Mr. President, we all belong to this government. Dapat talagang matanggal na lahat yung mga loko-loko dyan. Get the rascals out, Mr. President. Overhaul it. That is in my recommendation. Overhaul it, Mr. President. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Gordon. As chair of the committee of the whole, I thought after this third hearing, the plate is full. But the dessert coming from Senator Gordon has added an earthquake to the committee report that we are planning. Nevertheless, we will suspend the hearing or the meeting. Yes, we will suspend the hearing without prejudice to the possibility of either calling for another hearing or terminating the hearings and prepare a committee report. We can do that in plenary.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Senator Tiveros.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Bago po isuspend ng chair yung hearing, i-follow up ko lang po kay Sec Duque yung tinanong ko kaninang 3:45 PM at sabi po nila sasagutin nila within 1 hour yung tungkol po sa Department Memorandum number 2020-0285. That was issued, Mr. Chairman, in June, 2 months ago, and brought to my attention by a nurse na nagkasakit na ng COVID-19 pero nakasuspend pa rin ang kanilang SRA o Special Risk Allowance. We don't know, Mr. Chair, kung ilan ang mga DOH employee frontliners na hanggang ngayon naghihintay din ng SRA nila. If I may, Mr. Chair, just do one more follow-up kay Sec Duque ngayong gabi. Kung ma-actionan na po ni Sec Duque na just to clarify na covered yung lahat ng DOH employee frontliners dito sa pagtanggap ng Special Risk Allowance, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chair, kung pwede pong sumagot si Sec Duque.
Can you hear me? Okay.
Yes, please, Secretary.
Tinanong ko na ho ito at kailangan ko pa rin kausapin si Roger Tong-an ng Admin and Finance na nagrekomenda ng suspension nitong itong policy na ito. So, bigyan mo ako ng konting panahon pa, but can you give me the name of this patient, Madam Senator?
I'm sorry, Mr. Secretary, I can't do that right now. Pero may I please ask when can you give the committee of the whole your action within? Is it possible within 24 hours? Kasi Mr. Chairman, Secretary Duque, ang last paragraph po dito sa Department Memorandum na ito ay until such time that the legal service has rendered a sound legal advice on the matter. I cannot believe it will take 2 months para mag-render ng sound legal advice ang legal service ng Department of Health on such an urgent matter para po sa mga empleyado ng department, mga frontliners sa gitna po ng pandemic. And now, this nurse has brought this to my attention dahil she's just the latest sa frontliners natin na nagkasakit na po ng COVID-19. Mr. Chair, could Secretary Duque give the Committee of the Whole a firm commitment? Can the good secretary report back to the committee within 24 hours, Mr. Chair?
Yes, ma'am. I just want to raise an issue. Sinabi niyo frontliner yan, hindi siya dapat kasama sa suspension. Madam Senator. Kasi kung
Mr.
frontliner po siya,
Secretary, kaya ko po idinulog ito dahil ang daing nga po nitong nurse ay hindi nga siya sinama sa pag-avail of ng special risk allowance. So, 2 buwan na pending itong sitwasyon ngayon sa department. That's why, Secretary, Mr. Chair, I'm really requesting that the Secretary report back to the Committee of the Whole within 24 hours that the Secretary has taken positive action on this by clarifying na yung pong DOH employee frontliners ay covered po, qualified po sa pag-avail of nitong special risk allowance, Mr. Chair.
I agree, Your Honor, na covered siya dahil frontliner. So we will return to you tomorrow. Siguro mga before 5 p.m. tomorrow.
That's even better, Mr. Secretary.
Thank you.
Aasahan po yan within the Committee of the Whole. Salamat,
Yes, Your
Secretary.
Honor.
Salamat, Mr. Chair.
Salamat din po.
Mr. Chair.
All right.
Mr. Chair.
Yes. Pahabol pa. Attorney Kit, go ahead.
Since have been discussing about the case rate, sir, there was no case rate on this COVID from February 1 to April 14, sir. April 14. No balance billing case, sir. So you might be interested with that, sir, because I have been trying to get the names of those who were hospitalized, sir, but because of the data privacy, they won't provide me any data, sir. This is one of the hardest case that I was investigating, sir, because the Philhealth have been paying millions, sir. Millions for just one case, sir. Maybe you are interested with that, sir.
Yes, we will ask the Secretary to look into that also.
Thank you very much.
you. Yes? Attorney Labi?
Just for the information of the Senate, Mr. President, I think B. Brown has released their official statement through Facebook, and they said that they are previously the Philippine Renal Care Incorporated, and they are registered with SAC with registration number A200-201-1223, and the later renamed to B. Brown Avitum Philippines Incorporated on January 24, 2002, Mr. President.
What was their former name?
According to their official statement, Mr. President, their former name was Philippine Renal Care Incorporated.
Philippine Renal Care.
Renal Care Incorporated po.
Renal, no? R-E-N-A-L.
R-E-N-A-L.
All right. And who's the president? Who's the owner? Who are the officers?
It is just the official statement coming from their corporate communications, Maria Cecilia Victoria Canon.
And what are their officers?
We have that, Mr. President. The Securities and Exchange Commission already responded to our request last week. The new owners, as per their GIS, this is B. Brown Abitum Philippines Incorporated, Lam Chi Hong, Eduardo Rodriguez, Lim Jun Yong, Arsenia Ladores, then Ricky Pagdikawan. These are the incorporators. So,
all right,
I'll submit it to the Committee of the Whole.
All right, thank you. We'll
It just
start
came in just this afternoon, Mr. President.
Yes. Finally, Mr. Galicto is raising his hand, and will recognize Senator Gordon. Go ahead, Mr. Galicto.
Yes, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. President. This is a response to, with your respect, to Senator Gordon, Your Honor, Mr. President. If the line of reasoning is that the RBP committed overpayment because he paid the ECR, and practically all RBPs, Your Honor, have practically paid overpayments. Everybody should be removed if that's going to be the case. Because ECR, or case rate, is a policy of the corporation. And therefore, whatever's the charge of or the billing of the hospital, the RBP has no choice but to pay the ECR. Although, well, according to COA, there are overpayments.
When there is a regional director who is being removed, and the recourse that they usually do is what? Go to court, and ask that the TRO be issued. Is that how it is, Secretary Duque?
Yes, Mr. President.
And then what happens to the cases? What happens to the case or the TRO? Ano yun, forever na?
It ripens into an injunction, Your Honor.
And then, like for example, there were number of years that they were talking about that the leaders were trying to overhaul the system by replacing or reassigning the regional directors, and then TRO comes along. Ano nangyari sa mga yun? Wala.
You cannot transfer them with a court injunction.
O so forever na yun.
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Chair,
Who's that?
if I may, Mr. Alonto po, Regional Vice President of Region 10. Mr. Chair.
Yes, go.
Yeah, just for the record po, no, good evening po sa inyo lahat. Number one, I was referred to earlier by the good Senator Gordon that yung sa Region 10, yung particular hospital is the Oligario Hospital. Ito po ay talagang overpaid dahil it's in our policy. It is in the all case rates that yung singil ng hospital this much, but we pay more than what they charge us. So, nakita po namin na ito and we have given several position papers on this matter. Kanya po, we have no choice but really to pay the hospital claims. No? But having said that, kami po, in my case, I was reassigned already, not once, but twice. And so there is no truth to the matter that there seems to be resistance on reassignment. Just to be clear, Mr. President, reassignment is a prerogative of management. Nobody in his right mind, professional career officers would resist that. So just for the record, Mr. President, and going back to the Oligario case, na-file na po namin yung appropriate charges dyan, and then it's now pending before the central office for litigation and prosecution. Thank you po.
Again, Senator Gordon.
Mr. President, there is such a thing as human reasoning. Certainly, if somebody is being charged 5 million and you pay him an overprice of 33.16 million, a sound man, a common sense guy would say, bakit sobrang mahal yan? Dapat i-complain ko yan doon sa taas na mali itong case rate. Fine-tune it. Hindi pwedeng parang si Hitler na hindi ko alam yan basta in-orderan lang kami, yan ang gagawin namin. We are all civil servants and we are duty-bound to protect the money of the government that is entrusted to us. Ay napakarami. And it is not true na hindi natatransfer yung mga yan. Because every time somebody is transferred, kawawa talaga yung presidente, pipilitin nilang matanggal yung presidente. And as you can see the record, the highway of the terms of the president is strewn with dead bodies of the president who were removed, Mr. President. Now, if I may go, I don't want to say case state and culprit. The culprit is human reason, human responsibility, Mr. President. We all have a responsibility. We all have a duty under the Anti-Graft and Corrupt Practices Law and under the ethics of public officials to correct the system, to fine-tune the system. If they cannot do that, they don't deserve to be in the government. Now, Mr. President, if I may, just on a matter of information, and bear with me, Mr. President, out of delicadeza, Mr. President, I've kept quiet. But Mr. President, I have had to stop testing. Hindi pa ako nag-i-stop because mauubusan na kami ng test kits. I just want to say this, Mr. President. We never came to Philhealth. We never went to government, PRC. We just were ahead of the pack because we thought after checking with China, nagtanong kami sa China doon sa Red Cross ng China at saka sa IFRC, anong mabuting gawin? Ang experience at that time ay China. So sabi, bumili kayo ng Sansure automated. I found out na RITM, the only one doing the testing is manual, Mr. President. Manual, kaya matagal. So when we got that, and the Department of Health found out, they brought all the cabinet ministers to go to the Red Cross. And they said, this is what we need. This is the game changer. At that time, we already had 8 machines, Mr. President, that could handle 8,000 tests a day. Now, if you look at today, ang number one sa testing, Mr. President, by a long, long, long mile, is Red Cross. Sumusunod lang ang RITM. We already have over 500 tests. RITM has over 200,000 tests, and the next one is a private company that has about 100,000 tests. Now, Mr. President, they can give it to them for all I care. But my point is, we never came to them, and when we signed the agreement, there was no gun poked on our heads, and we said, para hindi magulo, you paid 100 million, and we are going to make sure that we provide you with the record of the one tested and the results, Mr. President. We even said, magbantay kayo doon. Hindi sila nagpadala ng bantay. To make a long story short, nagbayad ng 100 million, Mr. President. Naubos yun. Afterwards, hindi na nila re-replenish. So, abante kami ng abante from our savings because umaasa kami nababayaran. Nagbabayad unang-una hanggang dumaki na 2 weeks ago, ang laki na ng utang, so I threatened, isasara ko na. This is not the first time. I even told Secretary Medialdea sometime in April or May na isasara ko na dahil hindi nagbabayad ng Philhealth. Now, to make a long story short, nagbayad sila after 26 days, Mr. President. 26 days. Ang rule, when we send the billing, 3 days, magbabayad kayo. Right now, there is a pending order by the Red Cross to China of 400,000 test kits. That will cost us $6 million, Mr. President. Ang masakit dito, yung test kit na binabayaran natin, mas mura kaysa doon sa test kit na pinoprovide sa amin na pinipilit kaming gamitin ng PhilHealth at saka ng DBM. Yung test kit na ginagamit po namin ay nagkakahalaga ng 936 at dalawa yon, oral at saka nasal. Yung test kit na pinipilit sa amin ay 1,332 binayaran ng DBM at oral swab lang yon. Ba't naman ako papayag? Mamaya masama pa ako doon sa overcharge. Hindi ako makakapayag dyan. Now, sino bang gustong magtaas? Gusto ko nga ibaba. Umahanap ako ng paraan para maibaba pa. In fact, Mr. President, we have 18 million for those that need to be swabbed because they're not part of PhilHealth, and we will do it for free. 18 million, that's 5,000 tests only, Mr. President. Now, Mr. President, when you start talking about, Red Cross not being paid, I had to do that against my soul. Ang naiinis na ako, somebody's got to tell these guys, oy, when you write a contract, you abide by it. You don't try to change the rules in the middle of the game. In the meantime, habang hindi nagpapalit, magbayad kayo para hindi naman mababakate. Sir, pag nagsara kami, titigil ang airport. Lahat ng OFW, lahat ng mga galing sa local government, doon sa mga major testing center natin like Arena, yan sa Mall of Asia, lahat ho yan dinadala sa Red Cross. That's why, ma-average kami ngayon ng 10 to 12,000 a day. Kulang pa nga ho yan. Dapat maka-average kami sa Manila ng 22,000 tests. Pero ang dami, nagkakasakit yung aming medtechs. Kagabi, 7 ang medtechs na nagkasakit. So, pilay na naman yung isang center namin, pero ginagawa pa rin namin. Now, Mr. President, just to set the record straight, dapat magbayad sila at dapat para makatuloy-tuloy tayo at para makita niya, Mr. President, we now have test centers in Subic, Clark, Manila, and Batangas. Alam ni Senator Requian, that is why we have 32,000 tests in Luzon. Now, we have also in Cebu, 4,000 tests a day. We also have in Bacolod, 2,000 tests a day. We're about to open in Zamboanga, 2,000 tests a day, and about to open in Cagayan de Oro, 2,000 tests a day. And we're building in Surigao and Isabela, Mr. President. Another 4,000 tests yun. Then we're going to Albay, and we're going to Quezon, and we're going to Laguna because doon kumakalat ngayon. Now, kung di kami babayaran, saan naman namin kukunin yan? Ang pinakamababa na nga, Red Cross 350. Kaya nila binabaan ng 3,409 bigla dahil a member of the Senate, our minority floor leader, asked them, bakit ang test nyo 8,150 ang nakalaan? Bakit nyo ganyan? So the next time around, they brought it down sa 3,409, which prompted Senator Dillon to say, kaya nyo palang ibaba, ba't di nyo inumpisahan kagad na ibaba, Mr. President? So the long and the short of it is, we're playing cat and mouse. Magluluko yung PhilHealth, dadaanin tayo sa patagal ng patagal, katulad nung imagine ang PhilHealth, ang pangit-pangit ng record niyan, NCR na mismo. Nagdadialysis sila ng patay, Mr. President, nagda-dialysis ng patay. Tama yung dialysis. Dialyze. Nagdadaya na, nagsisinungaling pa. Dialyze. So, Mr. President, talagang may kalokohan talaga eh. And we have to drop the hammer now. No, ako, kung ayaw nila, fine, Mr. President. We will just have to find and look for the money. If they don't want to use the Red Cross, that's fine with me. Pero ang maghihirap tao, Mr. President. That is why we put in a Samaritan Fund. We have a Samaritan Fund for dialysis. Wala nagbabayad sa dialysis center ng Red Cross. Sa blood bank, yung mga mahihirap, hindi namin sinisingil kung indigent. Dito rin, meron tayo ngayon bago. Yung tinatawag na plasma convalescent. Dalawa na yan. Meron sa Cebu, meron dito sa Manila. Ang dami na po natin na iligtas. Ultimo mismo, si Comelec Commissioner, Sixto Brillantes, we sent him blood at the last moments, Mr. President. We have done a lot of things. We are providing blood for Dr. Senen in PGH. Over 100 bags have been sent to them. Now, Mr. President, sabihin ko lang sa mga tiga Philhealth, maghunos dili kayo, ilabas nyo yung konsyensya because there is a special place in hell dun sa mga nagluluko dyan sa Philhealth. Mr. President, that is all I want to say. The record is straight. I am clear. I am not worried about anything, about any discrepancy in the Red Cross. We are a 170-year-old organization in the whole world. And since 1947, Red Cross has been existing here. Wala kaming bahid ng kalokohan. I've been in the Red Cross for almost 60 years. As a volunteer when I was young, as a teenager. And now, Chairman, Mr. President, we are not going to destroy the record. Kaya huwag magsasabi ang PhilHealth na hindi sila makabayad because alam ko nagbabayad sila ng malalaki doon sa mga hindi dapat bayaran at sobra-sobrang bayad. Sinasabi ko lang para malaman ng taong bayan na kailangan bayaran nila ang dapat bayaran, yung nahihirapan, bayaran nila, pero wag silang mag-overcharge, wag silang mag-overpayment, wag silang magtago doon sa tinatawag natin cost, yung mga bagong sinasabi nila yung may limit sila. Lahat yan may limit, Mr. President. And on that note, Mr. President, I will pray for their salvation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Gordon, to date, how much does we're asking here?
Mr. President, we have
Red Cross.
Ang Red Cross po have tested over, we're number one, we have tested almost 500,000 already. 500, lampas na po kami ng 500,000 tests.
No,
Number one po yan sa buong Pilipinas.
How much does PhilHealth owe Red Cross?
Right now, they owe us going up 700 million and 800. Tapos sasabihin nila, nagbayad lang raw sila the other day. Of course, kailangan magbayad sila. 26 days na sila hindi nagbabayad. And under the rules of the contract, Mr. President, when we send the billing, they have to pay in 3 days. Now, Mr. President, this is the point. I can prove, and I have young volunteers from all over the world, the mga bata, na volunteers who are heroes in my book, from Canada, from Switzerland, mga bata, 19, 22 years old, who did the system, and Coast Guard is one of the heroes, all the others, PNP, nagpapadala, sila ang nag-i-impode, kaya mahirap mandaya dyan. And that computer system can prove every person that we have tested, Mr. President. Every person.
Gusto nyo, all right, thank you, sir. To understand your plight, and we support you there.
It's not the plight, Mr. President. It is the plight of our country.
Yes.
The plight of our country.
Ginag-uusapan lang dito, gusto mong pasingil sa pulis.
Ang pulis po mabilis, mahirap abulin. Pero ang itong PhilHealth, ako, hindi mo makikita. Invisible. Dead ka. Yun ang problema. And as Secretary Duque, he has talked with them. As Secretary Medialdea, he has talked with them. As the committee, yung sila Vince Dizon, sila General Galvez, si General Renzana, it has been brought up to IATF. Aywan ko kung anong may magic ang PhilHealth na ayaw nila magbayad kaagad.
You know, there are two other guys who are raising their hands.
Mr. Chair.
Hindi namin tinigil ito. Ayaw lang kayo, wala kayong problema eh. Kami ni Senator Lacson, nandito kami. In the resource. So we limit it to the last two, okay?
Yeah, real quick, Mr. Chair.
Oh, go ahead. Sino yan? Attorney Kabading o si Galigto?
No, Mr. Chair, I'm not a lawyer, I'm an accountant. I would like to agree with Senator Gordon. Yung priority ng PhilHealth is misplaced talaga. We have so much debt, and yet we are trying to advance money to the people that we, na may mga utang na nga tayo doon sa kanila, bakit muna tayo mag-advance? I think we have to shift. We have to...
Mr. Kabading,
yes,
Ba't
That's why I would
nilagyan-
like to call on Mr. Secretary Duque to call for a special board meeting about this, Mr. Chair. I would like to agree now, we have to shift this priority of PhilHealth of just setting aside accounts payable and looking for something else.
Sabihin nyo nga, diretsuhin nyo na. Bakit yung dapat bayaran, hindi binabayaran, yung gusto nilang bayaran na binabayaran? Bakit?
Oh, hindi, yun na nga hindi ko maintindihan, Mr. Chair. That's why I wanted to call for a special board meeting on this. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
President, linawan lang natin ha. Ang binabayaran nila yung mga hospital na alaga nung ilan dyan. Yung Red Cross, hindi nila kami alaga. Wala silang pakinabang sa amin.
Hindi kikita sa inyo eh.
Hindi kikita sa amin eh.
Yun na nga. Mr. Galicto, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, actually, I agree with Senator Gordon. If the all case rate, the implementation of all case rate is questionable, then a reasonable mind should question it. And that's exactly what happened, Your Honor. For the past 7 years, the regional vice presidents of Mindanao sent 7 letters questioning the ECR, Your Honor, because of its overpayments, because it leads the financial, the funds of the corporation. And 7 letters, Your Honor. In fact, Your Honor, we furnished the office of Senator Gordon of those letters when we were required last year. And I hope he was able to read all those position papers we sent during the last 7 years. And the question, Your Honor, should be if we have done our part, if the regional vice presidents of Mindanao have done their part, we should also question what did the presidents who were the recipients of those letters do? Because they have the power to change the ECR, they have the power to stem the overpayments. We should also question what they did do after we sent them the letters. That should be the question, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Galicto. So as I said earlier, without prejudice to a final decision or a formal closure or a hearing, it will depend on the members of the Senate in plenary. I think the members of the Committee of the Whole know what to do at this point.
Mr. President, that is part of our recommendation. Sa daan-daan taon na, kung talagang tatandaan nyo yung commercial ng isang detergent. Ito, sa ilang dekada na tumatakbo yung PhilHealth, puro maraming sama ng loob ang tao, marami silang hindi nagagawa. I'm glad that there are people there who want to change it inside. Pero we have to help those who want to change them inside and really overhaul it. Drain the swamp. Take the crocodiles, the snakes. Hindi nyo pwedeng papasukin yung buhaya sa loob ng manukan. Hindi natin pwedeng papasukin yung sawa sa loob ng babuyan, Mr. President. Ang nangyayari ngayon,
Nagsasalita na siya. Sinabi na.
All right. With that, the hearing is hereby suspended.
Thank you, Mr. President.